Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls.
So I got 50 hearts, which means I'm starting at full power. I'm about to get nerfed, I guess. How did you set up your Switch capture card? Does a 2 male, 1 female end HDMI cord exist? I don't know if that exists or not, man. It's just, you just take 2 HDMI cords. That's it. You don't need, like, the Chimera or the Cerberus of HDMI. You're thinking of Hyrule Warriors? When Hyrule Warriors came out, Nintendo forgot time zones existed, so people that played it at midnight in Australia were getting banned from Twitch thinking they pirated it and were streaming it. As far as I know, that hasn't happened with this game. PS2 graphics. That's the power of the Nintendo Switch, baby. I don't know what to tell you. The graphics on the Switch are never going to be anything to write home about. But it's all about art direction, which I think Breath of the Wild proved could still trump actual graphic fidelity. But yeah, I mean, the Switch can hardly play mobile games. Yeah. We know. We know. My first enemy! God, I'm nuts. You're welcome, Zelda. So clean. Is Link a mute?
Look like Hylians.
Kind of. He doesn't really talk, but he can make cool sounds like yeah.
This depiction certainly suggests
But other than that, yeah,
Zelda
it's about all you'll get from him.
heavens. The kingdom of Hyrule. This figure. He seems to be stealing something of incredible power from the young kingdom.
Yeah, it's someone's life, it seems.
This all aligns with what I've
it
read
took
through
someone's
my
soul.
studies.
I imagine that would be pretty important, at least to the person.
It shows the Demon King.
Oh, okay. Don't mind me, Zelda, just Spider-Manning my way down. You blew it. Now you've released the curse, the Demon King's coming back. Oh, Rupert's drop. No! You dirty bastard. It would be nice for just one Zelda game, Link to not be a lobotomite who actually can speak, so that way it'd be like, oh my god, a fucking talking hand. Get some, like, easier, quicker answers. That's called Forspoken 2. Don't bring that evil in here. Yeah! It is bold that he jumped without a plan. It's not like he knew while jumping he could just, like, fly or anything. So that is awfully adventurous. Oh, he's just really good at diving, I see. He can't, never mind, he can't fly or anything. He just is really got that diving technique mastered. What if I do attack you, though? Oh, now I just feel bad. Like a turtle into its shell. I took a lot of damage doing that jump attack into all of them. Okay, they've got, oh my god, they've got all the anti-air answers. Is that how that works? Nice! I'm a fucking genius. Wow. I guarantee it took those snot-nosed, glue-sniffing children fucking days to figure out how to make that steak medium well. Imagine the legendary master sword just breaks against this fucking normal ass tree. I just wanted to shake it so the apples would fall. Am I overthinking things? I am. God damn, man. God, I'm nasty. Hello. Except, oh! Be careful with that. Man, I saw a clip today where someone said this looks like Goatsy, and now I can't unsee it. That actually just does look like it's gaping its ass. The streamer said that, and now I can't unsee it. I saw the clip. It really just does look like it's gaping its ass. That's crazy. Run it. Fucking wicked. It's incredible how deep my calculations go. I accounted for everything, such as the wind conditions blowing it over like that. Can I drop this on someone like a Looney Tunes thing, like an anvil? Okay, I didn't realize I stuck it to the other one. I'm trying to just stick it to the ground. Or not the ground, the log. There we go. You sick bastard! Now I've lost my sail! What the fuck? Where's my cooked steak? Now we're gonna really be hauling ass. Well, that's underwhelming. I thought with 2 sails I'd really be catching a crazy gust. Man, I'm not getting that parry timing. So if my shield was to break there, is it the rock or the whole shield that breaks? Probably the whole thing, right? Oh, I can't even attach rock to rock. I was gonna say, I wonder if you can do, like, double rock fusion. So if I was to put a rock on a rock and then try and fuse that, if that would work, but didn't really get the chance. Stop it! Oh. Outplayed, idiot. Okay. But now I don't get any of his materials, so he gets the last laugh. Wonder if you can cheese like a boss or something with that. Probably not. Attach 1 to an arrow to get a homing quality to the arrow. Holy shit. This'll be like an actual speedboat. I'm gonna keep it real close together so it'll be like a cigarette. Oh, there we go. Oh shit, we're off course. Oh, we're fixed. And that rusty... Whoa! That rusty broadsword does not have a whole lot of life to her. I shouldn't have tried. That did 2.5 hearts? Okay, I can't take any hits here. Holy fuck. I need to just stop going for parries. A flame emitter. Can I... Oh, I'm cooking up big brain weaponry. Can I put the flame emitter on the top of this minecart, then put this minecart on the front of my shield to make a flaming skateboard that's also jet powered? You can only put 1 part, sadly, but fire emitter on shields is pretty cool. Oh! So it won't fuse the entire thing. Damn. It would have been cool to make a fire-spitting skateboard. Here. Oh, this is like an actual boss. I don't have any, like, real weapons. This is gonna take forever. Could use that. Where's my, this is my homing arrow, right? Okay. Okay. I thought that was gonna go, like, right into its weak spot and fucking blast him. That was a piddly little spitball. What the fuck? That's cool. Just dismembering this poor guy. What if I just start throwing these off the edge? Does he get him back? He's like, oh god, please stop! Stop throwing it off the edge! Here, just hit me! Wait, can I throw him off the edge? Looks like he got it all back. Shame. That was cool. Let's go! I'm just trying to jump straight, not up there, please. God, stop. Okay, let's just make this easier. Stop rolling! There. I can just climb up the wood. Maybe. Assuming it'll let me up. What? There. Now just climb it. Oh, there's a, what? I don't know what this is. Some kind of weird fucking creature. Oh, it's the furry again. Never mind. Nice. Oh god! Wait, does it matter where I stand? Oh yeah, it absolutely does. Come on, make it, make it, make it! Clean. Yeah, I bet you could make like a plane. If you did like a couple fans on it and then pushed it, you could probably make a plane. There we go. Oh, I found you! I wasn't even looking for you, you little pervert. But I'll take it. I just wanted to get up to the Temple of Time. Attaching a flamethrower to a boomerang looks sick. Oh, true. I didn't know there was boomerangs in this game. Attaching a flamethrower to anything is pretty cool, I bet. Right now I've only seen it on the minecart and my shield, but it's pretty cool. Did you see they found a dead body in the Arby's freezer? Well, it's not the first, and it definitely won't be the last. I fucking hate Nintendo. Yeah, it's not a hot take. I very much don't like Nintendo either, but what makes me even more angry is the fact that they make good games. I wish they just made dog shit. Everything about them is trash except for the games they make. Which is such a shame. This absolutely looks grabbable. Whoa! It's so fucking cool. Here, we'll do it up here. This is gonna be really fucking dumb. No! No! Oh god, Jesus! Yeah, kinda. So I'm trying to make a monster truck. Oh, wait, does this activate? Oh, it activates everything at once. Here we go! My monster truck is really cruising. This is so shameful. God, this is so embarrassing. I wasted so much too. Well, I'm gonna scare the fuck out of this Bokoblin. This is the last thing he expected today. As soon as I get some charge back. Alright, run it. Here, I'll even light him on fire. Get him with the drive-by flames. No, I lit. Oh, fuck! All that hard work. Oh, it's wood. Of course, it's flammable. God damn it. Oh wait, no, I absolutely lost a little bit. No, I 100% lost. Like actually, most of that. All I've got is the fans and a single wheel. So, oh wait, there's another spot over there. Hey, you know what? I'll still do this just like the pioneers used to. I'm gonna make a unicycle. Started the engine a little late. Okay. I'm gonna need to, like, brace it first, so... The pioneers used to ride these babies for miles. Just give me a second. I'll figure it out. Let's use this piece... Can I? This is probably not gonna work, but I'm curious. Can I? Oh, I can rewind it. It does work. Okay. Just need you to come back. There you are. Let's ride! Alright, let's just go to the next objective. So on the glider, where I stand changes the physics of it. I wonder if that same thing applies to the rest of the game. So what if I was to do this? Put a little tail on it. This is so stupid. Try and blow air at it, like the same... you know me, I know all about aerospace engineering. So what if I blow some air on it and try and flap it around a little bit? I don't know if there's a whole lot of elasticity to this, but if there is, by golly, I tell you, there might just be a chance. Run it! That's not wiggling at all. I thought maybe it'd fucking flap it around a little bit to generate some propulsion. Yeah, but here, Andrew, you see what I was thinking? Like, if I could have that, like, you know, be a little more loosey-goosey, blowing air at it, flapping it back and forth, it'd be like a bird, you know? I imagine you can just drop it on something and it'll kill it, right? But what if I made it a little more creative? So then... And then... Oh, wait. Actually, that'll be hype. Okay. Now rewind. Bastard! Step forward. Did he hit it out of the air? Or does it just not work? He's so confused. Oh my god. This is the best engineering I've ever seen. You've got some nerve trying to burn my shit down. Yeah, that looks about right. Oh, fuck! Join me on a little adventure for a moment, because I'd like to talk about dreams. Not as, like, a psychologist or anything. I'm not about to hold up Rorschachs and ask you what you see in the ink blots and try and tie it to, like, some trauma from when your high school bully put your head in the toilet and flushed it. I want to talk about dream jobs specifically. Because 20 years ago, if you asked a child what their dream job is, you'd probably get some silly things like a professional ice cream tester, getting paid to try different ice cream flavors. But now, if you ask pretty much any kid in the world what their dream job is, all of them will probably give you the same answer. YouTuber, or more broadly, online content creator, so streamer, YouTuber, things like that. And it's a dream job for more than just children, obviously. There are people of all ages that very much want some kind of online presence as a career, and it's just become a very sought after occupation. There are more people hunting after an online career than there were assassins hunting after John Wick. And the reason I mention this is because there's recently been a rise in the frequency of large content creators expressing burnout, as well as just being completely miserable by the content creation grind, needing to take long breaks, or just outright announcing that they're quitting altogether. In fact, that's what we're talking about today. That's the subject that I want to go over because Tfue just made a very heartfelt video saying goodbye to his audience, talking about how all the decade-plus long grind he's been embarked on has kind of made him feel like his life is slipped away from him. He doesn't regret any of his choices, but he recognized that he spent the majority of his life just behind a computer screen and wants to really finally feel free to live the life that he feels will be the happiest for him. So he made this video, which is kind of like the ending credits to like a franchise finale, where it just goes over the, best of moments throughout his life online. And he says that he's kind of just hanging up his hat. He's retiring the jersey number. He's stepping away from streaming and making content. If he doesn't know how long, he says he'll likely be back at some point, but it won't be for a long time. Again, if he ever does come back at all. And this isn't the first big content creator to say something like this, and just within the last week. PewDiePie also recently made an announcement about how he finally feels free from the content grind now that he lives in Japan, he's got his baby. Like, there are a lot of examples of this over the last year alone of huge content creators that are just kind of ready to move on from making content online. And I wanted to go over why, because again, this is a dream job for so many people. And this is something I've always said, and I'll once again scream it from the mountaintops here. Being a YouTuber or a streamer is the luckiest position you can ever have, and in most cases is legitimately easier than 9-to-5 jobs outside of the internet or other positions that exist outside of the internet. When you are an online creator, for the most part, you get to choose your own hours. It's very flexible on what content you're making or what you really want your online footprint to be. You are in control for the most part, which is a luxury most people, 99% of people in the world, don't get to experience. So how could there even come a time where someone's just like really tired of it or made miserable by it? And I kind of just want to look at that. Because it's not like these creators are geriatric now. It's not like they spent 40 years in the industry and they're just finally ready to just say, kapui, I'm done here. Like, these are still young people. Tfue's 25 years old. He has been online for over a decade, though. PewDiePie is in his early 30s, and he's been online for over a decade as well. So they have been in the industries for, pretty much since the infancy of this whole space. But they're not, like, super old. So how does it get to the point where they're just really that done with it at such a young age? That's what I kind of want to explore here. So, in Tfue's video, it's a very honest and open look at what his content creation journey felt like, where he was streaming all the time, making videos all the time, and he felt trapped by it. Now, he does mention something that many people aren't going to sympathize too hard with, and I understand why. He mentions that having to stream 6 to 8 hours a day every day was brutal and draining. And a lot of people will recognize that that's kind of just normal 9-to-5 job hours. Like, that's less than 9-to-5 job hours, and most people don't have a job that they love, or a job that's fun, like playing video games, and they're certainly not making millions of dollars playing video games for the 6 to 8 hour period, right? So it's something that a lot of people kind of roll their eyes at, and I do get it. Because, again, it is a dream position. However, it doesn't, nullify his feelings on it, being forced to play basically 1 or 2 games, or basically just one type of game forever, otherwise viewers drop off, being forced to never really take a break because then you lose so many subs. Like, it is still a draining thing for sure, in a different way. You kind of become a prisoner of consistency, or else you risk taking a big hit to your income for the month. So it is a mentally damaging thing to feel forced to do shit you don't want to do for a long period of time, which I'm sure a lot of people in the normal working world can also relate to. Let me give you a quick example. I stream daily, and I've streamed daily for the last 6 or so years. However, 2 months ago, I had to take 4 days off. Well, it's not like I had to take it. It wasn't like a fucking government mandated vacation or anything. I usually will only take like maybe 1 day a month if something came up and it was too late to stream. So very rarely will you see me not online for 4 days in a row. That's apocalyptic vacation time for Charles there. That's that shit where the audience got concerned and like, damn, we might need a search and rescue team. Like, Charles might be in trouble here. This could be a message, a deeper message. So I had 4 days where I didn't stream in a row because a lot had came up and I just really wasn't able to. And when I did come back, I lost 8,000 subscribers. 8,000 subscribers out of the 26,000 subs I had at the time just vanished in an instant because I took 4 days off from streaming. And I still haven't gotten them back. It's not like they all just came back once I was online again. Now, this isn't some complaint or pity party here because I recognize how unbelievably lucky I am to be in the position that I am. I am one of the luckiest people in the world to be able to do what I do. So this happening wasn't like some kind of shock or something that made me upset or anything like that. This was something I absolutely knew was coming after 4 days off because I'd seen it happen to so many other large creators. This was one of the main motivators behind Ludwig's subathon, if I remember correctly. He took like a week-long vacation and lost like 10,000 subs and kind of panicked to try and get them back and did the subathon. I remember Tyler1 made a quick statement on stream after a short time off where he's like, man, I lost 15,000 subscribers. And this is just something that happens if you're not there every single night, basically, on streaming. Since the online audience is always frothing at the mouth for content, they'll find other streamers elsewhere to fill that void because it's such a competitive space. Maybe they come back, maybe they don't. And maybe they do come back, but they don't have a Twitch Prime, right? Like, there's just so many things at play that do ultimately have a big impact on the person's income when they're a streamer, which is why you very rarely see streamers take a long vacation, or even if they do take a vacation, they still stream during it. Because it's kind of scary not to, because even just taking 1 day off can result in a drastic decline overnight, basically. So for Tfue to talk about this, like, I understand the perspective where if he wasn't streaming every single day, and I know he had a Twitch contract, so he also had minimum hour guaranteed that he had to hit, which I imagine was probably like 160 or maybe 180 hours would be my guess, but I'm just speculating. If he's not doing that every single day, it's hard to make up those hours, and it's also hard to hold on to his audience and that subscriber base. So it could absolutely be a really mentally shitty thing to go through. So I understand why that would be frustrating and make him feel like, you know, he can't really set aside time to do other things that he wants to do outside of streaming. And in the video, he said something that I think is a really interesting look at how the perspective shifts once someone reaches that level and is kind of trapped doing the same stuff. He said that in the beginning, gaming was an escape from reality, but now reality is an escape from gaming for him, because it's now just become something that he is completely obligated to do and isn't finding enough joy in anymore to make it feel like he's spending his time in a good way that makes him happy. Now, he's in a very fortunate position where he has generational wealth. He has oodles of clams, millions upon millions of dollars that he can use to live his life to the absolute fullest and do the most thrilling shit imaginable if he chooses to off the internet. And I think he recognizes how lucky he is, because there's countless people that would love to just leave their 9 to 5 to be able to explore what makes them happiest. And that's fundamentally what Tfue's doing. He's just in a fortunate, lucky position that he is financially secure enough to just step away from his job, his career. And this video is just letting his audience know, like, guys, I really appreciate the support, but it's time to move on to the next chapter of my life, which I think is a totally respectable thing. Now, this is a question I get asked a lot, and especially more recently because of so many YouTubers doing things like Tfue is, making these announcements about very long breaks or all this burnout that they're experiencing, or just outright calling it quits. I've been getting asked if there's ever a period that I plan on stopping, making videos or streaming. Because I've been making shit online since 2007, so it's been a good 16 years here. I actually started in 2006, but I've told all those stories quite a bit. I'm not just gonna give you the lore dump yet again. But, I'm starting to get a little gray in the face here. So is there ever a time where I just plan on calling it quits? And my answer is always a resounding no. me making shit online is what makes me happiest. I have always been doing this shit because I have fun doing it. It's never been like an obligation for me or something I feel forced to do. I've just always done it purely for the love of it. So I couldn't imagine a time where I just hate it and like get made miserable by it and need to step away or something like that. But I always understand people who do. And I think one of the main contributing factors to that I've discussed a lot is when a creator gets kind of pigeonholed into one type of content and they feel like they can't branch out from it, it leads to them getting really made miserable by it, feeling forced to keep doing one thing forever. No one wants to do the same song and dance a million times. Eventually they want to try other things, but online, taking that step to try other things is extremely scary because it comes with a really real risk of losing a lot of your audience or making things that they won't enjoy or, just driving people away. And that's your entire career. That's your livelihood. You can't really take chances like that for a lot of creators. So it's always a very difficult thing to do, but I think it's the most rewarding thing as well. Because there's very few people that will be content making the exact same thing that they've been making for a decade. It takes a very strong mental to keep doing the same shit forever without wanting to try other things. But again, for a lot of creators, they feel like they need to, and I think that's what really leads to a lot of that burnout and that feeling of needing to take breaks, because the endless grind monotony of just doing it all day after day, this fucking same stale routine, gets to be draining. So I really think that a lot of the big contributing factors that make other creators burn out, I don't really have myself because I do such an incredibly large variety of content and so much different shit. Like, literally, we just started a wrestling league, our own wrestling promotion a few months ago that we're going so hog wild with. Like, we're constantly doing new things. I'm constantly trying different types of content, doing all kinds of wild shit. So I just never really experienced that. Now, of course, I can't speak for like 40 years in the future here, but I just don't really envision a time where I'm going to stop having fun making things. So right now, I don't foresee a future where I just call it quits on creating content or anything like that. But again, with all of these other creators that are talking about this, I really do get it from their perspective on how it gets to that point, even with a job like YouTubing or streaming, a dream job. So yeah, I kind of just wanted to go over this whole topic here. I'm wishing Tfue the absolute best, and I hope whatever he decides to do now post content creation is something that makes him extremely happy. He deserves it. Everyone deserves to pursue what makes them happiest, and Tfue's in a lucky position that he gets to do that. So wishing him the best, and anyone else that's recently announced breaks or calling it quits on content creation, I hope whatever they choose to do next is something that makes them feel very happy. So yeah, just wanted to talk about it. That's about it. So yeah. I'm on my hands and knees. I'm begging you, please stop making me do this. I can't handle much more. I'm running out of juice. It's like that meme when you nut but she keeps sucking, and it's that clip of Frieza like screaming out in agony as he's getting drained. That's how I feel when it comes to every unhinged decision that Elon Musk makes with Twitter. I can't help it though. I need goofiness like a fish needs water, and there is nothing goofier than everything that keeps happening on Twitter. I've made like 7 videos about it, and I don't even want to, but I can't stop myself. Where there is wackiness, I will be there. When silliness is afoot, I will be there. Which means I have to be here making fun of Twitter again. God damn it, heavens to Betsy, I can't even call it Twitter because its name is now X, the platform formerly known as Twitter. Even its name is the pure essence of lunacy because he changed it to just the letter X because Elon Musk's brain is an incomprehensible enigma of cringe. A month can't go by without some other embarrassing fuck up from Elon Musk with the handling of this platform. So go ahead and reset your days since last workplace related cringe accident because we're starting again. It has only been a couple of weeks since the last the last nugget of dog shit ideas from Elon reared its disgusting head, where he made the tagline for X on the App Store, "Blaze your glory." Brother, my glory is still blazing. I want it to stop. I am so tired of making fun of this platform and Elon, but I can't stop myself because he just keeps doing dumber and dumber shit. Today, this homunculus goober must have taken some ayahuasca and hatched an unfathomably ridiculous idea, stating that the block feature is soon going to be deleted except for DMs, and then even had the gall to reply to that, saying it makes no sense. It doesn't make any sense. He's absolutely right. That makes no fucking sense at all to remove the block feature. So obviously, this set everyone's glory ablaze. Now, I think what he was trying to say is that the block feature itself doesn't make any sense, which is why they're removing it, which is just delusional. And it's also not surprising because Elon Musk is the epitome of delusional. He is, if that word came to life, he is the very incarnation of delusion made flesh. He is a clown that never stops dancing and honking his nose, making me giggle and spit up, forcing me to point and laugh at him while shooting spitballs and throwing tomatoes. Like, I don't want to keep talking about every bafflingly awful decision that he keeps making. You know what I do want to talk about, though, real quick before getting back to this topic? We just made a huge change to my first ever live event coming up on September 8th. So, when it launched, there was only one ticket option available, which was for September 8th, 9th, and 10th, and you couldn't go individual days. That was because we were instructed that that'd probably be the optimal way of doing it because they've never done individual days at that venue. But after talking with them, we were able to get individual tickets available. So if you want to just go on Saturday or just want to go on Sunday, it'll be $25 for a day ticket, and it'll be like about 5 or 6 hours per day that will be there. And it's going to be just a big party, meet and greet, and it's going to be basically having a big fucking hootenanny for our Moist Esports Apex team as we win the World Championship September 8th, 9th, and 10th. So if you're interested, it's our first live event. Really excited. You can get tickets at strazcenter.org. I'll put a link to it in the description. Now, I'm sure I don't need to explain why it's a bad idea to remove the block feature, but I'm going to go ahead and indulge here because I've seen a lot of people defending this, saying, you know, we don't even need the block feature. Elon's right. It is redundant. It's useless. I'll start by explaining that there are differences between muting and blocking. The biggest one is a muted user can still follow you, see you, even, quote, retweet you. They can still interact with you. A blocked user cannot. A blocked user can do none of those things. It basically just cuts them off, slams the door in their face. And I've seen a lot of people saying that taking away the block feature is actually a great move for free speech because Elon Musk is a free speech absolutist. And I have to say, you are really deep in the brainwashing protocol here. You are lost in the mainframe. At its core, this is taking away a choice you as an individual get to make for yourself. It's taking away one of your freedoms to choose who or what you want or don't want to interact with. I don't see why anyone would consider this a W. Why would you celebrate having less freedoms? It doesn't make sense to me. It blows my mind. I understand a lot of people don't like to think for themselves. Having individuality is scary. It's easier to just exist in a hive mind or an echo chamber. But it's still just ridiculous to me that anyone would think that it's good, that something is getting taken away that's become such a very basic thing. So basic and so fundamental to the internet experience that it's actually one of the terms and conditions for X as a platform to even be able to be listed on the Google Play Store and the App Store. Both of these require a user's ability to block things and users they don't want to see. So if X does remove it, they may jeopardize their position on the app stores, which would be wildly detrimental to the overall health and future of the platform. So this is a decision that could potentially sink X down the line if they can no longer exist on the two biggest platforms that people download it. So it's something that I feel most people should recognize isn't good. There's nothing to be gained from losing an ability for yourself to make a choice for yourself as opposed to letting someone else do it for you. One of the main arguments I've seen in support of the block feature is that it's used by people to silence their critics. It's the town square, and you shouldn't be able to avoid criticism and hide in your bubble. And I'm sure to a certain extent there are people that'll block accounts in order to hide from criticism, but it never silences it. That criticism will always exist whether or not that user is blocked. So if we're going to stick with this whole town square shit, this would basically just be like them leaving the town square, which everyone can do. Like, it's super simple to grasp. Blocking an account doesn't just silence criticism or anything like that. And most people, I imagine, are using the block feature on bots or OnlyFans link spammers or like stalkers or weirdos, dangerous psychopaths on the platform. Like, I imagine the block feature is mainly used against like those kind of accounts, especially in the modern landscape of X where it is so much spam and so many bots. Like OnlyFans spam has become so commonplace. Any tweet you go to, you are guaranteed to find at least 1,000 that just replies with OnlyFans links. So a lot of people block those accounts so they can't do that anymore. So it's not just poisoning all kinds of discussion on the platform. I don't see how there's a good argument that can be made for removing the block feature. Muting doesn't accomplish the same goal. It accomplishes something similar, but not quite the same. Now, if I may blaze your glory for a moment, I actually would like to speculate on how this idea may have even formed in his noodle, because I do have a working game theory. So, it's become very clear over the last few years that everyone in Elon's life is just a yes man and constantly baby him, powder his little bottom, and make sure that he's always happy and not throwing tantrums. So, I think what must have happened is, last evening, he was having dinner, he was at the high chair, bib on, having a wonderful scrumptious meal, an exquisite cuisine prepared by his personal chef. But it was time to eat the vegetables, and everything I've seen from Elon leads me to believe that he's not really a man that likes vegetables. He strikes me as someone that's very much against it, at least in my little fanfic up here in the story I'm crafting. So, he was probably apprehensive about it. Probably one of his assistants had to put the vegetables on a spoon and get him excited for it, like, oh, here comes the rocket ship, Elon, open wide, it's got a dock. Elon's like, hey, excuse me, that's not a rocket ship, there's no propulsion system there. But then they fed him the vegetables anyway. And he was so disgusted, he said, oh, gross, you're fired. I need to calm myself down, I'm going on X to post a dank-ass meme. But while scrolling, he realized that he wasn't getting the engagement he was used to, which then led him down the rabbit hole where he discovered that he is far and away the most blocked account across the entire platform. And he said, why, I oughta? You block me? No. No more, we're shutting it down. And that leads us to today. I really think that was probably the impetus for this. He probably realized that the engagement was lower, and most likely because everyone blocks him because he is insufferable to read from on Twitter. His memes are absolute fucking trash, and all of his replies are either stolen from other people or just fucking horrible. So he's highly blocked, and I think that made him upset. It hurt his feelings, and so he's getting rid of that feature entirely. That's my theory. That's my working hypothesis here. That's the only thing that I can almost rationalize. Because why else would you take away a basic feature that every platform ever has had since basically the dawn of the internet? The bad ideas from Elon just don't stop. I truly am exhausted from talking about the platform formerly known as Twitter and Elon's decisions with all of it. Like, I'm so tired of talking about it, but it just keeps getting sillier. I can't not talk about it. I have to. I do. But maybe a longer break then. Go 2 or 3 months without making another disastrously, incomprehensibly terrible decision for the platform, so that way I can feel rejuvenated when I come back to laugh at you. Just give us a break. Just give us like a bit of a respite between this awful decision and whatever the next one's going to be. That's all I'm asking. Maybe just like a halftime. Just give it a little halftime. Just a little breather. That's really about it. See ya. In a battle, there's always a winner and a loser. And unfortunately, this time around, we have lost the holy war against Netflix. Netflix recently put the kibosh on password sharing in a move that I thought would be the downfall of the platform, since everyone in the world shares a Netflix account with many people. I thought this would just have the entire streaming service circling the drain, but I couldn't have been more wrong. My prediction was more incorrect than the people that thought the world was ending in 2012, because according to the latest data published this week by an analytics firm called Antenna, they've reported that Netflix has seen the biggest spike in subscriber signups since they started tracking that data in 2019. When I first read that report, I legitimately did a Mr. Beast thumbnail of like actual shock, because I was completely convinced that once people were kicked off their Netflix accounts that they were sharing with so many others, they wouldn't pay to sign up again and just shell out big clams for a service that has such a weak catalog. Like, what the fuck is there to even watch on Netflix? Unless you're a huge fan of The Hype House, or Tall Girl 1 and 2 of the Tall Girl Cinematic Universe, or, God help you, Big Mouth. If you watch Big Mouth, consider this an intervention. You need professional help. That show is criminally awful. Like, I just didn't see a reason why people would, fork over big doubloons to re-sign up to Netflix when there's really nothing worth watching on there right now. Aside from the 1 or 2 times a year where they actually do have something good on their platform, like Stranger Things, for example, But that doesn't come around often. That's like a winter solstice, right? Like, you don't need to have Netflix year-round just to watch those two decent productions that they introduce. So I was just very surprised that so many people signed up again after getting kicked off. In fact, to go a bit deeper, who remembers the hit series Resident Evil on Netflix? The original production that was an insulting mess to the actual franchise that it was borrowing from? Well, I think that the way that show talks about Umbrella Corporation is really apt for Netflix itself. But instead of Umbrella Corporation creating the T-virus, Netflix is creating the P-virus, because all of their shows are P. Actual fucking urine quality productions that are infecting the viewers into thinking that they need to be paying for the service. You don't. Let me be the light in the darkness here. You don't have to be paying fucking $8, $15, or $20 a month for Netflix now that you've been kicked off of the account that you've been sharing with for the last decade. You got spit in your face from Netflix. You don't have to wipe it off and say, thank you, can I have some more? Out of every major streaming service, aside from jokes like Peacock, Netflix has perhaps the weakest catalog. You do not have to be paying $8, $15, or $20 a month in order to have access to a fucking snooze fest on Netflix. You don't. But we have lost this war. This clearly was a very successful move from Netflix. This worked out extremely well for them. Password sharing on Netflix was more common than the cold, so I just really was under the impression that when you take that away, I think the number was 100 million accounts were password sharing. So when you kick off that many people, I just did not expect such a large percentage of them to come back, like, all happy. And especially not this quickly. Like, they got kicked off and then lickety-split signed up immediately again. So it really worked out for them, but I wish that it didn't, because they've for so long encouraged password sharing, and I really don't like the way that they're going about the crackdown on password sharing. There's definitely better ways that aren't as costly to families that have multiple people across multiple households. You don't have to charge fucking per person, and it's extremely strict on exactly how it all works. I've gone over the specifics of it in a couple of videos before, so I'm not just going to keep repeating myself. I'm just surprised. Like, I'm just out here befuddled at how successful this has been for Netflix. Now, I would like to mention that they have received a lot of cancellations as well. They've seen an increase in cancellations, but the new signups are outpacing those by a wide margin. Netflix received nearly 100,000 daily signups on May 26th and May 27th already, and it's just absolutely popping off for their bottom line right now. So it always sucks to lose, but unfortunately, you just gotta be humble even in defeat. Sometimes you just take a bite of that BLT sandwich. Hold the B and T, it's just a fucking L sandwich. And that's one of those cases here. I do think that this is also going to be wildly detrimental for every other streaming service, because on every streaming service, most people are sharing passwords. You know, spoiler alert, everyone is sharing passwords when possible. And now that the Netflix crackdown has been extremely financially successful for the company, I do envision very soon there will be crackdowns on every other platform as well. So password sharing might be a thing of the past. I feel like it's going to be outlawed across the board on streaming services, and that fucking sucks. All I can really hope for now is that the way that the other streaming platforms crack down on password sharing isn't as strict as Netflix. Hopefully there's some wiggle room for families to actually be able to share passwords to some degree, as opposed to charging so much money for a big family or a family that's across multiple households. So that's something we just have to wait and see on, but I do think that's coming, so just put that on your calendar, mark it down for the near future. Rest in peace, password sharing, and yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Some of the most important moments of your life that shape who you are as a person are the moments that you do something for the first time. Your first meal that was more than just mashed carrots and breast milk. Your first birthday. Your first time going to school. Your first time hitting a 3-point jump shot buzzer beater in a high-stakes basketball game. Your first kiss. Your first friend. Your first enemy. I still remember my first online critic. Shoutouts to Boney Tony from the GameFAQ.com forums. you diabolical son of a bitch. I will never forgive you for the things you used to say about my Battlefield Bad Company 2 Fun Tactics videos. You revolting bastard. You're still on my naughty list. Point is, life is a journey of firsts. And today, I'm taking another step on that journey by doing a first for my channel. I'm going to just be going full-blown gushing grannies on something that I think is criminally underappreciated right now. I don't ever do this because I feel like there's just not a lot of things that are genuinely underrated. I see this trend a lot with YouTubers and Reddit in particular in a big way. This is a goddamn full-blown epidemic on Reddit and has been since its inception, where they'll be like, does anyone else remember this little obscure diamond? And then it's a picture of like Red Dead Redemption. Or, I bet none of you remember this hidden gem, it just never got the love it deserved. And then it's a picture of Star Wars Battlefront 2. Like, people choose these things and pretend like they were underrated just so it feels more special, when 9 times out of 10 that's not the case. So when I talk about something being underrated, it's something that I genuinely feel most people aren't talking about, haven't talked about, or maybe don't know about, or maybe they forgot about. So that's today's topic, because there is a show that just finished for the season that I really feel most people let slide under the radar for some reason. And I just think that's such a shame, because it does something I've never seen a show do before, which is taking a huge risk in changing everything about it in a big way. And it worked off magnificently if people had only given it a chance. Now, the show I'm talking about is probably one you have heard of because season 1 was huge. It's an anime called Vinland Saga. Vinland Saga Season 1 was up there with Demon Slayer in terms of how talked about it was. And it's a show that gets my dog excited too. Isn't that right, Tetra? I know, it's a banger. It is a banger, I know. And everyone liked the season of Vinland Saga. First season was a smashing success, and Season 2 was rolling around with people hyped for it. But after a handful of episodes, the vast majority of people just dropped it, abandoned it, and never went back and forgot about it. In the wise words of Call of Duty Modern Warfare, 50,000 people used to love this show. Now it's a ghost town. And I feel like that's absolutely sinful. Vinland Saga Season 1 and Season 2 is night and day. Season 2 is absolutely nothing like Season 1, which I imagine is why most people dropped it, because I don't even know why I'm speculating. That is why most people dropped it, because a lot of them called it boring. Season 1 of this show is very action-oriented. It follows the story of Thorfinn, who's a very young child, the son of a very powerful Viking, who watches his dad die right in front of him and swears that he is going to dedicate his life to kill the man responsible, Askeladd. And he joins Askeladd's team, perpetually training to be strong enough to kill him, because Askeladd is a very strong warrior and Thorfinn needs to train hard in order to get that revenge. So season 1 is all about Thorfinn training to kill Askeladd. It's a story of revenge at any cost. He dedicates his life from the time where he's a child to the time where he's a young adult just killing. He's killing for Askeladd and part of his crew in order to get the experience, become strong enough to finally eventually kill Askeladd to avenge the death of his father. And all of Season 1 is very focused on this relationship between Askeladd and Thorfinn. It's a really well-written show. It's not just mindless action. They are great characters. I still think Askeladd is one of the best villains anime's really ever seen, and he was only here for 1 season. I don't want to get into spoilers, but in order to talk about why Season 2 flopped for so many people, I have to. So, spoiler warning, Season 1 ends with Askeladd dying, and Thorfinn was not the one to kill him. So this leaves a void in the soul of Thorfinn because he spent his whole life with one goal in mind. He is actually he is a single-celled organism, and that cell is fucking vengeance. He wants to kill Askeladd no matter what. That was his whole reason for existing. And now, he watched Askeladd die and he didn't get to do it. Thus, he'll never be able to actually avenge his father. It also leaves him feeling more confused than I was at the end of Inception. He spent his whole life just trying to kill Askeladd, wanting to kill Askeladd, but he also spent his whole life with him, training with him, eating with him, battling with him. It kind of became like Askeladd was his father figure. So he was also just kind of heartbroken to see him die as well. So it was a whole wave of conflicted feelings on everything, and Thorfinn was broken from it. Season 1 ends with that. Season 2 picks up a little bit into the future, and we're looking at a very different Thorfinn. He's hollow, he's empty, he's a fucking shell of a man, he's a husk. He's now a slave on a farm, doing labor with no real purpose for living, and we get to learn about Thorfinn and watch him kind of figure himself out. Season 2 has almost no action. It is very much focused on being a character piece of Thorfinn and following his journey from just a killing machine, a damn near ass-beaten immortal deity of cheek clapping on the battlefield, to now being a farmer. He is a slave, and he's coming to terms with all of the evils that he's taken part in, and it makes him sick. Eventually, he does, I don't want to get into big spoilers here, but he does reconcile, like, the things he did is unforgivable, and he wants to dedicate his life to helping people instead of killing people. Season 2 is all about this journey with Thorfinn, and a lot happens throughout there. There is action, there is fighting, but not nearly to the level of Season 1. It's not the focal point anymore. And that's why most people found it boring. Like, I don't even think there's a single fight until, like, episode 7, and it's like a small-scale one. It is not at all an action series anymore. And for a lot of people, that sucked fuck. They were really upset about it. You can see a lot of people talking about how boring it is every single week until they eventually drop it, and now they look back on the series poorly. They think it's shitty. They don't like the direction it went. A lot of people view it like it was the vegetables of the meal. Like they had a beautiful, succulent entree for season 1 of Vinland Saga, and now they're stuck here eating the Brussels sprouts and the kale. And they didn't like the taste of it. And I think that sucks, because what Vinland Saga did with Season 2, I find extremely brave, and it is a masterclass in character development. I've never seen character development like this in an anime before, period. They took a character who was very one-dimensional in Season 1. He just wants revenge. That's it. They spent the entire season driving that home. Now, there is some character development to Thorfinn throughout Season 1, but not like in a tremendous way. From the start of the show to the end of the show, he wants to be a warrior. He wants to kill. He wants to avenge his dad. And it stays that way for the whole season. And he'll do anything to do it. Kill everyone, kill anyone, doesn't matter. He'll fucking slam 2 innocent civilians' heads together like Stone Cold's beer, blowing their skulls wide open if it means that he gets a little closer to killing Askeladd. It didn't matter to him. Season 2, that character's not there anymore. It is a completely different Thorfinn. And they explore it in such an amazing way. It gets so deep and philosophical. Like, I've never seen an anime even bother going as hard as this one does for a character arc. And it's not just Thorfinn, he is the focus, but every character that surrounds him is either the perfect foil or a perfect view of, like, the old Thorfinn. Because there are other people around him that only want to kill. And there's very strong warriors around him, and they do fight. And there's just so much to Season 2. I don't want to get into spoilers because I really do recommend it. I just think it's heartbreaking to see a show that put such an emphasis on doing something special and then getting shit on for it. Now, of course, there are still people that call this Peakland Saga, talking about how it's like the best season in anime, but that's not the majority of people. Most people probably watch anime just for the sake of action and fights, because that's kind of what the medium gets known for in, like, a mainstream audience, and there's nothing wrong with that. I want to make it clear, if you don't like the slow burn character piece of Season 2 of Vinland Saga, you're not wrong for it. It's not, I'm not coming over here as like the opinion police spitting on you for it, for not being sophisticated enough to appreciate good writing or whatever. I just find it a bit sad and even a little surprising that more people didn't appreciate this direction, because they took a character that, again, is very simple, and they fleshed them out over the course of an entire season to make them an extremely impressively deep character. Flawed, fleshed out, and really goes through this journey of struggle and self-realization that I haven't seen really explored in a mainstream anime before. And just so many people write it off as boring or uninteresting, saying how it fell off, and it hurts to see, I guess. I think Season 2 of Vinland Saga is extraordinary. I love Season 1. I still think the action in Season 1 is absolutely fantastic. And there is action in Season 2, and I think it's good. I think they still do a great job with it, but again, it's very rare. And when the action is there, that shit is still slapping. But again, that is not what's front and center here. I really appreciated the risk they took, because they didn't just take a risk and then fall flat on their face. I really think they nailed it. I think they absolutely fucking crushed it. It is a beautiful character piece. Well, and not just one character. Every character in Season 2 is really good for the most part. It's just one of those things where, you know, it's basically like if a restaurant changed its menu without letting the customers know. So Vinland Saga Season 1 was serving up fucking ass on the menu, and that was a real succulent, juicy set of cheeks. And then you come back to Vinland Saga Restaurant for Season 2 expecting ass, but this time you're getting tits. And you're like, well, I was more of an ass guy. That's kind of what has happened here with Vinland Saga. And for me, I think the ass and the tits are both great. I really, really do think Season 2 of Vinland Saga is something special that if most people had just given a chance, would have really come to enjoy. There is no shortage of just mindless action anime. There is no shortage of just fucking turn your brain off, shove popcorn in your face shonen, and that's great. There's nothing wrong with that, just having a good time with it. But this is one of the few anime that actually gets very, very thought-provoking and very deep on a level that most don't even dare to go. So I just think Vinland Saga Season 2 is criminally underrated and overhated by people that just found it boring. So yeah, anyway, I just want to talk about it a little bit because it's been on my mind since I finished the season finale a few days ago. I was going to make a moist meter for it, but I felt like that just wouldn't do it justice. I really wanted to dive in even deeper here and explain why I think it is a very, very good season of anime that most people aren't even giving a chance. So yeah, that's really about it. See ya.
Yeah, it's shameful to admit this, but I actually fell for one of the oldest scams in the book live on stream a few days ago. Many of you know that one of my favorite streaming activities is doing a bad games night. It's where I dumpster dive through Steam's new releases to find super stinkers that nobody has ever heard of and nobody's ever played. It's a lot of fun to find enjoyably terrible games, and a lot of times I'm the first and only person to ever beat the game, which means I also end up being a speedrun champion in the game. Now, while doing a bad game nights 2 days ago, I found a game called Greed of Man. Looking back on it all now, with hindsight being 2020, I recognize that the name Greed of Man was actually a subtle little joke from the developer laughing in the face of everyone who bought the game, spitting on them, literally giving them a wedgie. It's shocking how deep this rabbit hole went, and I certainly didn't expect it. So, Greed of Man looked like just a potentially fun, shitty game. It was a very low-effort, asset flip open-world game with VoIP, and it had overwhelmingly negative reviews, so it immediately caught my eye. It looked like it could be fun shitty, which I always enjoy. And it also happened to cost $30. The hubris to charge $30 for something that took less than 30 minutes to develop. I thought there was potential to have a very fun shitty game here, so I forked over the clams. And luckily, I caught it at the right time. It was on sale, so it was only $20. What a massive saving. $20 for the worst experience I've ever had on Bad Games Night. The game's not a scam just because it's bad. I'm going to get into it in a moment. It's a legitimate, genuine scam by all definitions. So, anyway, Mr. Krabs charges $30 for this game. I play it. I recognize the game is really bad, and I just wanted to see what the community was saying about it, because it wasn't just bad, it was empty. There was nothing to do. Nothing worked. It was non-functional. So I went to the Steam forums just to see what the hubbub was about, and it turns out this game was actually developed by a TikTok star. His name is Nick the User, and he is apparently notorious for making fake games and hosing his audience down for money, buying into the idea that he's a great game developer releasing hit products, fucking bangers. But he's apparently released a handful of games, none of which he ever actually completed, but made quite a bit of money off the back of his audience, and Greed of Man was his latest endeavor into this fucking swamp that he's created. So, Greed of Man was a game that never was supposed to even be completed in the first place, and he spent a couple months hyping up Greed of Man on TikTok, saying that he's releasing the next GTA 6 online, and it's going to be free to play. Greed of Man is going to be free to play. The game is free. And it turns out, the game wasn't free. He dropped it for $30 fucking. And actually, as of 5 hours ago, as of recording this, Nick said, listen, I heard all of your feedback. I'm lowering the price from $30 to $10. What a fucking angel. But anyway, so he lied about it being free, and he charged a lot for it, but the reason it's a scam isn't just because of the blatant false advertising or the stealing of other developers' assets against their will and getting blasted for it, getting called out publicly for the stolen assets, but
he actually does something else here that is actually a fucking phishing scam, pretty much. I don't want to spoil the surprise, so let me just show you the stream clips from when I got scammed live. I'm gonna check this one out. I want to see what kind of town they've got cooked up over there right now. So it's just Gmod RP. Doesn't really seem Gmod-esque. Alright, let's see how greedy these men are. They got Daft Punk on the banner there, that's kind of hype. This is so tedious. Alright, let's get it. Let me make sure this shit isn't like open mic or something. Is this a player? No, this is the item manager, the manager. How do I get this off my screen? I can see myself moving around here in the fog. Alright, so there's apparently 8 players in this bitch. I want to go find them. Oh, there's one. Oh, he's gonna tase me. How do I put my hands up? Wonder what he's gonna do. Does he work here? How does he have a job here? It wouldn't let me. You have to be in uniform. Well, he didn't give me a fucking uniform. Where am I supposed to get it? Enjoy your dough, Erica. God, this place is popping off. This guy's come over here and then blue screened in his brain, I guess. Where are the other players at? God, I hope it's not open mic. I'd be so embarrassed. Oh, I heard a shot. Did that come from outside, or did one of the remaining 7 players just kill himself in one of the hotel rooms here? I can't believe I spent $20 on this. I'm ending it. I've had enough. No, it's just not free. It's $20 and it was on sale. Oh my god, how big is this building? Jesus. Imagine getting this room here. They were really ambitious. They thought they'd have a huge player base. Man, imagine being the stupid asshole that buys this penthouse suite. There's no elevator or anything quick to get down, so here comes a 20-minute run downstairs. What are the reviews like on this game? Hold on. Is there something I'm missing? I know it has overwhelmingly negative reviews, but there's got to be something to it, right? There's got to be something. So everything is not recommended. I cannot recommend this game for 2 simple reasons. Why the fuck are we used to create an account by using login Steam on your website? It's true, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, dude's got my fucking Steam info now, I guess. This is just a disaster. You can't really do anything. This is just a scam game. I didn't play much, but can already see the game's bad. Don't support Nick. He's a scammer and not even a real game developer. He abandoned his only 2 other games and already gave up on this game before stating he's in way over his head. He heavily advertised this game as free just a few months ago and is now making $3K a month on Patreon for making literal garbage. Wait, how deep does this rabbit hole go?
I'd like to introduce you all to...
What the fuck? Did I just fall for a big scam? Well, I mean, the game sucks ass. Like, there's nothing to do here. It is a scam, but, like, is it, like, a well-known scam? This TikTok star is scamming his audience with fake games. I fell for a scam. I'm not his audience, and I still got scammed.
To Nick, a self-proclaimed game developer
Son of a
who has amassed
bitch.
a following of almost 750,000 followers on TikTok, promoting his now-released early access title called Greed of Man.
Oh, that's what I'm playing right
The
now.
developer, I don't say that lightly.
I can't believe it. Man, Bad
Nick
Game
first
Night
entered
got
the
me
TikTok
scammed.
Space on September 14th,
Yeah,
2021.
I have
He was
to
adding a
change
car
my
to
shit
his
here.
game called Tomorrow's Past.
Existed GTA Online. And this became a huge issue as of a couple weeks ago when I realized that my workflow was not going to finish this game in time. This game would take...
In time for what, man? Like, what? You don't work for a publisher. You're your own boss. In time for what? What are you talking about, brother? God, I got scammed by a 16-year-old surfer frat douchebag. That was $20 right down the shitter, too. Yeah, I'm just gonna refund it. But he still gets the $20, unfortunately. Man! And it looks so good, too. To think, if only a developer who cared had their hands on this, they could make Catnap Homes a real success. I'll take one more last look around this beautiful world before saying my goodbyes to it. Damn you, Nick! Damn you! Oh my god, there's another victim of the scam. That's probably Nick himself. Charles, turn off that video, it's a lie. The game's great, I'm still working on it. Give me time! Hey! Hey, Buster, can you hear me? It's supposed to be like an RP style game, but there's no settings for like voice, so I'm guessing that's not actually here. And there's also only one audio setting, which is voice, but with no way of getting voice. Hey, you stupid asshole, stop. If you can hear me, stop running. I'll give you 100 Robux if you stop running. Yeah, if he could hear me, he would have stopped for sure on the Robux. Let's see what he does. There's two of you? No, these have to be bots. No way. No way. Nah, no shot. Bots. Okay. I'm gonna refund this so that way Nick doesn't get all of my $20 here. I want to see how much how often he scams. Hold on, what's his TikTok doing right now? Because this is brand spanking new scam here. This is fresh off the press. I was one of the early adopter victims here. That doesn't feel good. Yeah, I'm gonna go change my shit in just a second. Hold on. Okay, refund notice is in. Let me change my Steam information. I think, let me run through how I think this goes. I think what's happened here is Nick has made games like this, which are basically like GTA Online or Roblox open world, come in, come on. And what happens is when you try and play the game, you have to sign up on his website, which I did, and you have to link your Steam, which I did, like an absolute buffoon. So I think what he does then is he maybe sells your information somewhere. I don't think he uses it. Like, I don't think he actually logs into accounts to steal things. I think he's just more of a data harvester type. That's my guess.
So, Big Fry just reviewed
Here he's addressing the scam video that I had up just a minute ago.
my game, calling me a scammer. Now, I'm a 17-year-old in high school, so...
I got scammed by a fucking 17-year-old! God! Jesus! I was kidding about calling him 16. He's actually a 17-year-old.
I don't exactly have all the time in the world to be developing. So, the fact that this adult that does YouTube video reviews on scam games is going to take my small project and call it a scam simply because the audience grew so fast and I gained so much traction and I didn't deliver like the next GTA 6.
What?
And again, the game's in early access state. I'm not done with it. I just wanted to get a couple people in to try testing things and...
Testing what things? Nothing worked. It was an empty world that I couldn't interact with anything. This is literally... He's just lying. It's $20 for an open asset world. All just asset flips. And you can't even interact with anything because it doesn't work.
bug fixing and adding new ideas that they come up with. And that's why the server sizes were only like 16 people. I wasn't expecting thousands of people to just jump into the game right away. So my
thousands of people didn't jump into the game. You had a peak player count of like 50. Brother.
servers could not keep up. And you can't be comparing my game to like extremely successful and long-lived developments and projects by big companies.
No one is.
Again,
you didn't make a
I'm
game.
high schooler. I'm still living life. This isn't the only thing I do. Like, you can't be calling my game a scam just because I didn't deliver some extremely amazing product to you.
You didn't deliver a product.
It honestly is a passion project of mine that I was just doing for fun, and it just so happened to gain a ton of traction. And it's kind of messed up to call it a scam, too, because scams are something where you get your money taken and you don't get anything out of it.
That's exactly. You just defined your game. I am now one of the victims here. That is your game. It is the textbook definition of a scam that you just recited.
It's a Steam game. You can buy the game, and if you don't like it, you refund it. It's not a scam. You keep your money. But I know
did
he
refund
gets his
it.
power trip by calling things shit and calling things scams, so I'll let him do his thing. So...
I found his burner. He even hearted it. I feel for you. The amount of hate is insane for a game that is genuinely good. You shouldn't focus on the hate. It only brings you down. From an account called Anonym. That's absolutely his burner. The game is not genuinely good. It's not a game. It wasn't a game.
But I find it pretty crazy. We went from free to play to this. Is Nick playing?
I don't think so.
So there is VoIP. It's just those two goobers weren't talking to me.
It's like 3 o'clock.
I've been doing bad game nights for fucking 4 years, and I've never had something like that happen. The closest thing I got to scammed in the past was I downloaded a game on Steam that didn't have the like actual executable file in it, which is like, okay, that is a scam, but at the very least it didn't steal my fucking Steam login information. There's an expression, you're only as old as you feel, and I gotta tell you, I'm feeling octogenarian recently. The biggest content online undoubtedly has been like TikTok-style content, like short, bite-sized pieces of either trends, challenges, or goofy dances, all of which I'm not really a fan of and I don't really understand. Nowadays, a lot of headlines leave me scratching my head, trying to even decipher if what I even read was English or even a human language to begin with. I swear to God, there's just like a new thing every day that it goes right over my head and makes no sense to me. Like, did you squeeb today? Turns out 9 out of 10 millennials don't even know how to glorb. Don't be a lame-o. Well, lame-o I understand, but all the other words in there, it sounds like it's out of a fucking Rick and Morty sketch. Like, I don't get it. So, like, I have to, like, research things that are popular these days in order to, like, not feel completely left out and in the dark. I'm actually starting to feel what it was like to be a parent during the rise of the internet, and your kids, like, telling you, you know, trendy things going on online, such as, like, 4chan with pools closed due to AIDS, and you don't know what the fuck they're talking about, like, what's Habbo Hotel, what's going on? I'm reaching that point. But, long-winded explanation to come to what I actually want to talk about today. There was something I really didn't understand a few days ago that blew up on Twitter with Skibidi Toilet. That made no sense to me. I didn't know what that was. It sounded like some kind of like bootleg toilet or something. But apparently it was is a huge YouTube trend, a huge branch of YouTube content. So I looked into it, and it's a series of Gmod shitposts that are getting like 20 million views a day per video. The channel Da Fuck Boom is a classic like Gmod shitposter, and over the last month he has gained over 2.9 billion views, over 7.2 million subs, and every month now for the last couple months is getting at least 2 billion views. He is blowing up all because of Skibidi Toilet. And that's the gift that keeps on giving, because everyone's suckling from that milky bosom of Skibidi Toilet, because anyone that's even making content around Skibidi Toilet, such as like, here's what you didn't understand about Skibidi Toilet number 33, hidden moments of Skibidi Toilet number 41, is this the end of Skibidi Toilet Cameraman in episode 42? Like, all kinds of like speculative like game theory Skibidi Toilet videos are also getting tens of millions of views every day. This is probably the biggest branch of content I've seen since Minecraft first blew up, and maybe even bigger than Roblox. Like, it's crazy how huge Skibidi Toilet is. It's got the Midas touch. If you just put that in your title, you're guaranteed success. So I went over it a little bit more on stream for anyone that doesn't know what I'm talking about, but I imagine most of you have heard it by now. It is big with children. It's content that is primarily being consumed by the younger generation, which is why a lot of people, you know, around our age here in the retirement home haven't heard of Skibidi Toilet, but I want to put it on the front of your radar, because for the first time in a long time, this is popular content geared towards younger viewers that I actually feel isn't dog shit. Whereas most of them I think is just actual trash. This one I think is pretty entertaining. I still didn't watch the latest Skibidi toilet. I can't wait. That's just wild that that's a sentence I comprehend now. I was completely oblivious to this, and this is one of like the biggest phenomenons I've ever seen on YouTube. So I really wanted to talk about this because I think it was 2 days ago. I saw a post on Twitter saying, I bet if you're over the age of 16, you've never even heard of this. And it was Skibidi toilet. And I thought it was one of those memes where it's like, oh, you're so old you probably don't even know what Baby Gronk rizzes up Livy Dunn becoming the new Drip King even means. These words don't have meaning to you, I bet. And I thought it was just going to be fake. But no, it turns out this Skibidi toilet thing is unbelievably massive. Like, super huge. Look at these views. 21 hours ago, 14 million. And what's crazy is I recognize this channel from a long time ago. They struck gold with Skibidi toilet. Every episode, well over 20 million views, pretty much. Like, it's unreal. And it's the gift that gives to the whole community. Like, you got the whole middle school lunch table spitting milk out of their nose with it. So all of these YouTube shorts are like digging into the lore. So they're like, it's actually the deepest lore ever. This is on par with, you know, some of Tolkien's best work. I've never seen such a such a lexicon of knowledge here, a cornucopia of little hidden Easter eggs. Like, it's mind-boggling how big this is. Like, they're putting it on the same level of, like, Game of Thrones, or rather, A Song of Fire and Ice, I suppose, like, when it comes to lore. So I got deep into this Skibidi toilet rabbit hole. It's so... Like, I'm actually happy that this is what's popular, though. I don't want to make it seem like I'm shitting on it, because this is actually reminiscent of what a lot of us in early YouTube grew up with as well. Someone made a great point on Twitter that no matter how much the internet changes, no matter how much humanity evolves, somehow there's something embedded deep in our DNA that has us gravitate towards Gmod content. Because this is just like old YouTube poops, this is just like old Gmod shitposts, and it's huge, all the same. So I am actually, like, this is the first time in a long time where I've been happy that something that I was completely oblivious to, that's big with children, I think is actually good content. Like, Skibidi toilet, I think, is fine. Like, it is very reminiscent of, like, old YouTube poop culture and all of that. So it's cool. It's like getting back to the grassroots. The world is resetting. Maybe finally the internet's beginning to heal. Because again, like, look at this. Like, just scrolling down a second. Skibidi toilet, 48 secrets. And there's like 1,000 of these videos. Like, anything that even has Skibidi toilet in it is an actual glitch in the YouTube ecosystem that guarantees you at least 1 million views. Anything Skibidi toilet. It's a cheat code right now. Like, look at this Skibidi toilet origin story. Like, they have been blessed with Skibidi toilet. What the fuck is this? Play one of the videos? I don't know if I can. I think it's copyrighted music. But it uses basically that old viral TikTok song. It's like this generation's fucking Crazy Frog. Fine, I'll play it real quick. Here, let me do like one of the first ones. Probably this one would be the best one. So this. It uses that, and then it does like a bunch of wacky things, and it evolves and grew into like a giant fucking war between Skibidi Toilet, the cameraman, Mr. Ass Blast or some shit. I don't know. It's got like layers to the narrative now, all stemming from that. It's literally old Gmod shitpost content, but blowing up in 2023. 2023 years after the death of our Lord, and we are still appreciating Gmod content. I just find that to be poetic and wholesome almost. Our species peaked with good shitposts. Why move from that? We did. For a while, we were straying from the light of God with like TikTok garbage content, like dumb challenges and dumb dances. But now, Skibidi Toilet's the new hotness. We're back. I'm gonna be honest, I think we're starting to get back to where it all began. We've got Skibidi Toilet, which is fucking huge. Gmod shitpost classics. And now we had that guy naring his butthole, like bare asshole. Fucking 30 million views on that. We're coming back. Like, a flip has switched somewhere along the space-time continuum, maybe after we discovered all those gravitational waves. But things are starting to fall into place again. It's feeling pretty good. How long till MySpace profile songs make a comeback? Oh, I'm telling you, give it 3 months. I bet Threads is going to make a thing where you can make a song autoplay on your Threads profile. I feel like we're like going back in YouTube or in internet history. Give it a couple months. And then you'll be able to do your top 8s again on Threads, where you can organize your top 8 follower friends on your homepage or some shit. What was your MySpace account name? It was just my name, Charlie. I had a website, a Pixo website. I've talked about this before. It was coldflames.pixo.com, where I used to talk a little bit about RuneScape, but I also posted a lot of like music on there from bands I liked, and unfortunately at the time my favorite band was Lost Prophets, so I had like Last Train Home or something playing on the homepage, and then I had an entire section dedicated to Rooftops from Lost Prophets, and then it turns out that the lead singer of that was one of the biggest pedophiles in the music industry's history, so that website didn't age very well. You know that wild feeling where you take notice of something and then you start seeing it everywhere soon after? For example, you're driving around on the road and your little peepers catch a glimpse of a unique blue car and you're like, man, that's a really interesting color for a car. I don't see that very often anymore. And then you'll drive like a block up the road and then all of a sudden there's like 8 blue cars that come out of nowhere, it seems, and it's like, damn, now I'm trapped in an alternate dimension where there's only blue cars. How did this happen? I just saw one for the first time in a long time a block ago. There's actually a word for that. It's called the frequency illusion, or the Bader-Meinhof phenomenon. I think that's how you pronounce it. I may have absolutely butchered it. I couldn't tell you. But basically what it is a cognitive bias where when you notice something for the first time, you start to notice it a lot thereafter. It kind of just puts that in your noodle and you become more perceptive and aware of it, and it makes it seem like all of a sudden it's more common than it is. I can still remember the first time I remember this happening to me. I was playing Grand Theft Auto Vice City and I saw a really rare vehicle that I don't think I'd ever seen before, so I did everything in my power to acquire it, and I finally do through blood, sweat, tears, elbow grease, and my little child brain was blown by how cool I felt with this new vehicle. And then as I'm driving away, there's like 8 more of those bitches driving in the opposite direction, and I was stunned. Now, maybe it was a game mechanic I never even bothered to check, but I think more likely than not, it was just an example of this frequency illusion. Point is, the reason I'm mentioning this, I just made a video covering that forklift ATM heist from like 2 days ago, and now, all of a sudden, I've been inundated with stories that are popping up about, like, heavy machinery robberies, and I feel like this just has to be another example of the frequency illusion, because there's no way that this is a very common crime. There is no way that there's some kind of mind plague that's infecting people's brains, making them believe that stealing excavators, forklifts, front-end loaders, garbage trucks, in order to commit crimes with them is a good idea that will somehow work. Like, there's just no way that it's that common. It has to be, I'm more perceptive of it now. But to argue against myself, I don't think there ever would have been a time where my eyes would just glaze past a headline that talks about a guy stealing a front-end loader and stealing motorcycles with a fucking front-end loader. Like, I feel like I would have always been aware of that. So maybe this is just becoming like the new crime meta. Just stealing, like, machinery you'd find at some kind of mining operation and using that to commit crime across the city with? I don't know. But this shit is wacky. Let me go ahead and show you this front-end loader robbery and subsequent low-speed pursuit. This is actually some wild work out of GTA right now. I feel like you could have accomplished the same thing with just a brick. Like, I don't even think you needed to steal the front-end loader, to be honest. Like, it was probably a lot more difficult to find this vehicle than it would be to just find, like, a big rock. Oh, wait. I see. Now I see what the plan was. Wait, this guy's galaxy brain. This is an incredible scheme. He got the Christmas presents. I mean, he's kind of busting up the bikes on the way home here. He's not doing a great job of securing the package.
Put it down, mate. He is not stopping. He is not stopping.
I was legitimately stunned by the depth of this plan having more layers to it than just take big vehicle, crash into building, and then go in and take the goodies and call it a night. This guy pre-planned this for what I imagine must have been months. He not only found a front-end loader that was prime for the pickin', but then he also went into the building with ratchet straps, I guess, and put them together as if it was like fucking grapes on a vine, and then had the perfect attachment for the front-end loader, the hook, in order to actually carry away the bikes on it. Like, there was a lot more than I would have expected here. Like, Jesus Christ, I was half expecting the front-end loader to turn into a goddamn Decepticon committing the crime. This was a shocking revelation. And, of course, the subsequent chase afterwards is where everything went tits up. He clearly only planned the first part and not the second part. I don't know how he thought he could make some kind of inconspicuous getaway with a fucking rogue front-end loader with two motorbikes dangling off of it like truck nuts. Like, there was no world where that wouldn't tip off the authorities. And this is not exactly the optimal getaway vehicle. So you can see the vehicle's not really zooming around too quickly and the bikes are banging against each other. I also couldn't help but giggle at the officer telling him to put it down like it's a child who's got a cookie he wasn't supposed to have before eating his vegetables. Like, brother, this man stole a front-end loader. You think he's just going to give up that easily? No. He is committed to this for the long haul.
Okay, run over the bikes. Everybody stay well clear of this tractor.
Oh, he already dropped them, but oh boy. Oh boy. This vehicle's not fast enough for this kind of engagement.
Okay, he's dropped the
And he shed the entire front battering ram. Oh god. I don't know how he gets out of this one. Unless his friend stole a helicopter and then gets like a giant magnet to airlift him out. I don't think there's any way he actually gets out of this situation though. Oh! Oh! He's ripping some gnarly maneuvers. This is a very interesting chase. We left the roads and now we're in God's country. Oh my god. Wait, the officer's on the tracks too. Wait, this officer action here is about it. This man's like, it's finally my chance. I didn't think I'd ever get to do this. We're gonna need a good Samaritan to pull him over in like an equally strong front loader. Fight fire with fire.
In the bush. Got all his clothing in the creek.
Oh boy. We're on foot now. He's naked.
Hands in the air now! Good boy, mate, good boy!
He tried to throw off the dog's scent by getting nude. But that was a pretty cool chase. That was one of the more interesting ones I've seen in a while. Should have found a skunk and got sprayed. Your brain is huge. That's such a good idea. Yeah, he could have hidden his scent if he had just subjected himself to the skunk smell. But then he still would have needed to find a really good hiding place where they wouldn't find him. Instead of throwing your clothes away, just dress up as a deer. I don't know. If you're going to try and disguise yourself, I think you actually have a better chance of disguising yourself as a cop. Like, imagine he gets out of the front loader, runs into the forest, and he has, like, a cop uniform waiting for him, complete with, like, flashlight and everything, and service pistol, and he's, like, just looking around and just talking with the boys. Like, you'd probably get further with that approach. They finally caught him, but this man was operating on, like, demon mode here. He hatched a nefarious plot with the front-end loader, and he tried to see it through, but he didn't quite have what it takes. I still can't believe that he had the chutzpah to steal a front-end loader, get the proper, like, hook attachment for it, get the ratchet straps, and set up the motorbikes in a way that they can be lifted out with the front-end loader and hook. But he didn't plan the most obvious part, which would be, how the fuck do you get away? He had no plan for that. All he did was start just driving down public roads and then was, like, shocked that the cops somehow got on his tail. I don't understand. And this is, like, as I mentioned in the very beginning, this feels like it's being more common with stealing things like excavators and forklifts and all that to commit wild crime. Like, it feels like it's being more common, but again, this could just be an example of the frequency illusion. I'm not sure yet. But anyway, it's always wild when that happens. Jinkies. It is always such an adventure to watch that. But anyway, yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. You all know me. I'm not a big believer in the paranormal. Ghosts, ghouls, goblins, gnomes, Wi-Fi, all just a bunch of horseradish if you ask me. And you know what else I didn't believe in until recently? One Piece being good. But now everything I thought I knew is crumbling around me because I am actually, finally, enjoying One Piece after 2 years of committing time to watching this to see if I'll ever enjoy it. I just finished Water 7 and Innie's Lobby, and I actually really liked those arcs. Now, typically this is a video I would post on my second channel, Moist Charlie Clips, because that's where I've been updating people on my One Piece progress, and it's also just a channel where I've been posting a bunch of other weird shit, so go subscribe to that channel, it'll make you more attractive. But the reason I decided not to put it on that channel this time is because this is such a pivotal moment in my anime viewing career. This is the biggest anime ever made, and biggest manga by extension, and I've never liked it. I've always shouted bah humbug about all the people going crazy about how good One Piece is. But now, after 300-something episodes, I'm finally enjoying it. I'd given One Piece so many chances over the years to really grip me, and it never has, so I always thought that everyone that was preaching the gospel of One Piece being the best fiction ever produced, I thought they were all just a bunch of lunatics, like solar panel scammers just making up lies. You know, I thought that whole concept that One Piece was anything more than dog shit was more made up than the boogeyman. But I decided about 2 years ago now to really buckle down, grit my teeth, and just catch up on One Piece to see if it ever actually gets good. I was willing to subject myself to some torture with early One Piece seasons in order to see if the grass was ever greener on the other side when we finally reach, like, episode 250. There's a very popular meme about, like, no, bro, you have to give it, like, 9 seasons before the show gets good. You have to watch, 400 episodes before you start to like it. You just have to invest the time in it to really get the payoff. And my god, that couldn't be more true for One Piece. It took me 300 episodes to finally get to this point. That's not exactly, that's not nothing. That's a long time spent of not enjoying something before you start liking it. Eating vegetables before you finally get to the main course that you wanted to eat. So I understand why people don't usually subscribe to that belief, like it's not worth investing that much time into a show you don't even like until like 300 episodes in where you get like hypnotized into liking it maybe. I get it. But for One Piece, you know what? I'll just say it's been worth it. I'm not conceding on any of the points I ever made about the previous seasons prior to Water 7, because I still think the pacing was glacial and bad. The outright refusal to actually kill any characters outside of flashbacks was cowardly and takes a lot of the wind out of the sails of stakes when it comes to the show, as well as a couple of other arguments I've made a lot in the past that I don't need to just regurgitate here. Up until this point, there wasn't a whole lot I liked about it other than a couple of characters like Zoro and Chopper, and I did like the Alabasta arc overall, but on the whole, wasn't really feeling One Piece. I wasn't exactly pumping my fist getting excited for it. It was a show that literally was a sleep aid. Like, this was the cure for insomnia for the first 240 episodes. Like, it was so goddamn boring and generic. I wasn't enjoying it. But then, once I got to Water 7, things really started to turn up. Like a lot of people said. Most people actually, when I was talking about this on stream across my journey, always said that you have to at least get to Water 7 before it gets really good. And I can't fucking believe it, but they were right. It actually is good. So, I'm not just going to repeat all of the things I've said on my second channel about One Piece so far with my updates, so I'll just give you the brief cliff notes. I like some of the characters like Zoro and Chopper. I cannot stand Luffy. He's my least favorite character, and now after finishing Innie's Lobby, he is still my least favorite character. This fucking goober only has 2 modes. It's stupid, and then stupid and hungry. And then I guess a third mode when he's fighting. And then he's, at least he's not being annoying. Like, he's just a fucking grating character, and as I understand it, you either love or hate him. And unfortunately, I'm on the hate him side. I do not like him. He is very, very annoying, and I get that that's his whole character trait, but so far he has not evolved past that or developed past it at all. And I can never forgive this show for what it did during Skypiea, where it just put Luffy in the belly of a giant snake, and he stayed there for like 30 fucking episodes straight, and just was like left in stupid juice and like in this trance of idiot moron mode, where he just kept like punching walls, and he's like, oh, this is such a weird cave. Man, am I ever gonna leave this weird cave? Such a weird cave. Like, he himself made Skypiea almost unwatchable, because he is just a perpetual stupid character. And that's just not that fun to watch, especially when it holds everything back. A lot of the problems are caused because Luffy is stupid, and I think that's just a weak plot point that drives things forward, or at least leading up to Water 7 and Indy's Lobby. There was a lot of moments where Luffy was literally the reason things went bad, because he is dumb. Like, he is just legitimately dumb, and that's it. Like, he's just stupid. Being stuck in the belly of a snake for so long is beyond frustrating to watch, because it just keeps repeating itself. Ah, this is a weird cave. God, this cave is so weird. Gum Gum Gatling. Ah, these cave walls are so big. Cave is weird. And then he's finally freed from the snake at the very fucking end. He's like, oh, you guys came into the weird cave to save me? You're like, Luffy, it's a snake. What do you mean it's a snake? It's a cave. It's just so fucking, it's so lame. It's so lame. I cannot stand Luffy as a character. There's only like maybe 3 or 4 moments where he's been serious, and even then, he's still a bit of a goofball. And that's, I don't know, I just don't really like that kind of character trait hammered in nonstop. But all the other characters so far, for the most part, I do like, with Zoro and Chopper being my favorite. Zoro, because he's just a perpetual badass, and he is usually always serious, and when he's not, it's actually kind of rewarding to see him lighten up. And Chopper, because I actually really like Chopper's backstory. So far, he's one of the few characters that got a lot of attention given to them prior to Water 7, of course. And I liked that. I liked everything about his motivation, his drive, where he's come from, and how he grows. Now, we get to Water 7, and every character is getting a lot more to them, especially Nico Robin, the most mysterious of the crew. And there's a lot of drama that happens with Usopp leaving the crew after the Going Merry is deemed insalvageable. They can't, revive her. They couldn't get the paddles out and fucking shock it back. It was kaput. It's dead. And Usopp he's not having it. He thinks Luffy and the crew gave up on the Going Merry too early. So Usopp leaves the crew after challenging Luffy to a duel, and it's very emotional. It's very emotional. I didn't like Usopp that much until Water 7. Now I really like Usopp. And by extension, his alter ego, Sniper King. Like, everything I complained about up until Water 7, they are directly addressing and making better, except Luffy. So I'm getting excited here. The fights are better. I did like the Iniru fight from the Skypiea arc, even though Skypiea as a whole absolutely blew filthy fucking ass. But the Iniru fight at the end I thought was fantastic. And now we're seeing a lot more great fights in these 2 arcs. So I don't know, I've just been really liking it a lot more. Though most of my complaints are still here. I still fucking hate how nobody dies. Nobody dies in this show outside of a flashback. Only when they're doing flashbacks do they have deaths so far. There's no real integral character deaths or really emotional moments so far. The biggest culprit, the biggest crime, and this was an affront to God when it comes to bad writing, is in the Alabasta arc when Pell takes like the nuclear bomb that's about to blow up Alabasta, flies it up into the sunset in order to sacrifice himself, a noble sacrifice, completing his character arc perfectly, and he does that. Bomb blows up. Everyone's expecting Pell to be dead because he just ate a goddamn nuclear bomb for breakfast. But then he's not dead. He's still alive. He still lives because they don't kill anyone off in this fucking show. And I think that's such a misstep. All of the big bad villains are still alive. Luffy just knocks them unconscious like it's a Pokemon fight. That is underwhelming. I think that's very underwhelming, especially for the Pirate King. The kid who wants to be the Pirate King. The crew, the Pirate Hunter, Zoro. Like, it's just underwhelming. So that complaint is still here even after Inny's Lobby. But I know there are character deaths coming up. I've been spoiled, obviously, on where the show goes because Tiana watched all of it in a short period of time, so I saw a lot of it. And I know there are character deaths that come up, but even still, as of right now, it's just lackluster. Because I always know, no matter what, they're not going to kill off even minor characters, even characters that don't have a whole lot to contribute. Nothing really happens to them. So that always grinds my ass grease. I really do still have an issue with that, pulling all of these punches when it would be a lot more impactful to the story if they would just commit to killing some characters that obviously were being set up for something like that. But anyway, that's probably still my biggest complaint. But overall, Water 7 and Innie's Lobby have done wonders for making this show enjoyable. The villains are much more interesting here. It's introducing a ton of new, deeper underlying issues that are going on in the world around them, even outside of the immediate problems. The overarching plot continues to get bigger in the scale and scope of it, so it's just finally being fucking interesting, and not just a slog or a tedious chore to get through. The reason it's taken me 2 years to even get this far into the show is because I would constantly fall asleep throughout these episodes. So it would take me like a month, 2 months, or even sometimes 3 months to finish a single episode, because every time I'd put it on, it would put me to sleep. It was more effective than NyQuil. Like, some of these episodes in the other arcs were just so meaningless and so boring. Like, I wasn't invested in it. And there is still some of those sins committed even in this arc, in these 2 arcs. Like, for example, in the middle of very high-stakes stuff, when they're working to get Nico Robin back on the crew after learning the truth about why she betrayed them, in the middle of that, there is, I think it's 4 episodes of just flashback filler. In the middle of, like, this extremely important moment with Nico Robin opening up about her past, wanting to come back to the Straw Hats, but can't because of the Buster order. And during this, like, as they're squaring off with all the bad guys, and with Nico there as well, they just, like, fucking shoehorn in, like, 4 filler episodes. Why? What, like in the middle of very important stuff. At least I think it was at that part. I'm already getting a little foggy on exactly when those flashback fillers come in, but I'm pretty sure it's there. And it's just, it's unnecessary. It doesn't add anything. All it does is ruin, once again, the pacing and detract from the enjoyment. So there are still those moments here, even in what I consider to be the best arcs of the show so far, but they're much lesser and a lot less egregious. So overall, I just like the direction Water 7 and Innie's Lobby is taking the show. I'm finally starting to see how this opens up into something very special for the first time. So yeah, I'm finally liking One Piece. I know this isn't the most like detailed moist meter review breakdown of Water 7 and Innie's Lobby, but I don't really think that's necessary. All of you watching this have probably already formed your opinions about One Piece, and there's not a whole lot I can do to like change your mind. All I can speak to is what I've found not enjoyable versus enjoyable. And right now, Water 7 and Innie's Lobby is exactly what I'm looking for from a show like One Piece. So I'm hoping the coming arcs continue that energy and keep that momentum pumping. So yeah, finally liking One Piece. That's about it. See ya.
You're not going to believe me when I tell you this. In fact, I myself am still struggling to come to terms with the words that are about to leave my mouth. They're basically blasphemous. IGN just had a great take. Yeah, I know. Let it sink in. Give yourself a moment to process it. Marinate in those juices for a moment, stew on it. It's the truth. I didn't think this day would ever come again. It's been like a decade since the last time I watched or read something from IGN that wasn't just baffling drivel that had me holding my head in disgust or pointing and laughing at the absurdity of what they were talking about. Like, IGN having a good take is more rare than a total solar eclipse. We're truly witnessing history right now. In 50 years, you'll tell your grandkids about this day. Where were you when IGN finally graduated from Goofball University and made an actual great piece of content? Yesterday, they dropped a banger. It's called Baldur's Gate 3 is causing some developers to panic. And IGN actually stepped up to play a little hardball here. They put on the brass knuckles and said, put 'em up, why I oughta feed you a knuckle sandwich, to AAA video game developers. IGN's calling out and pushing back against this trend a lot of AAA game devs have where they have this weird coping mechanism where when a game is successful that's not theirs, they start saying why it's ridiculous to expect every game to be as good as that one. You can't expect us to deliver quality like that. You guys are entitled gamers and don't understand how difficult game dev is. IGN actually did a beautiful job of boiling it down to a nutshell, so I'm going to go ahead and play that clip for you. But before doing that, I want to mention something. All of you know Godslap issue 4 just released a couple days ago. In fact, there's already talk of it becoming a national holiday, Godslap Day, every time a new issue drops. You can find this beautiful new issue of Godslap at badegg.co. The link's in the description. You don't want to miss Godslap, I promise you that much. Before getting back to the topic though, there's one more quick thing I want to mention with Godslap. It seems like the people who did a digital download on day 1 for some reason got charged shipping,
which is clearly an error. So if you were one of those people, don't worry, you are getting refunded because it's a fucking digital download. Obviously, there's no shipping. So just want to apologize for that, and you will be getting refunded.
Incredibly refreshing to play a feature-complete game of this caliber on day one. But AAA game developers want you to know that this is rockstar level nonsense for scope, that it's foolhardy to set expectations higher, and Baldur's Gate 3 should not be used as a raised standard to RPGs going forward. Why was the first response to defend the current state of AAA gaming as opposed to saying, hey, maybe we can learn a thing or two from Baldur's Gate 3 and make our game better for our customers?
He goes in to talk about some other recent examples like Destiny 2, who said they can't even do like an armor set because it's just too difficult. We can't allocate those kind of resources. Meanwhile, they still have like 2 paid armor sets coming into the microtransaction store right around the corner. So IGN really dives into the absolutely deplorable state of modern gaming right now and really focuses in on the response to Baldur's Gate 3 from some developers, where they're saying like that game is really good and you shouldn't expect games to be that good going forward. And the natural question is, why the fuck shouldn't we? Why? Why are we okay with games being so stagnant? Baldur's Gate 3 is going fucking hog wild. We should have higher expectations. You, as a developer, should have higher expectations too. Why would you be so complacent just coasting by on the same shit different day? And a lot of the focus, as mentioned in the IGN video as well, has been put on nickel and diming consumers just squeezing everyone for their lunch money as much as possible, like they're trying to get all the fucking water out of a towel. But the water in this case is your money, your hard-earned schmeckles coming out of your wallet in these fucking microtransaction infested nightmare shitholes that just never really seem to have a bottom to them. It's just, anytime you think we've hit the absolute rock bottom of the gaming industry, someone finds a way to go lower. And I was just really impressed with this IGN video because he's not pulling any punches. He names and shames some of the developers here that are very guilty of doing this, like Diablo, Bungie with Destiny 2, and the list goes on. It really is a trend that we shouldn't be encouraging, right? Like, yes, everybody knows game development is not easy. I know developers like to think that everyone that plays their game is just some lobotomite troglodyte that has no fucking clue how the world works, but everyone understands that it's not easy to make a video game. But everyone also understands when the goal isn't really to make a good game, it's to make a good profit. And you can see examples of this out the wazoo, most notably with Destiny 2 and Bungie's focus on microtransactions, which has turned the community against them. So when a bunch of developers are calling the wambulance about Baldur's Gate 3 being too good and it's making their job harder, I guess, or Baldur's Gate 3 is too good, you're going to expect more of us, which we're gonna fail on, and you're gonna get mad at us. It's just like such a weird complaint. Why are you ordering French fries over a game being good? You should be celebrating that someone has released an incredible product in your industry. That should make you more motivated to, like IGN mentioned, learn from them. Take a couple of pages out of their playbook and use it to improve your craft and what you're working on. I don't know why the immediate response has recently started to be, this is dumb. It's unrealistic to think that we should be anything like Baldur's Gate 3 or any other very successful game like Tears of the Kingdom. We can't do it and we won't do it. Game dev is hard, damn it. What don't you understand? We're not doing it. Just keep blindly consuming our products that we put no effort into for annual releases with constant updates to the microtransactions that we're able to hose you down with. Okay? Is that so difficult? Huh? Can you just keep buying our lazy shit, please? And stop looking at games like Baldur's Gate 3 as a gold standard for quality. Because we're not even gonna try. Damn it. In fact, it's making me mad even thinking about putting that kind of effort into a game. It's so fucking sad that the modern video gaming landscape is kind of boiled down into, alright, we're going to release a game we know is subpar and well below anyone's expectations of our product, but we want the money and we want it now. So we're going to release it in a terrible state, and then we'll just go ahead and drop a Twitter apology text. We'll just go ahead and use the boilerplate ChatGPT generated Twitter apology statement and wash our hands with it and be done with it. Like, think of how many times we've seen Twitter apology statements from game devs this year. It's like 9 times already. It doesn't stop. Like, it is a non-stop flood of just release garbage and then just apologize for it and then do nothing to fix it. Just take the money and move on. It's fucking, it's gross. It's gross. I really want to talk about this tweet in particular real quick though, because this is an attitude I saw from quite a few different developers. This is a great thread about why using a singular game to set expectations for everyone developing titles in a genre isn't useful and is instead foolhardy. Now, this isn't just to shit on everyone in the thread or any of the discussion around it or the people that were talking about it. I just want to dive into the actual meat and potatoes of this. Why is that foolhardy? Why? I feel like gaming is the only industry where you'll look at a game in your genre that absolutely pops off with incredible amounts of polish and a lot of new things added to it with disdain. Like, in pretty much everything else, people will look at an achievement in their industry as something to strive for and something to learn from. Take, for example, Into the Spider-Verse. Into the Spider-Verse legitimately fucking changed animation. Like, it really did. Like, you can see it immediately with something like Puss in Boots 2. They looked at Into the Spider-Verse and said, that's incredible. It's also extremely successful. Let's start trying to be more like that and learn from that. Imagine if the animation studios were more like game developers in the AAA space where they're fucking pouting and stomping their feet. Well, Into the Spider-Verse is too good, and you guys shouldn't expect that from us because we're not going to try to be anything like Into the Spider-Verse because they're better than us, and they put way too much time into it, they tried way too hard, and that's not what we're about. It's fucking foolhardy. I think that's just such a bad mentality. I think that's just awful, to be honest. Like, there's no reason why you should be upset when a game in your genre is better than yours and doing better. You should learn from it and make your game better as a result. And there's nothing wrong with consumers expecting games to be more like Baldur's Gate 3, because Baldur's Gate 3 is proving that you can make some really incredible stuff if you have actual passion for the craft. And I guess that's maybe what's more frightening to developers than anything. Now the secret's out that you really can make great things if you try. Whoa, the secret formula has been revealed, I guess. They keep falling back on Larian Studios as a huge studio, so like, you know, they're the only ones that can do it, which is just a bunch of horseradish, which IGN also calls out. I'm going to play that clip real quick because IGN dunks on them for that take too.
People seem to be using the fact that Larian is a big studio against them, the fact that they had a long development cycle against them. Really? Blizzard is also a huge studio with over 8,500 employees. Bungie is a huge studio with over 1,552 employees across several offices. BioWare is a huge studio with over 500 employees across several offices. And Larian is also a large studio with over 400 employees across several offices. All of them have established beloved IPs with a ton of lore to pull from. All of them have a lot of money to make video games. And all of them had a long time to make anything they wanted to make.
And only one of them just released a masterpiece. So it's not an issue of Larian's just super big, that's why they were able to do this. No one else can do what Larian did just because of the size of that company. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the amount of effort they put into it and the amount of passion they put behind the work. They don't even have like microtransactions in the game in a big way at all, at least not to my understanding. I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3 personally yet, but I've actually watched a lot of it because it's a really interesting game just to watch. It's fucking impressive what Baldur's Gate 3 brings to the table. And instead of celebrating that success, a lot of developers are going on the defensive about it and getting upset about it. And it's just such a fucking dumb attitude. It like really is. The first time I saw this happening was with Elden Ring. Elden Ring was a game that blew everyone's ass wide open. Everyone started prolapsing over how great Elden Ring was. And it is a masterpiece. I fucking love Elden Ring. It is one of my favorite games ever made. And a lot of people felt that way. Except other AAA game devs. There were a couple developers that came forward and started like nitpicking to try and bring it down, like, the UI is a little too messy for my taste. I don't understand how anyone can even like this game when the UI is all pixelated and it's a little counterintuitive. And that was one of those things where I was like, okay, you're coping. That's very embarrassing to do that publicly on all these tweets, to melt down about Elden Ring not being good because the UI isn't up to your liking. Like, it's a fine criticism to have about the UI, sure, but to say that the game is bad solely because of it was ridiculous, especially when it's coming from other AAA game developers in the fucking industry. But that attitude's only continued to fester and grow into this revolting, oozing corpuscle of jealousy and resentment. It's just so weird to see a game like Baldur's Gate 3 go crazy, and then you, as a developer in the industry, be like, don't worry guys, we'll never make anything like that, so don't expect it from us. Like, why would you do that? Why wouldn't you be like, man, we see what Baldur's Gate 3 did, and we are more pumped than ever to deliver our upcoming game now. I don't know, I just don't understand. It's like in the game developer space in the AAA scene, it's like a competition to see who can be laziest. Like, the more work you do, the more you get spit on by other developers in the space, I guess. I don't get it. I don't understand it. And IGN clearly doesn't either, so they actually released a heater. I recommend you watch the whole video because they go more in depth. I'm just here ranting about it because it's a topic I've talked about quite a bit on stream before, too. And to see IGN come out of nowhere here with like a great video on it was shocking. So, hats off to them for that, and yeah, that's really about it. See ya. It is just a story horror game. Cool name. Mouse right click to pause. Interesting. It's just a story horror game. I'm excited. I've got a good feeling about this. It's like subliminal messaging. The story you're about to read. Oh my god. Cool main menu, I can control the camera from here. And now I'm looking out of the map. This is quite a disorienting experience already. Eating would be done automatically. This is to get to know the game part. Let me try right-clicking. Nope, that does not pause. There are currently 2 types of enemies, the undead and the supernaturals as of now. You don't just run from them and try as much as possible not to keep eye contact, to keep the game is a straight to the it's written in broken characters, damn it. For some levels your lamp and flashlights run out of energy, so be sure to put them out when not in need of them. Your gun, footsteps, any form of noise you make is heard by fuck. Lastly, please survive and don't think it's not true. Because it's true. What? Oh. COD zombie sound effects, I recognize that. Oh. He gave up really quick. He said my job here's done. This is cool. Don't say it's not true, 'cause it is true. It's just a story. A true story. Well, what the fuck was the point of that? What the fuck? What do you do? There's nothing behind that door, so wait, what? What am I supposed to do? This is just false advertisement. It's just a story, more like it's just a scam. It's a single room and nothing else. Hold on. Let me try something. Oh wait, am ready.
1932. A few months back, just before the incident, there was a city called...
How could I have not thought of that?
...region on Earth. Team Gamma was in charge of brain preservation.
This is AI generated.
To store and transfer the brain of a person successfully into another body. Team Beta was in charge of mapping and converting the whole brain into digital form. And
this is a bunch of gobbledygook. This means nothing.
Of the blood cells.
This means nothing.
But they had the best of the best with them, so things should have been okay. They had Dr. Dan, the best scientist in biology, and more. Mr. Dan is a charismatic leader and
wait, you just dropped his title. He's Dr. Dan, not Mr. Dan.
Skin color, dark glossy
he worked
hair,
hard for the PhD. Address him properly.
Blue eyes. In his late 30s, a body weight of 84 kilograms.
This is
fitted muscles and was always giving off the cold.
What does this have to do with anything? I don't care about Dr. Dan to this level. I'm not trying to date him.
Who barely speaks
what the fuck is this?
At home, he was a totally different person. A man full of joy and love. He feared his daughter the most. She was the only child at the moment, but his wife...
Wait, why did he fear his daughter? What? He feared his daughter the most. She was the only child at the moment, but his wife was on the move of bringing the second in. Is it his... Is the second one his child, or an affair, perhaps? Well, not on Dr. Dan, not with his fitted muscles and a body weight of 84 kilograms. No one would cheat on that.
Dr. Dan doesn't fear threats made to him by higher-ups or anyone. In fact, He wasn't going to do this whole research to begin with if he was still alone like he was in the past, but now he has to protect the future his daughter wants and the peace his wife should be getting. As he is a highly valued person,
But he's afraid of his daughter.
His family is enjoying pretty much everything. So that made him take the offer, which was if they don't come up with a possibility, then the freedom the city has would be reduced each time they fail to meet the demands of the higher-up. And
what is going on?
Who have been dying to get in can finally get in and explore, destroy, steal things in the place.
Steal things in the place. What place? Man, this exposition is very deep. I imagine this is what it's like to learn English. Like when you're just given like a writing prompt or something when you're still learning the language and things just don't fully connect, but you can make out some of the words, but it's not coherent yet. That's what I feel like right now.
Now Dan wasn't liked by the other colleagues. They are very smart too, but they just don't like the fact that he is on another whole level and that cold attitude of his always gets on their nerves. They all were in the office.
This is so cool.
Incubation of some chemicals.
It is just a story. Horror
a group
game.
Of them were discussing some possible tryouts with Cell's organism when Dan overheard a particular hypothesis and immediately interrupted their conversation, telling them they can't do that. They should not try it or think about even bringing those two substances together. Doing that would cause chaos on the world. They once again took their pride and felt that he was just trying to make them feel miserable and dumb, and indeed did mix those two substances.
Oh, you should have listened to Dr. Dan.
Before he came in, the safe lock of the lab was already activated and the people inside could not run out. So he, Dan, stood watching them from the door glass as they mutated into creatures and undead.
Damn it. Why wouldn't they listen to Dr. Dan? He was on a whole level.
Weeks later, Dr.
Oh, I thought
Dan
it was over.
has been
I thought we were about to
working on
play the
research
game.
To find a solution
If there is a
to what
game.
happened. The infected or exposed have been contained by the good. He saw the house garage open and carved, looking all damaged. He tried not to panic much. He got inside shouting for his wife, but no answer.
Oh no. Mrs. Dan. She's in trouble. Do something.
He broke down shaking and lost. He was in too much shock he
That's
didn't
awful.
notice when he was beaten by the same creature who did that to his wife. He tried to look at the creature but blacked out.
It's like a basilisk. If you look it in the eyes, you're frozen. It escaped the Chamber of Secrets and it took Dr. Dan and his wife's soul.
His wife all in blood and dead with their unborn child before he was beaten caused his brain to safe boot. Back to an age before he met his wife. He doesn't remember much of
That's
himself
convenient.
anymore.
He's
not even
safe-booted.
his name his wife gave him. The world should be destroyed by now or not. Help him find out, as you know what he doesn't.
I know what he doesn't? What do I know? I know nothing. This story is incomprehensible in the best way. This is gripping. Now I'm hooked. Rest in peace, Dr. Dan's wife. Mr. Dan and his wife. His daughter was the one who took the photo. Also, who was spelled W-H-O-O. Do you believe in the supernatural? I didn't long before, but I do now, as I am writing this to you. I can't get in contact with my husband. My home is being invaded by them. I hope we make it out all. Well, she wrote the dots. Why wouldn't she just finish the word? She wrote those dots. You imbecile. Dr. Dan's wife is a fucking idiot. How sad. What is this? Interesting lean mechanic. On the Y key, naturally. It's Y and X to lean. How do you even put your hands in a position where that makes sense? No! It's just a zombie. I don't have a weapon, do I? No, just some oil. Ouch! Bet he can't open doors. Pathetic. Oh god, he's smarter than me! He can go through them! Shit! Is that my wife's head? No, honey! What have they done to you? Oh. Why?
Might not get out of this alive. Please save my daughter. She is still at school. Last I communicated with her, she knows the passcode to my husband uses for the safe of the solution. That means you must save her. I will not write it here because of wrong hands, and also ensure my daughter is searched and found. One last thing. BS. Good call too, not putting the passcode on here. Wouldn't want it to fall in the wrong hands. Now, assuming this did fall into the wrong hands, we know to get the daughter and get the information from her instead of just getting the information here and keeping the daughter safe. My wife is a fucking buffoon. Objective pre-completed. How did I pre-complete it? And I only have 1,193 seconds to find my daughter, I guess. I don't know why I'm on a time limit.
He got a last message to visit a school to find the girl. He has to find the girl to
Fucking
get the
whale
code
in the
for
sky?
safe.
Why? Where? Oh. Okay. Just whatever assets they could find on the shop. Alright, makes sense. That was like some kind of pseudo cutscene. What does it all mean? Oh, actually, she must be in here, since I can grab these. There she is. Good to see you. I'm coming, sweetie. Where'd you go? Okay. She in here? Must be over here. Damn, she's popping and locking. She just hit me with that Skibidi toilet. Jesus. This game is awesome. Cool. Maybe the countdown is for when I'm done with level 2. Like, after these 980 seconds, my daughter will just come up to me. Maybe not. Maybe that's just wishful thinking. Actually, I don't really want that to be the case. That means I'm gonna have to wait here for like fucking 10 minutes. I still have this fucking worthless key.
Screaming. Your
What?
blood tastes better in silence.
Okay then, I guess. Alright. Where is my daughter? Oh. Probably in here.
Great, I found you.
Daddy, I'm so scared. I don't
Betty!
know who was going to come to get me.
Don't cry, girl. Whatever. Just, let's go. We need a way out of this school. Like a vehicle.
What do you mean?
If
We
he's
can
still
just walk
around,
out the
but
front door.
He was the one who locked me to hide me. He's our maintenance man.
What's wrong?
My head, it's so painful. Dad.
Oh shit, let's get into a class to be safe.
No, Betty! Hang on! Oh, shit. At least she gave me the codes.
Just in case it's 2, 1, 2, 5, 4.
Thanks, Betty.
After Dan left Betty, who died before giving him the full code to the safe, he now has 2 tasks in mind. The first is to find the maintenance man, because he should have
Betty!
a car key or know where the car keys are kept. And the second
Blast!
is to get to the car,
Why?
parked along with all the other cars.
Hey, bub, you seen the maintenance man? This is where the whale's at. Did not know that did damage. Brother, where are you? Oh, here he is. You were a good man. This one's got wheels. That was the one. Level 2 to 3. On his way a few kilos from the school, it was dark when he got some memory flashback that caused him to have accident on the road, so he runs into the forest.
Accident on the road. So he drives into the forest, bumping into a tree. Now he has to walk as his only means of transport is damaged.
What a speed run. After being chased by zombies, he got into a sewage system to avoid them. He now finds his way out.
He got into a sewage pipe to avoid.
Why is the narrator subjected to the reverb of the sewer?
He must now continue his journey by foot and find a way.
Help! Are you okay?
Oh!
What can I do to help?
Oh, I like his breathing. It's very, like, full body. It's like a bobber in the water. This is supposed to be a horror game? To some extent. Yes and no. This has to be the right way. I just fell under the map. Yep. Oh, wait, I'm back? Nope. I'm falling again? That's huge. So when you save in this game, it doesn't do anything. Appreciate it. That's where the key was. What is this? What the fuck is this? How do I get out? Alvin and the Chipmunks kidnapped me. That was all just a fucking cutscene. That was like actually 2 minutes of incomprehensible nonsense. Just fucking gibberish. Where is the car? I'm now running out of time. If I have to go through that again, I'm gonna scream. That'll be the real horror. Where is the car? Let me out. Probably not out there. For some reason, the beach is there. So. Nope, I found it. That is my office. He got into the office to fin the safe. Okay, they weren't lying. It's a little hard to find this safe. Where haven't I checked? Where is it? I just want to be done with the game. I want to just beat this. There's like some doors I can't go in though. Like this one, for instance, and I feel like it's gonna be in here.
Betsy, I want you to remember the school, no matter what.
What is that, Dad?
It's very important information.
I know what the code is. I mean, what is the code?
Oh.
We got all his memories back.
My daughter after all. My daughter. Wife.
Yeah. Her too.
Everybody.
Yes.
Oh God.
Mm-hmm. Just, can you open the door now?
I have no reason to leave.
Do you, oh.
Yes, you do. Get up.
What?
You're gonna fix this since you're the cause of this to begin with. So live to fix it.
What is that? What was that? Dan and Mira, what the fuck was, it was like a swamp monster with a submachine gun. What happened? What is going on? The story just keeps going. You got the subtypicus.
While the game ends here, the story continues and even gets more interesting. On their way out of the city, they had a car accident because of a meteorite which forced them to continue their journey on foot.
Another one.
Mira, who had an injury on her leg as they walked down the road. Dan himself was bleeding from his head.
This is the best story ever told in gaming.
He looks like he could fall any moment. Meanwhile, Mira grunted and looked at Dan, who was helping her. She realized this and activated her emergency suit button before they passed out.
her emergency what button?
The site of the accident.
The emergency suit button, huh?
Meteorite-shaped object opened.
Oh my god, they're introducing aliens.
What could this be?
Oh.
What could happen?
This game has everything.
We know there is a virus outbreak, but could an alien be entering this situation to help or to kill?
Why would they be doing either?
An exciting war planned and developed part 2 filled with a rich story of new actors and companions joining arms together to save their city.
Fuck
or
yeah.
to destroy it.
Man, I cannot believe this game was free.
Thanks to my contributors, Kimmy Neen.
Well, that was fun. I couldn't help myself. I ended up binging every single as seen on TV commercial for tactical products. I made that video yesterday with the tack glasses, and I just had an itch. I was like a child who had just had a small piece of cake and then ended up just eating the whole cake themselves. I couldn't control myself. My gluttony took over. Nick Bolton is like Willy Wonka, but instead of taking us to a chocolate factory, he takes us to a military base to show us tactical equipment that he sells on TV. So I gotta show you some more tactical equipment. Let's start with the tack wallet.
Everybody has a wallet, but can your wallet survive this? What about this? Nick Bolton here with the newest addition to our tactical line. We call it the Tack Wallet.
It's about time, thank heavens. I am beyond tired of going into an active war zone and getting shot by bow and arrows as well as lit on fire, and just having my wallet get cremated. Like, it's been too long in the making. It's about time that we have a wallet that can withstand arrows and fire. And luckily, Nick Bolton has taken time out of his busy day of having sex with our girlfriends and saving our country in order to teach us about the tack wallet from the comfort of his tank.
It's made using the same material the military uses for body armor and flame-resistant clothing. This is what fire does to an ordinary wallet. But light a tack wallet on fire, and it just won't burn. That includes whatever you happen to put inside.
But why, though? Far be it from me to question the tactical brain of Nick Bolton, but what purpose could there possibly be for a small wallet to be made out of the same material used by body armor in the military, and also be flame-proof? Those aren't exactly normal things that a wallet's going to encounter in day-to-day life. But I guess, let's play around with fantasy a little bit. I guess if someone gets lit on fire and their corpse just gets charred to a crisp and it's unidentifiable by family members, if they had a tack wallet, the wallet will have survived, meaning that the driver's license in the wallet would still be there, so they could easily identify a mangled, destroyed corpse. I guess that has some use.
Shoot it with a hunter's bow, and the arrow just bounces right off. Don't try that with your regular wallet.
But why arrow-proof? I don't think many people are getting hunted down by Lara Croft or, fucking Katniss Everdeen. You're not going to be in a situation where you need to use your wallet as body armor. Unless, of course, you're fucking John Wick and you've already got the bulletproof suit on, so why not have a fucking bulletproof wallet too, I guess, to have the double whammy, the double fisting of protection. I also do think it's a little deceptive with this shot here, where it's like, shoot it with a hunter's bow, and then it just cuts to a close-up of the wallet with the arrow bouncing off it. You don't actually see him fire an arrow at it, you just get a close-up of like this little boink right off the wallet. So there's a good chance they just like lightly tossed it at it. Like there's no shot where you can actually see him fire the arrow. So that might just be an outright lie. I kind of want to put that to the test myself, myth bust it in-house, but I also don't want to buy a tack wallet. I feel like I don't meet the alpha super soldier threshold required to own a tack wallet. But I do want to take a page out of Nick Bolton's playbook right now and tell you what you should be purchasing, and that's the new Moist Global merch drop, the Moist 2.0 line. We improved all the designs, improved the quality of the materials. They're extremely comfortable and they're beautiful, and of course, tactical. They're available now at moistglobal.com.
Check this out. Now that's what I call military tough.
Now that's fantastic news. If you're engaged in combat with a firebender, you can just deflect all the flames by putting your wallet towards it. Or if a terrorist charges you with a blowtorch, you can just take your wallet out and deflect all the flames away.
There's just nothing like it on the market today.
Act now and you can get a tack wallet.
I still love that they have a tank here. They don't really use it for anything, but they must have rented it for the day and said, God damn it, it's here, might as well do something with it. The beauty about these tactical commercials here is they just fill me with a sense of pride and patriotism. Like, when I watch these, I feel as though the blood in my body has been replaced with diesel and freedom.
You found the perfect dog. No. But one thing you never found? The perfect leash. Nick Bolton here with my good buddy Rex. To tell you about our latest addition to our tactical line. We call it Tack Leash.
What? You thought dogs couldn't be tactical too? You fucking idiot.
Tack Leash can instantly instill military discipline in even the wildest dog. And do it with his comfort and yours in mind.
I love this bold claim here that the tack leash is going to somehow immediately discipline your dog. As if the second you put it on your dog, it just puts its paw over its chest and starts singing the Star-Spangled Banner. It's like, well, pardon me, I know I was a bit rowdy before, but now that you've got the tack leash, I'll be a little more well-behaved.
This leash is made tactical grade. It's sheathed in abrasion-resistant nylon, has a durable metal clip, and can withstand more pulling force than even the strongest dogs can generate. In fact, it can even pull my Humvee. Now that's what I call military tough.
Imagine the pranks you could pull with that kind of power. Just get your tack leash out and clip it onto someone's Humvee and clip the other side onto a building, and the second they try and take off, all hell breaks loose. It's so powerful. You could wrangle bears with the tack leash. They're not going to break it.
Nick Bolton here to tell you about the newest tack light innovation, the Bell & Howell Tack Pen. That's right, we made a tack light the size of a pen, yet without sacrificing any features.
You've got to have a tactical pin. Obviously, James Bond had one, now you can too, thanks to Nick Bolton.
Visible up to 2 nautical miles away. Comes in to focus its beam wherever you want. And won't quit even in the most bitter cold or extreme heat. And yes, it survived getting run over by my Humvee.
Of course the tack pin is passing Nick Bolton's torture test with flying colors. The classic, boiled alive, frozen in a block of ice, and run over by a Humvee. No problem for the tack pin.
Like an emergency escape tool that can shatter glass. Now that's what I call military tough. It even has a built-in multi-tool for quick fixes. And oh yeah, it's actually a working pen.
Well, I'd fucking hope so. It's called the tack pin. If it didn't actually work as a pin, you'd be lying to me, and that'd be a sin. And Nick Bolton doesn't sin. It really sounds like this pin has a little of everything. I wouldn't be surprised to hear the claim that it's also got an AI assistant that can take a corporeal form and cook for you, clean for you, as well as also do all of your tax work. Like, it's got so many features, it's unreal, all packed into one pin. Unbelievable. But unironically, I do think the emergency escape tool on it is pretty nice. We were actually just talking on stream the other day about, like, when a car submerges, usually the best way of getting out is breaking the window, which is not an easy thing to do, which is why you need a tool for it. So that's kind of a cool thing there, like, actually kind of cool that it's part of the tack pin.
I mean, there's just nothing like it on the market today.
It can open a nice cold brewski, say no more. I've ordered 50 tack pins just in case. That's by far the best feature.
Everybody has a pair of work gloves. But can your work gloves do this? Or even this? And still let you do this? These can. Nick Bolton here with an exciting new addition to our tactical line. We call them tack gloves.
Not only can you punch through cinder blocks, you could probably punch through space and time itself for how powerful these puppies are. They're like infinity gauntlets for your hands. I wouldn't be surprised if with the tack gloves you could deflect fucking bullets with them if you wanted to.
And avoiding accidental cuts and jabs, keeping your hands protected during rugged activities, or for extra security anytime you think you may need it.
It's like a pair of built-in brass knuckles to these gloves here, so you can win any street fight that you might find yourself in the middle of an alley at night. This will come as no surprise to all of you, but there are still so many tactical products that I haven't watched yet. I binged a lot of them, but there's still so many. Maybe I'll go through the rest of the catalog some other time this week, but it is so impressive just how many tactical products they are making. It is awesome. I fucking love these commercials. They're so good. But yeah, anyway, that's about it. See ya. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co. Link in the description. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at the new Transformers film. When it comes to live-action Transformers movies, you never know what to expect here. You could get a super stinker, or you could get a good film. There's no telling. It's been really up and down with the quality of the live-action films, and I didn't know where this one would rank on the tier list here, but I was somewhat hopeful because I loved Beast Wars growing up. I not only religiously watched the Beast Wars show, but I even played the games, the old PlayStation 1 games where it was like a battle arena. I loved it. I collected the action figures. I in fact still have them in my garage somewhere, and still remember the shame of having to ask my parents how to make the owl transform into the robot itself, because for some reason the fucking owl Maximal had this, I don't know if it was just me being a stupid smooth-brained milk-drinking toddler idiot who couldn't figure it out, or if there was a legitimate malfunction with the product, but for some reason the owl's chest would never alter, and that's where the robot's head was. So I could never actually turn it into anything more than like some kind of disgruntled owl. And it always made me mad. And I still have that somewhere in the garage. But point is, I love the Beast Wars. So I wanted this movie to be good. And I'm pleased to say that it's not bad. I wouldn't say that it's great, but it's certainly not bad. I enjoyed it far more than many other Transformers live-action films. And of course, I'm only talking live-action. I still think the animated Transformers films bang a bit harder than most of the live-action, but I do think this movie was good. So let's talk about it. Let's dive in here. As is expected with a Transformers film, there's going to be a huge emphasis on humans. And historically, that could go wrong, and has gone wrong many times for the franchise, but I will say I think they did a great job with the human storyline here. It wasn't boring, and they actually did give the humans more to do than just tedious chores, where a lot of other Transformers movies, the only thing humans were capable of were just like really low-level things to help contribute barely. Since they can't fucking fight the robots there, they're not going to get up there and start slapping a robot around. But in this film, they actually do give the humans more to do in terms of fighting. So I'm trying not to get into spoilers, but they do have moments where the humans actually do fight, which I thought was very fun. And I think the main character, Noah, stands out and did a really great job. I think they did a great job with that character. I will say, though, that I would have liked if... It's hard to talk about it without getting into spoilers. I would have liked if at the end they didn't just throw so many plot conveniences all at once just for the sake of giving humans a little more to do. Because at the very end, they just start pulling shit out of their ass, and it's like, this really horrible thing's about to happen, but luckily there's a code that a human being can type in, so one of the humans can go type in that code and save the day, basically, if you're ready, and, you know, if you're brave enough to do so. So, I thought it got a little silly at the end with giving them these very convenient problems to solve that really only humans can, because they're small things like typing on a space keyboard, but, you know, it's not the biggest deal in the world, I suppose. I am, however, a little disappointed that the Maximals don't have more screen time, because the film is called Rise of the Beasts. You would think that they were kind of the main draw here, but they're kind of sidelined in this movie. You spend most of the time with the humans and with the Autobots, and a little bit with Optimus Primal, who's the best Maximal, admittedly, but you don't see pretty much any of the other Maximals except Air-Razor, who has quite a bit to offer to the plot in the film, but you don't ever see Cheetor do anything until the very end. He also only has like maybe 2 lines in the movie. Rhinox, I'm pretty sure, doesn't say a single word. He has less lines than I did in The Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. I don't know what happened with Rhinox. Maybe they just didn't feel like hiring someone to do voice acting, or they didn't feel like writing words for him. I have no fucking clue, but I'm pretty sure Rhinox doesn't say shit. He's just there for the final fight with the other Maximals. Like, it's just a little sad that since the film is called Rise of the Beasts, you would expect them to play a big role here, but they legitimately don't even do anything or even come into play until the very end of the film, which kind of sucks. But I will say they did a good job with the Autobots. I enjoyed watching a different kind of Optimus Prime, one who's kind of a douchebag. Like, that was interesting. I don't think they've ever made Optimus Prime just a straight up asshole. in any of the films that I can recall. Well, that's not true. He kind of like murdered a guy in cold blood once. But other than that, this guy, Optimus Prime in this film was going through like an edgy phase, right? You know, he's out there listening to some post-hardcore music, and he's like, you know, it's all my fault. I've done everything wrong. And fuck the humans. They're puny and weak, and they make me sick. Like, that was kind of cool. I haven't seen that side of Optimus Prime before, and he has a whole arc that, you know, ends up pretty cool at the very end, bonding with humans eventually. I also think Pete Davidson as Mirage was a really good fit. Like, he did a good job with that character. The character of Mirage walks a fine line between being charming and being extremely annoying, and Pete Davidson fucking tap danced on that line right there, and it worked. I really think that I have no complaints about anything the Autobots did or any of the Autobots in the film. They were just all around solid. And the action was great. The action was very fun. It's always fun to watch giant robots fighting. But in this film, I think they really nailed the action. A lot of times it looks like fucking 3 soda cans colliding against each other during a Transformers fight. Here, I think they did a good job of making all of the action clear. Especially in the final climactic fight, there's a lot of really cool moments that had the audience clapping. Now, let's get into some complaints here, because besides just the lack of Maximals in the film, I've got some gripes with it. It's hard to get into without spoilers. There are so many narrative ass pulls at the end that it is laughable. I know I briefly mentioned them, but it gets absurd. Fucking random coded kill switch for humans to use in the most important moment. Empty pipes for humans to crawl through in giant robot technology that serve no purpose other than to be a tunnel for humans to sneak through. I'm trying, like, I know these are kind of minor spoilers. I'm trying to keep it as minor as possible, but there are so many fucking conveniences at the end of this film. I shit you not, there's even just a full-blown revival thanks to super rocks, super special rocks of Energon. Like, nothing matters because everything at the end, it's just like they have the answer to every single thing ever, including death itself. And that's another complaint. There's so many, like, fake-out death moments for some fucking reason. So many I might be exaggerating. There's a few fake-out deaths, and I think there should never really be more than one. Like, it just takes all of the stakes away from everything. You have these turbo bad guys, super evil villains, you know, they're fucking powered by dark matter and a bad attitude. But for some reason, they don't ever finish anyone off. Or when you think they finish someone off, they do it in a way where it's kind of ambiguous. They don't cut someone's fucking head off. They don't chop them into pieces or anything. They just blast them with like an energy ray and they're like, oh, it took the spark. And it's like, okay, but I mean, what's that really mean? Because you can just get the spark back if you have a powerful enough rock. And I'm not using rock as a way of like trying to hide a special item in the film. I mean, it's just a normal rock, a normal human rock that just happens to be kind of powerful when it comes to Energon. Like death doesn't really even exist in the film. It's just kind of silly. And I also really hate the bad guy they introduce here. Not the super bad guy, but the super bad guy's bad guy, the right hand, Scourge. He's very hands-off in his hunting. Like, he's very powerful. They make it clear right away that he's very powerful. But when it comes to the humans, he's fucking worthless. He's like a Scooby-Doo villain. He keeps catching them and then letting them go over and over again. And he has these tiny little spiders that he sends their way, but the spiders fucking suck. They die to a stick. Like the spiders, the robot spiders from the big evil bad guy, die to like a stick. Like, what the fuck? Why does he keep using the spiders? Not once were they helpful. The humans were easily able to defeat them with just household objects. They got hit by a goddamn pole once, like a tiny little bar once. Like, Jesus Christ, stop using them. Just do it yourself. There are moments where the bad guy Scourge literally has one of the humans in his hands and just starts monologuing instead of just killing him. Even though he has shown that he has absolutely no mercy whatsoever. So why the fuck are you just talking at this guy monologuing? It just gets a little, like, overdone when it happens a couple of times here. So, just definitely wanted to mention that. I do understand it's Transformers, so it's going to have some of that cheesy, tropey kind of shit in there, and that's fine. But I think they just use that too much. Like, again, the main bad guy, the right hand, just keeps sending spiders after the humans, even though he himself could have easily just taken care of it almost instantly. I also think there's a massive plot hole here that I can't really get into because it's clearly a big spoiler. But I think that the motivation for something the Maximals did, or rather didn't do, is nonsensical, and it would have completely thwarted the entire plot of the film. It would have stopped everything bad from happening before it was ever even a problem. And I've been really racking my brain on it, trying to figure out why they did or didn't do something, and I just can't come up with an answer. I don't know if maybe I missed something, but there was a very crucial MacGuffin in the film that I feel could have been handled in a very different way by the Maximals. And I'll just leave it at that. I think if you've seen the film, you're probably knowing what I'm getting at here. But yeah, I'm getting real deep into it. Overall, I liked the movie. I thought it was fun and enjoyable. Yes, I was disappointed there weren't more Maximals because I like Beast Wars and I really thought they were going to be front and center. We've seen so much from the Autobots already. I would have thought they were trying to shift the focus to the Maximals here because that's very different from the normal Transformers, but they don't really, and I wouldn't even say that they share the spotlight. The Maximals are kind of just supporting characters to the Autobots, and it works in the climactic fight well. I think they complement each other really well. I just really would have liked to see more, especially from characters like Cheetor and Rhinox. I mean, those are classic characters. Like, you know, show some fucking respect here. Let them do more than just have one line and 2 fight scenes, right? But overall, I thought the movie was enjoyable. Plugging Transformers Rise of the Beast into the Moist Meter, I'm just going to give it like a nice 65%. So, yeah, that's really about it. So, yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this Moist Meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Aeus, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Aeus is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Aeus' trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah. Wow. Zoinks. Goodness gracious. Jinkies. We may be in the midst of one of the wackiest moments in internet content creation history. If these reports are accurate, and I can't speak to the authenticity myself, I haven't had my team of analysts really dive into the weeds of it and get down into the meat here, but there are reports that XQC just signed a 2-year, $100 million streaming deal with Kick, and it's not even exclusive to Kick. If that number is accurate, that would make it the 12th largest sports contract ever signed. Now, of course, you'd have to be huffing some very serious glue to try and conflate streaming with professional athletes, but it just goes to show you the value of the contract here and just how many doubloons we're talking. I came into this world as a little baby kicking, screaming, shitting my diapers, and now I'm kicking, screaming, shitting my diapers all over again because I can't believe what we're seeing here. I have been tapped into the mainframe of internet wackiness for over a decade now. I'm like Charles Xavier in this throne here, in Cerebro, just looking at all of the goofiness happening across the web. And I've been doing that for so long, and I could have never foreseen something like this happening. A 9-figure deal for a streamer to stream on a different platform. And not even exclusively, mind you. This is a non-exclusive contract for 2 years, meaning XQC gets to have his cake, eat it too, and fuck the baker. So he can stream on Kick and then still stream on Twitch all the same. He did make a Twitch stream earlier today, kind of to go over the announcement as well as the plan going forward. He's saying he's going to be streaming on Kick quite a bit, obviously, but he can still have the freedom to stream on Twitch when he wants to. I'm going to go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off and throw a little cold water in the face of all the juicers here that are under the impression he'll probably still be active on Twitch. I don't think he will. He legitimately has no incentive to stream on Twitch. Twitch is a platform that has banned XQC like 5 times. It is also a platform that has no real contracts for top streamers anymore, as well as the lowest sub-revenue split among any streaming platform available. Whereas Kick has the highest sub-revenue split, a 95.5. And I would swear on a stack of Bibles with a high level of confidence that XQC not only has that $100 million for 2 years, but also gets to keep 100% of the sub-revenue he earns, which is 95.5 split. So why the fuck would he stream on Twitch often at all? He'll probably use it as just a booster, a signal booster to get the juicers on Twitch over to Kick, letting them know like, hey, this was a fun stream on Twitch for the last 20 minutes. I'm going to finish the rest on Kick. I'll see you there. Just to, filter viewers over to Kick. That's my guess. But again, I'm just a dumb little fucking caveman here speculating from the armchair. Now, if you ask me, this is bad news for Twitch. This just drove a wooden stake right through the vampire's heart and then shoved garlic in its face. This is a big poach here. Now, I've mentioned this a few times in the past, but Twitch is a very top-heavy site where the top 1% of streamers on the platform account for a very large chunk of the overall watch time on the platform. So when you take the biggest streamer off of the site, you do make an impact on Twitch as a whole, really. And over the last year or so, Twitch has been continuously hurting itself in confusion. It has been making horrible decision after horrible decision over and over and over again, and it's been hemorrhaging users. A lot of streamers have been going elsewhere, whether it's YouTube or Kick or even Rumble some streamers have been going to. It is taking streamers from Twitch and going elsewhere. The 50-50 sub split on Twitch isn't enough to be competitive anymore. The over-reliance on intrusive ads isn't enough to keep small streamers on there because it's ruining the experience for their communities, which makes it hard for them to continue to thrive on the platform. So they go elsewhere like YouTube. Plus, the exclusivity on Twitch makes it hard for streamers to want to stay when they could stream on other platforms not exclusive. So they could do a stream on YouTube and then a stream on Kick or, this and that. Twitch has just been a platform that has been struggling to maintain its, dominance on the streaming space because it's been constantly losing its footing through bad decisions. Now, yesterday, Twitch did announce that it's taking the tiniest little baby step in the right direction. They announced that they're offering the Partner Plus program where if you reach a certain threshold, which is like 350 reoccurring subs, so not gift subs or anything, that's tier 1s, 2s, and 3s. If you reach that threshold, you unlock 70-30 sub split for a year. And that's like the tiniest little step in the right direction, them walking back their hardline stance on only 50-50 forever, no more 70-30. They must be starting to panic and realizing that streamers have other options. But this covers up to 100k, then goes back to 50-50, and it only lasts for a year if you don't maintain, I believe. So it's also very strict. 350 reoccurring paid subs, no gift subs or anything like that, is not an easy number to hit. That is a lot. That is a ton. So this isn't exactly super helpful for smaller streamers. And even a lot of medium streamers don't have that level of sub engagement. That's still a ton. So it really is, once again, just like the smallest boost for the bigger streamers on the platform, only up to a certain level. It's not amazing. Like, this is like the weakest possible implementation of a decent idea you could do. Like, it is, like I said, a very, very small baby step in the right direction of a good change. Twitch is a victim of its own hubris here. It got complacent at the top and it got greedy. So it is crumbling its own empire from its greed. That's why all of these other streaming platforms are growing so quickly and why so many people are abandoning the sinking ship of Twitch. That's just the reality of it. They are out of touch. They lost direction on what to do with the platform, so they just keep rolling out bad choices. And even when they do have a good idea, they're too afraid to actually just commit to a good idea. So yeah, it's very frustrating. Now, I've seen the obvious comparison being drawn with Mixer because you might remember Mixer actually was able to steal away Ninja from Twitch back when Mixer still existed. And I'm sure all of you have forgotten that name. That's like an ancient relic on the internet, even though it hasn't been that long in the grand scheme of things. But it died so quickly and with such like a sad wet fart of a swan song that most people have forgotten it ever even existed. Mixer stole Ninja. They paid a ton of money. They shelled out many clams to get Ninja, as well as Shroud and King Athalion, but Ninja was the #1 streamer on Twitch, and Mixer got him. And it didn't work for them. The site still inevitably crumbled, and it never got popular. It always remained kind of this pitiful little joke of a service. However, I don't really think Kick is following that same blueprint. I don't think its fate is set in stone the same way Mixer's was. I made a video about this on my second channel talking about the streaming wars. Kick is accomplishing something that Mixer never did. It's having people organically sign up and choose to stream there as a first option. I read a report the other day, take it with a grain of salt, I don't know how accurate these numbers are, but only a week ago, Kick had an influx of 1.2 million users sign up to the platform. Mixer probably never even saw 1.2 million people go to their site across the entire time it was alive. That was 1.2 million users signing up to the platform, according to the reports. So Kick is actually just getting users to go there, which is something Mixer never had happen. That was a pipe dream for that platform. Now, Kick blew up because it kind of got the reputation of like the detention class, right? Like all of the banned streamers went to Kick. Like Aiden Ross, which immediately blasted the platform off, and a lot of other like controversial streamers went to Kick after they were banned on Twitch and shit like that. And then a lot of controversial things happened, like the whole streaming of the Super Bowl and all that shit. So it really had a very bad reputation, and still does for many reasons, but it's started to shake that a little bit because a lot of streamers that aren't banned on Twitch have decided to move over to Kick even without a contract, just because the sub-split is so much better than the 50-50 you get on Twitch. You don't need as many viewers on Kick to make a living because you don't need as many subs to make a living. So a 95-5 split is very appealing to a lot of streamers. So there's recently been a lot of new creators there trying out the Kick space, which has led to a lot of new users on the site. So even when the big players on Kick aren't online, it's not a barren, empty wasteland. There's still quite a few users through quite a few different categories. So that, I do think, sets it apart from Mixer. I don't know if that necessarily means it's going to succeed or anything. I don't have a fucking crystal ball. I can't predict the future. But I will say that it does seem to be doing a lot better than Mixer did, even before the XQC signing. Now, I do want to... yucky. I do want to talk about something that a lot of people talk about, and I do think is a very important talking point. Kick is backed by Stake, which is a crypto gambling casino. It's why their pocketbook is so big. And obviously, a lot of people aren't too thrilled about gambling being so prominent on Kick. As of right now, the slots and casinos category on Kick is their biggest, and it's really not even close. So that leaves a pretty bad taste in most people's mouths, mine included. I've been very outspoken about sponsored gambling not being great. You're just selling your audience on an addiction. You're trying to get them to sign up for crypto casinos and shit like that. And a lot of times they're not even using their own money, they're using house money. That is something I very much think is a load of dog shit. I think that is awful. Now, when it comes to Kick, I did extensive research on this out of curiosity because I kept hearing that Kick was mainly a front to get people addicted to Stake gambling because Stake owns it. Through everything I've read, and from every stream that I've watched on Kick, there hasn't been a single Stake advertisement or any gambling advertisement that I've seen, unless I've somehow missed them. And I haven't read reports from other users or any other publications that are reporting on gambling ads being run across any of the Kick categories outside of slots and casinos. The only place where gambling sponsors or Stake itself appear is in the slots category for Stake sponsors and shit like that. So I guess kind of like what Twitch used to be before the gambling ban last year, where all of the gambling ads and sponsors existed in that one category. That appears to be how it operates on Kick as of this moment. I haven't seen anything that pushes to Stake or any gambling site outside of Stake-sponsored streamers in the slots and casinos category. Now, again, maybe I've missed it, maybe there just hasn't been enough information about it in articles, but as of right now, that's the impression that I've been getting. And also from what I've been reading, it seems that Stake wants to separate itself from Kick. It wants to be two very separate entities that don't really feed off of each other. They want it to be completely separate. And I guess that's what they're going for here. I don't know how successful it is as of right now. Again, no matter how you spin it, pumping gambling is just bad. Now, I do think it's always worth mentioning that Twitch isn't squeaky clean either. It's backed by Amazon. Amazon is no saint of a corporation either. Amazon isn't a company of angels and high morals. That is also a pretty evil corporation that backs Twitch. So, both of the big players in streaming, and YouTube as well, being backed by Google, Google's done so much shady shit as well. None of these corporations are exactly benevolent overlords worthy of celebration. They're all bad and evil in their own right. It's just a matter of which platform you as a user or you as a streamer feel most comfortable on, I think, at the end of the day. So I just wanted to talk about that briefly because that is something that is inevitably always going to be discussed when Kick is in the conversation. And of course, it's completely understandable why. So this whole thing has been really wild to watch unfold. I actually would have never envisioned a world where Twitch would be in the position it's in today. For the last year, the writing's been on the wall. If you go back 8 months, I made a video called Twitch is Dying, and that was kind of right on the money. Twitch has been continuously going downhill, and now all of the competitors are being elevated substantially because of it. And it's all Twitch's fault. It is entirely Twitch's fault. So it's wild to watch a business sink itself when it had a complete stranglehold on the market. Twitch was the streaming platform. Now it's becoming the joke. So just wanted to talk about this because obviously this is the biggest content creator deal I've ever seen. I think it's probably the biggest content creator deal ever, hands down, like in general. So yeah, I definitely wanted to talk about that a little bit. That's it. See ya. Just when you thought you'd finally seen all of the degeneracy disgusting YouTubers could ever cook up in their cursed kitchen, you get jump scared by a new outrageous, heinous act committed by a YouTuber. In the words of Qui-Gon Jinn, there's always a bigger fish, and in this case, that fish is evil. There is a new evil action that a YouTuber just proudly engaged in that I just learned about today. This comes from the true crime community. This comes from a YouTuber named Zavgirl, who charged people on Patreon for access to autopsy photos of a murdered 11-year-old boy. That is some morally demented shit right there that would have a demon cringing. Now, Zavgirl is refuting some of these claims and even released her own apology video explaining her side of the situation. Just a quick side note, apology videos have become 2023's Harlem Shake. This is a massive flood of apology videos that we've gotten in just like the last month. If YouTuber apologies were a stock option and you invested back in January of this year, you'd be a millionaire by now. It is crazy just how often this is happening. Now, her apology video might not feature a ukulele, but it's still just as shitty. But before really diving into that, I want to give a general overview of the situation. Zavgirl is a true crime YouTuber, and she had just recently dove into the case of an 11-year-old boy named Gannon who was brutally murdered by his stepmother, Letitia Stouch. And it is just unbelievably disturbing. The mother is on trial now, which I imagine is why Zavgirl wanted to start talking about it since it's now unfolding in court. I don't really want to get into the specifics of the case. Basically, the stepmother tortured the son, stabbed him a ton of times, shot him in the head, and then stuffed his corpse into a suitcase and started to pretend like he was missing. So she told the authorities all kinds of different stories, like he didn't come home after going to a friend's house. Then she even came up with some kind of fucking wild narrative about how someone that was fixing her carpet ended up raping her and then abducting the child. So she got caught lying a ton of times. Eventually, investigators found blood on her shoes and in her car as well as in Gannon's room, and then her DNA on a gun that was linked to Gannon's death. So they caught her and realized that she was responsible for Gannon's murder. So Zavgirl followed the Letitia Stouch case and said that she had recently made an official records request, which is something I didn't even know you could do as just like an average Joe Schmo. I had no fucking clue that any goofball goober could just ask and get sensitive files like she received. I guess I'm just very naive to what you're able to ask for, but I feel like those kind of things should only be made accessible to the victim's family as well as like official sources. not just YouTubers, but that's just me, I guess, speaking as a goddamn Neanderthal who, I guess, doesn't understand how things work here. That was surprising, but she said that she had made an official records request and then received all of these documents, which she posted on her Patreon. I'll go ahead and play this clip from her apology video where she tries to explain that this is a little misleading. She wasn't just charging for autopsy photos, she was actually charging for everything, which included autopsy photos.
I have followed the Letitia Stout case closely, and it was actually during the trial that I made the official records request. And it was in El Paso County, Colorado. I requested all the video, audio, and written records. I made no request for autopsy photos. I wanted all trial records, but my main interests were interviews with Letitia. The autopsy photos just happened to be in the files.
Not exactly the slam dunk you think it is here. You still did charge for all of this sensitive information, which does include the autopsy photographs, as you mentioned. I'll be extremely charitable here. I'll really throw you a bone and assume you're telling the truth that you didn't specifically seek out autopsy photos. You still got them, and you still published them, and you still charged for them on your Patreon. They were a component of what you were charging your audience for. You legitimately set up basically a booth in your Patreon where you could go in and look at photos of a dead child and learn everything that happened to him with the murder. How do you not recognize how incredibly fucked up that is? That is bafflingly evil. I understand desensitization is a real thing, right? Doctors get desensitized to gore and blood. Gamers get desensitized to being insulted in video games over Xbox Live. I get it. But I just don't understand how someone could ever reach the point where they're desensitized to the brutal murder of a child, and so desensitized, in fact, that you're going to charge people access to it. Other depraved fucking people that for some reason want to pay money to see photos of a dead child. So again, even if your primary goal wasn't to get autopsy photographs, you did receive them, you did publish them, and you charged an admission fee for people to look at them. You were making money off of showing people someone's dead child. How can you not recognize the complete absence of humanity and complete lack of empathy? She was also just giddy with excitement that she got her hands on all of this in the first place. Here's a community post that she hasn't deleted. Well, and I think she has deleted other ones, but I'll get to that in a moment. But she said, "Hey you all, so I got a bunch of Letitia Stouch case files I'm going to be releasing. So there's some new videos and info, and also some videos they played in court, but the quality wasn't the best, so I have the originals where it's not a recording of a crooked TV screen. LOL! So if you're interested, keep your eyes out for my videos. I'm gonna get them out as fast as I can. There's some that might take me longer because, for instance, all the text messages, I like to read them for you, so those will take me some time, but I'm gonna try to get them out as soon as I can." Just a quick side note, she sucks fuck at writing. I guess she just doesn't believe in grammar. There wasn't a single comma to be had in this entire statement. It made it very difficult to read. It was just one long, random, vomited, evil thought that she put on the community tab here, with random capitalization of random words. I guess, you know, her pinky gets really excited and just slaps the shift key down mid-sentence sometimes to capitalize a random fucking word. But anyway, you can see the excitement here in this post. She is elated, celebrating like it's Christmas now that she has these records, because she's going to get a lot of content out of the records for her Patreon and for her YouTube audience as well. She was fucking roaring to go. And then she did. And she faced backlash even from her own community. So in the article I read about this situation, they referenced some of her community posts that I can no longer find. I don't know if they were deleted. So I just wanted to put that out there that these are no longer on her channel. But according to this article, she addressed the criticism in a lengthy statement saying, "The reality of the situation is that different people feel differently about this. Some people genuinely think making a video including the autopsy photos is bad, and I respect their opinion and feelings. Other people, like myself, think of autopsy photos and the coroner explaining them as interesting and informative, and are able to view it all in a more scientific, detached way. It's just one of those things where it depends on the person." Hey Zav girl, let me hit you with some cold water real quick. If you're the kind of person that looks at photos of a dead child and goes over the details on how they were brutally tortured and murdered and think to yourself, This is good content. This content's a fucking banger. This is going on Patreon right now. I'm gonna get fucking paid for this shit. Let's go. Then you're a bad person. That's the kind of person you are. You are an evil piece of shit person is what you are. This isn't like some kind of debatable position. This isn't a hot take for me. I don't know how she even thinks that there is a large number of people that think like her where, oh, we actually just look at photos of dead, murdered children in a scientific, analytical way. As we could learn from this, like, oh, look at that. Stabbed 1,000 times. This is very interesting. I'm giving that an updoot, and here's $5. Thanks for showing me this. That's not common. She literally dropped a I'm sorry you feel that way over this whole situation in her community tab, I guess. That blows my mind. That blows my mind. And this is something I've always wondered about from the true crimes community, if there's ever any actual empathy for victims from channels like hers. I know that there are some true crime productions that actually aim to do good by trying to solve cold cases, and I think there is like a legitimate effort to do something there that's more than just exploitative, whereas what Zavgirl does here is legitimately just exploitative. She is trying to capitalize off the trauma of this family and make money from it for her true crime channel. I actually don't know how she sleeps at night. According to the article, the community post continued and it went into her denying that the autopsy footage that she distributed showed genitalia. She said, I understand some of you have issues with me charging money on my Patreon for the video. If I was charging money for the autopsy files alone or something like that, I think I'd see your point. But in this case, I spent a lot of time and worked hard putting together a video lining up the coroner's audio and descriptions along with the appropriate part of the photos she is describing and editing it together to try and make it as informative as possible for the viewer. That's what I'm charging for, which I would hope you can agree is understandable. Zavgirl, I don't agree. It's not understandable. I completely disagree. Basically, what you're describing here is you made an autopsy photo montage where you synced up the photos of a murdered child's body with the coroner's explanation on how they were murdered and died. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I don't know why you think that that's effort worthy of compensation, or why you think that what you did is a good thing. This isn't informative by any means. You're not like a documentary filmmaker that's paying respect to the victims' families or anything like that. This is the most disrespectful shit ever. Like this is beyond reprehensible. If you were aiming to create an informative video about the situation, why do you need the photos to accompany it? You could just have the coroner's explanation of it. You don't need the photos there. Clearly the reason you had them there is because you knew people would maybe pay for morbid curiosity to see a murdered child because there are some sick fucks in the world. That was clearly the intention behind having the photos there. Like, there's no other argument you can make for it, because again, if you wanted to just make a piece of content that was supposed to outline the horrors of this case, you could do that without showcasing the child's body. That's basic common sense. But I want to make it clear, even if you never published the autopsy photos, I still think what you did was exploitative and disrespectful to the victim and the victim's family. What you did here is not just provide details to a case to try and educate people on something horrible that happened or anything. You turned this case into a spectacle for your community to, like, give you impressions and engagement on. The goal of what you did here does not seem to be information or anything like that. The goal from you seems to have tried to be, like, a piece of entertainment about it, which is so fucked up.
I didn't think any of the images were new. These photos were already public, although the video I put together with the coroner's voice was my own creation. I chose to put the video on Patreon because of the sensitive nature of the evidence. Putting the evidence behind a paywall meant added security, and I naively thought they wouldn't be made public.
Well, that was certainly a dumb thing to listen to. Putting it on Patreon is still making the information public. You took private information and you published it on Patreon. A paywall does not mean that it's still private. It is easily accessible to anyone that wants to fork over a few doubloons to access it. Thus, the information is no longer private.
The video I created with a voice from the coroner wasn't meant to be shared outside of Patreon, and I chose not to put the photos on YouTube, a public forum, where the views would have allowed me to make more money, and the photos would be seen by more people.
Wow, you're such a saint. What an angel. She took a pay cut by only posting the murdered child autopsy photos on Patreon behind a paywall there, instead of posting it on YouTube, which I don't think you could even do on YouTube to begin with. What the fuck? What are you talking about here?
Because the video was placed behind a paywall, rumors about the images not being blurred or being different than what was shown in trial started to surface. No photos shows genitalia. I have made no jokes about the photos. I don't even cuss on my channel, and I would never allow derogatory remarks about a victim. I realize my intentions were not communicated well.
This is deflecting. It's not your intentions that people were questioning. The entire act of what you did here is a problem. It is disgusting what you did. It has nothing to do with your motivation behind doing it. The fact you did it at all is the problem. There's no intention that justifies it. There just isn't. There isn't an argument you can make that will, in any way, shape, or form, make it seem reasonable to have published the autopsy photos in any capacity, or made all of those private documents accessible through anyone that pays directly to you for the information. And again, even if you did make all of this publicly accessible without a paywall, releasing all of this kind of shit, the autopsy photos, coroner stuff, all of that, I still think it is exploitative because you are capitalizing off of it. I still think there wasn't really a good explanation for anything you did in this whole situation. So it has nothing to do with your fucking intentions. There is nothing you could have done that would have made this understandable in any capacity. So, yeah. She then goes on to say that her Patreon did get shut down for it, which sounds about right. That makes a lot of sense considering what she posted on there. And, yeah, that's kind of the whole situation in a nutshell. That's about it. See ya. Twitch chat is a place that has a horrible reputation online. People talk about Twitch chat like it's a place where common sense and rational thinking go to die. And I just want to set the record straight right now. That's not entirely wrong. I am sometimes just blown away by the incomprehensible nonsense that I'll read from Twitch chat, and it makes me question how we even got to this point in humanity. Like, I am shocked that some of the chatters can even get to their keyboard with the amount of drool that must be leaving their mouth, trapped in like a perpetual haze of stupidity. But it's not all of them, damn it. And I want to highlight a hero from Twitch chat. This guy is like the superstar anime protagonist of Twitch chat in my eyes. His name is Ricky, and he's a viewer of mine who is a big fan of the slap fighting content that I used to cover very often. He was such a big fan of slap fighting and fell in love with it as a sport that he decided to reach out and actually try to compete in the professional slap fighting circuit. He was doing it not only for himself, but for the hopes and dreams of everyone in chat. So he goes by the name Bayou Bastard in Slap Fight Championship, and I've watched him every step of the way. Like, I feel like a proud parent to a certain extent, watching him go from such humble beginnings where it was kind of like silly and most people counted him out because he doesn't have any like actual combat sporting background or anything like that. But to go from that to where he is today is incredible.
With a record of 7 wins and 4 losses and over 80 rounds at the barrel, this Terrytown, Louisiana native has gone from being a penalty-prone amateur superfan to being one of the top-ranked pound-for-pound slappers in the United States. Also one of the most popular slappers on the planet, Ricky is loved by many, and his fans around the world will be on the edge of their seats tonight, hoping to see the Bayou Bastard as the new slap fight champion.
I'll just go ahead and fill you in. He just competed for the middleweight championship belt. He is considered one of the best slappers in America right now. Ricky, the Bayou Bastard, started from the bottom. Now he's here. So I want to show you his middleweight championship belt match against Monkey Wrench,
which helped the Tennessee native make an undefeated run to become the undisputed middleweight champion.
So that's Monkey Wrench, the raid boss that Ricky would have to overcome in order to be crowned the middleweight champion. So let's dive in. Let's see how the boy wonder did.
All right, here we are back at the barrel. The Bayou Bastard's wasting no time. He's going to have the first slap. 1, 2, 3. Oh, and a slap to the eyebrow by the Bayou Bastard. The eyebrow slap is a new technique for me. I do think that's probably going to be, we're probably not going to call that, but it is a completely wasted turn.
I'm sure I'm already too late to get ahead of this. I'm sure there's already 1,000 comments pointing it out. But yes, the guy on the far right over there definitely does look like me. His name is The Cannon. He's a professional slapper. Apparently, he also wears white t-shirts around the gym. So, you know, maybe he's got some of my DNA, or maybe I've got some of his DNA. You know, what really came first, the chicken or the egg? There must be like some Charlie genetic code out there, and we're sharing it together here. Though I do think he got the better end of the genetic bargain because he's built taller than me, stronger than me, with a fuller beard than me. But yeah, he definitely looks like he could be my long-lost brother. I'm going to need to have a very serious conversation with my mother about this mystery. But round one, you can see, wasn't exactly the strongest start for Ricky here. He had a bit of a glancing, wet fart of a blow right to the eyebrow of Monkey Wrench, which isn't really going to do much damage.
That slap fight championship when you don't make weight. Oh, a big slap from Monkey Wrench! And Ricky just kind of smiles at him and says, good job.
That was a pretty good shot right there from Monkey Wrench, but you're going up against Ricky. Pain only makes him stronger. He smiles at that shit. Legitimately psychopath energy right there. That's scary. That's gonna put some fear in Monkey Wrench there. Put the fear of God in him, and that God's name is the Bayou Bastard. I tell you, Ricky is one tough son of a bitch. He's made out of 50% steel, 20% oats, 15% whole wheat, and 15% American-made cast iron. I want to tell you a true story about Ricky, and this is going to sound fake, especially on the back of what I just said there, but this is legitimately a true story. About a year ago, Ricky was booked for a slap fighting match, and at the train station, he got into an argument with a gentleman, and things escalated into a bit of a scuffle. And during the scuffle, the guy stabbed Ricky above his eye. Literally stabbed him above his eye. And Ricky still got on the train and then had his slap match later that day. Dude gets stabbed at a train station and then says, well, shucks, I'm gonna be late. And then still goes to the fucking slap fighting match. I can't remember if that match was posted on their YouTube channel or not. Their YouTube channel is Slap Fight Championship. I can't remember if it was posted on there or if it was only pay-per-view. It's been a while now, but regardless, it's still fucking wild. That shows just how tough Ricky is and also how passionate he is about slap fighting. I just double checked. Yeah, it is on their channel. It's Baby Ray vs. Bayou Bastard, and you can see the fresh wounds still on his face here. And he just didn't give a shit. He's like, nah, I got a match I gotta compete in, so I'm not worried about the stab wound too much. We'll just clean it up, dress it a little bit, and I'll be alright.
And it looks like there will be no break for Ricky. Ricky's ready to push the pace. Round two. Oh, a nice shot from Ricky. Wow. Okay, Ricky's back at the barrel, big smile on his face.
The only thing that makes Ricky's smile bigger than pain is inflicting pain on somebody else. Man is out here cheesing like he's taking a yearbook photo here. So Ricky lands a wallop. That man rattled his brain on that one. Ricky put a lot of meat behind that one. The elbow grease was optimized, and he delivered a shot to Monkey Wrench. So you could see him kind of wobble a bit, but he didn't like KO him. Monkey Wrench isn't out. He is himself a champion, so you know he's not dropping easy.
Legendary Frank the Tank in his corner tonight. Monkey Wrench with a nice shot there. Some blunt force trauma to the cheek of the Bayou Bastard.
The way Ricky responds to getting slapped is the same way I used to respond when my mom would tell me I could have ice cream after dinner. He gets giddy. Like, he gets excited after he gets slapped. It's like a super intimidating thing if you ask me. It's like Majin Buu. How Majin Buu's just like always having fun during like the most intense moments and shit. He's not eating light slaps. He's eating nails. Those are hard slaps. You can tell just by the sound that's reverberating at like 5 billion decibels. Like, these are thunderous slaps that Ricky's having no problem with.
Pretty amped up. He wants this title tonight. Very excited for the title fight. Round three. Oh, a big shot from Ricky. Monkey Wrench stays on his feet, but he felt that.
Not only did he feel that, his whole family felt that. Ricky is throwing frying pans. Ricky's hands are coming in like a fucking train, barreling towards the cheek of Monkey Wrench right now, and there's no brakes on it. He is delivering some high-quality damage here with his slaps. He has mastered the open palm technique here, and these are textbook slaps. He's not clubbing, he's not stepping, he's not having any penalties, no violations. Ricky is throwing textbook, picture-perfect slaps.
But at this point in his career, he's got it honed in. Here we go, round 3. Good shot from Monkey Wrench. We're going to move into round 4. Monkey Wrench steps back to the barrel. Ricky checks his placement. Here's your windup, round 4. Another good shot by Ricky.
Ricky turns getting slapped into just like a part of his routine, like a warm-up. He doesn't take breaks. He gets slapped and then immediately gets right back and ready to deliver one of his own. It's like a fucking Tony Hawk combo, like from getting slapped into delivering a slap, and he keeps the combo going. So this one was definitely the weaker of his slaps so far. It didn't have the same intensity behind it. I think he was a little too focused on targeting. He had to make sure that he calibrated the internal slapping computer of his brain properly. So he was just making sure that he still had his hand on the button there. So he didn't put a ton of power behind it, I don't think. He just kind of threw that out there just as like a little heat check, making sure the accuracy is still pinpoint, like a sharpshooter.
Monkey Wrench, sponsored by Big Boy's Barber Company. I'm just kidding. Monkey Wrench doesn't know any barbers. Here we go. Round 5. Good shot. Not a lot of power in that, but it was a good fundamental slap.
For those that don't remember, the commentator and also owner of Slap Fight Championship, his name's JT. Dude lets some wild lines rip, and I always appreciate it. So, making a little joke about Monkey Wrench here, and I don't know if Monkey Wrench hurt him or not, but he did not deliver a very strong slap into that round. That was unfortunate for him, because he's really going to need to swing the momentum here in order to win.
All right, a few people in the audience reminding Kyron that he's horrible with the ring cards. Here we go. Round 5. A lot of respect between these two competitors.
Now, unfortunately, Ricky also didn't deliver a very good slap here either. He kind of got him with like his fingertips, so a bit of a wet noodle thrown out there, but it happens. Overall, Ricky's landed the more meaningful power shots up till this point, so he's still in very good shape.
And these guys have dialed back their power in favor of winning the striking match. Here we go, round 6. Oh, Ricky with some big power there. Turns the head of Monkey Wrench.
I bet if we had an infrared camera right here, we would be able to see that Monkey Wrench has hit the exact same spot on Ricky's face every single round within millimeters of itself. Every single one of his slaps is hitting the exact same fucking mark. It's like a scene in every archery movie ever when they're showcasing a talented archer, where they shoot an arrow at a target, get the bullseye, and then shoot another arrow which splits the previous arrow in half and hits the exact same bullseye mark. That is what Monkey Wrench is doing with his shots. They're not packing the most power, but like a war of attrition, he's kind of wearing down Ricky's cheek here, like peeling the flesh off, like the exact same spot he is hitting every time. And then Ricky, unfortunately, missed his mark dreadfully. He got under the chin of Monkey Wrench there, which you can't do. You gotta stay, you know, in the cheek region. You can't be flirting around with the chin here. Which, of course, he wasn't planning to do. He wasn't going for like a karate chop or anything. It's just he missed.
And that was a fantastic slap by Monkey Wrench. Best slap of the match so far. Ricky with a new tattoo representing his MMA team on his right hand. And another good shot from Ricky.
Now shit's starting to pop off a little bit. Monkey Wrench is not only still scarily accurate with his slaps, but now he's really starting to put a lot of mustard on that hot dog. He's filling it up with condiments, and somehow Ricky's still eating it. He's still saying yum yum yum. Even though that was a booming shot from Monkey Wrench onto the cheek of Ricky. Ricky also not slouching either. He's not, you know, phoning it in. He's not getting lazy. He delivered a powerful shot of his own, but Monkey Wrench is kind of bitten down now, so he's not exactly getting, you know, caught off guard anymore. He's not exactly getting dazed or stunned from his slaps.
Not illegal, but they're getting to the point of getting close. Oh! And a great slap from Monkey Wrench. He's starting to pull it in now. We're in round 8 of a 10-round scheduled fight. And it couldn't get any closer. Ricky with another solid shot. Monkey Wrench is starting to have some signs of wear on his face.
Another strong round from both athletes here. I'd say Ricky squeaked out a bit of an edge because you could see Monkey Wrench get kind of blown away by that one a little bit. And as JT mentioned, there is a lot of wear on Monkey Wrench's face. He's got Ricky's entire fucking handprint popping up on his cheek now, like he just got it tattooed there.
Okay, a little bit of a flinch by Ricky, but I don't know if they'll call that. I don't think it made a difference in the power of the slap. We'll check his placement, round 9. And another good slap. You can see just a little bit of blood. Monkey Wrench says that was high. We're going to check the replay here. Okay, we're taking a look at it. It's not a penalty. The heel of the hand did not extend deep enough for that to be a club. It was a little bit high, but it wasn't deep enough to do damage on the level of a club. So it looks like some conversations are happening here.
Ricky's still feasting on slaps while also still sending a few of his slaps of his own back to the kitchen for the chef here. And this was a bit of a spicy meatball, so Monkey Wrench believed that it should be a penalty, thinking that it was either a bit high or a club. So after going to the replay, the judges concluded that it was a little high, but not too high. Like it wasn't, you know, an illegal height away from where a slap should be. And he also didn't hit him with the heel of his hand here, which would make it a club, which is illegal. You can't fucking palm strike someone like you're playing the monk class in an MMO. You have to like actually slap. So it was deemed a clean hit, and it was a very strong hit.
Round 9. Oh, a good shot from Monkey Wrench. And we have a fantastic, mighty battle going on here. Oh, a big shot from Ricky. And Monkey Wrench's quaff goes flying. This is the last slap of the match. Monkey Wrench has an opportunity here. Oh no! And we've got a club, and you can see it immediately on the face of Monkey Wrench. He knows exactly what happened. He's going to admit to that.
This one's about as close as it gets, because no knockdowns, no knockouts, only a couple of slaps that kind of looked like they dazed or stunned Monkey Wrench, but other than that, nothing that really squeaks out a huge edge for either competitor here. It really does come down to the wire. At the very end, Monkey Wrench did get a clubbing warning for the final slap being a club, but otherwise, super clean, super fucking tight. This is a nail biter. So, let's see if Ricky did enough in order to win. In my opinion, I think Ricky takes it just because he did land more power shots, but Monkey Wrench did have a huge momentum swing where he was the one landing most of the power shots. I just don't think they did as much damage as Ricky's did.
And your winner, by split judges' decision, and new
Oh my gosh! The Bayou Bastard doesn't even realize it yet. He is the new Slap Fight Championship middleweight champion. Holy smokes. A quick show of sportsmanship here, but I can see on the face of Monkey Wrench, he is furious with himself.
Stand right here.
Wow.
You have become the super competitor. You are now the middleweight champion. What do you got to say?
This show I love everything about it. Thank y'all so much. I love to be here.
Give it up for your winner and new middleweight champion, the Bayou Bastard.
He fucking did it. Ricky the Bayou Bastard did it. From Twitch chat to the big stage of Slap Fight Championship glory. The dub, the big W, the middleweight champion. Fucking proud of the boy. Super happy to have seen him win this one. He has come a long way, not only in slapping. I don't want to get like too personal with a lore dump on Ricky, but JT does keep me updated on pretty much everyone in the circuit, which I really appreciate, because they all seem like great guys. Ricky did a lot more than just train slap fighting over the last couple years. Prior to joining the slap fighting league, he was going through a lot of personal struggles and a lot of things that he was battling with, and throughout the course of his training, he's not only lost a ton of weight, but a lot of other really big life changes for the better have happened for Ricky, as I'm told. So just the whole thing is just such a heartwarming story about driving for a goal and not giving up along the way. It's just really cool to see Ricky, the Bayou Bastard, go from Twitch chat to accomplishing something that he really wanted to do and set out to do a couple years back and fully fucking committed to. Just really happy to see it, and I just wanted to kind of share this story with all of you because I think it's great. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. It's always so inspiring to see someone never give up in the face of adversity, to push forward and achieve great things, like Rocky, or Will Smith in iRobot when he was telling people like, hey, these robots are a little fishy, and they said, hey pal, you're just blowing from stupid town, and then turns out he was right and he still protected us anyway. Point is, this is the backbone to so many of the best stories ever told in books, movies, TV shows, and anime. It's like one of the 10 commandments of anime for every protagonist, just that never quitting attitude. But in the real world, when companies in particular adopt this never give up mentality, it's pretty embarrassing and pathetic. In particular when it comes to Meta, or as you know them, Facebook, because nobody really knows this fucking clown company is anything other than Facebook. Meta's been on a bit of a cold streak recently, with the most recent embarrassing blunder being the Metaverse. More like Meta reimburse everyone who bought into that scam. Being sold as like the way of the future. Nowadays, it's just a barren, empty wasteland of broken dreams and broken promises. The goofballs just made a virtual reality experience more primitive than Roblox and Second Life. It's just shameful. But they didn't give up. They didn't quit. They said, you know what? That was so good, we're gonna do it a second time. What about second breakfast? So they're trying another venture here, and it's actually opening to pretty big success. And it's what we're talking about today. Threads, a Twitter competitor. Twitter's had its own series of missteps, quite a few blunders. They've given up Scholar's Mate a few times here, and it looks like Meta's trying to strike while the iron's hot, so they released their own Twitter competitor called Threads. When looking it up, I saw this headline: Meta's Twitter competitor for friendly conversation launches early. And this feels like the worst article ever written to promote something. Calling it a place for friendly conversation makes it sound like Weenie Hut Jr., where you're not allowed to go in there unless you're wearing elbow and knee pads. Not that I like Twitter. I think, and I've been very vocal about this, I think Twitter fucking sucks. I don't think the world was ready for a platform like that, and it is just the absolute worst thing for a human being's mental health. And now for the first time, we're being cursed with a platform that threatens Twitter's stranglehold on brain rot. This is like that scene out of Godzilla where he says, let them fight. We now have two kaijus going to war over poisoning your mind, basically. So you have Twitter, which is no stranger to horrible decisions, and now you have Meta with Threads, which is no stranger to horrible decisions. Obviously, Meta's mainly going to be using this for more data harvesting, I imagine, since that's kind of their bread and butter behind their business models. But this is a big deal because Twitter now has actual competition in the space. And it doesn't seem like they like this ball game very much, because apparently Twitter is threatening to sue Meta for Threads right now, saying that it stole their trade secrets. I don't know what Krabby Patty secret formula they think they cooked up there, but Twitter itself was already derivative of some of the old message boards from way back in the day. It just kind of became streamlined on Twitter, and everything just got so concentrated on the internet as a whole that everyone flocked to Twitter for the experience. I don't know exactly if they have a strong case against Meta here for Threads, so I guess we'll just have to see how that whole soap opera plays out. But honestly, the biggest thing about this announcement that I see nobody talking about for some reason is the fact that Meta maliciously calculated today as their launch day because they knew that I was dropping our Plague Seeker animation. They wanted to take the wind out of our sails knowing that Plague Seeker was going to hog all of the internet's attention for today, so they had to drop Threads in order to take the wind out of our sails, which is foul play from Meta, but I'd expect nothing less from fucking Zuckerbot. So don't let them win. Go watch the Plague Seeker animation. We worked very hard on that. But anyway, I don't want to get too lost in the sauce here at the buffet, so before the steam keeps pouring out of my ears, let's focus on Threads. I have always been extremely vocal about how important competition is, and more now than ever since everything is getting so concentrated on the internet where pretty much all discussions are happening on either Twitter or Reddit and like nowhere else these days. I always think competition is a great thing. But that being said, Twitter sucks shit through a crazy straw, and I am not thrilled about making another Twitter account on something called Threads. I don't need a Twitter 1.5. I already don't like current Twitter, so why would I come around for the sequel here? I don't need too fast to Twitter, so I'm not going to make a Threads account, but I'm glad that it exists, and I hope it does become successful, so that way Twitter doesn't have a stranglehold on brain rot anymore. They can now share the neural load, and maybe, now we're just spitballing utopias. Maybe Threads actually does become a great social media platform somehow, and Twitter can just kind of be like this quarantine zone for, wild, wacky nonsense. It could just be like the fucking loony bin, right? Then I'd make the switch to Threads. But for now, I don't need another Twitter, so I'm not going to be signing up for it. I'm not exactly, scratching at my neck for more of that experience. But like I said, competition is great. And I do hope Threads can at least threaten Twitter enough so that way both can improve. So that way you're not stuck with constant dog shit changes that make the user experience worse. The most important thing to remember about competition, that it is always the best thing for consumers. You want competition. This isn't me trying to hypnotize you. I'm telling you a fact. You want competition. You don't want one entity to have all of the power when it comes to a market share like this. So it's good. But I don't like Twitter, so I'm not making a Threads account for more Twitter. But I'm out here rooting for it, even though it is one of Meta's. But at least now you get the choice. Do you want to stay on Twitter, or do you want to go to fucking Mark Zuckerberg's booby here and suckle on that for the Twitter experience? You get choices now. And since I don't have a Threads account, I've just been reading people's personal accounts of the site. Apparently they're not allowing like pornographic material, and they're also like censoring people, like individuals. I don't know how true these claims are right now because I'm getting conflicting information from different sources. And if both of these claims are true, the censorship is a big L, but not having it constantly feeding you pornographic material, I actually think is a good thing. I don't know if that's a hot take or not. I was talking about this on stream last night. I never stopped to think about just how weird it was that Twitter's a platform that you have to be 13 or older to sign up for, and it just has porn plastered all over the place. And it's super common, especially in replies. And this is a platform that is, again, 13, which is below the legal age for porn consumption, which is 18. And it just wasn't even something I even thought about until a couple people on Twitter started mentioning it, and I was like, huh, that's an interesting point. And the majority of the time, it's not age-gated at all. You just immediately get fed the content with no, like, safeguard in place or anything. You'll read a goofy tweet that you're giggling about, such as the timeless classic, dude walked into the pee store and said, "Is this the poop store?" It's like, brother, look around. And you're, busting a gut laughing at it, having an old belly laugh, and then you scroll into the reply section to see who else is laughing with you, and then bang, just a full picture of a gaping, leaking butthole, and an OnlyFans link. And it's like, what the fuck? So yeah, I'm not exactly going to be crying about the lack of porn on Threads if that is the decision they decide to make. But I did look up some complaints that a couple of articles have noted, so I'm just going to go through those real quick, because again, I'm not making an account on Threads right now, so I don't know firsthand what the experience is like. According to this article, you can't set Threads to view only posts from accounts you follow, which again, this just feels like they rushed it out and just didn't bother putting this in yet, but will be coming shortly if I had to guess, because this is a pretty obvious one that they'd need to have set up. There's also no web interface, but you can read the threads on the website, but you can't post them or interact with them in any way. And apparently you can't delete your Threads profile without deleting your Instagram, which seems like a pretty big oversight, but it seems like something a lot of people will have an issue with down the line. According to the quote here, you can deactivate it, but you can't delete it without, also annihilating your Instagram account. Also, there's no search functionality right now in Threads. It only lets you find user accounts, so they do say that they'll be adding more features to help discovery, obviously. That's very clear. This is just a rushed job getting it out, so it doesn't have all the features at the moment. And then the other thing is that it's not currently available in the EU, which I imagine it will be shortly. But yeah, anyway, like I said, even if I'm not making a Threads account right now, I am happy that there is competition in the space, and hopefully it can be a legitimate competitor to Twitter. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. I'm confident that a large number of you watching this video have been the victims of porch pirates or package thieves at some point in your life. It's becoming an ever-increasing crime that's more common than jaywalking at this point. Now, as the video title is already spoiled for you, yes, we were recently the victims of porch pirates, and we've got some nice 4K footage compliments of the Ring doorbell that caught them in the act, and I just really want to talk about this because it is so frustrating that this keeps happening. And what's even more frustrating is just how bubbly she is while stealing our shit. She looks directly at the Ring doorbell and basically just smiles at us, just stares a hole through our soul. Because she knows she's going to get away with it, and she has. They aren't really able to do anything. Authorities can't fucking track her down just by knowing what she looks like. This isn't a game of guess who. So here comes our little angel now, and this is clearly not her first rodeo because she brought some equipment here. She's got a big bag in order to efficiently steal packages, so that way she doesn't have to struggle with, like, carrying multiple packages in her arms. Just look at this efficiency. She's a well-oiled machine. This is some shit out of Ocean's 11 here. She's in and out within 30 seconds, gets the whole kit and caboodle, and then even blows a little kiss on the way by, looking directly at the Ring doorbell. Excellent work, ma'am. Also, for any astute observers out there, that vehicle parked in front of the house, that soccer mom Batmobile, that was her getaway car. She had the chutzpah to not only casually walk up to the house, slowly pick up all the packages, and then waltz away smiling. She even parked her car basically in the driveway of the place she was robbing. She didn't even do the standard shit that you see in crime heist movies where they park like a block away before robbing a bank. Everything was so bold and brash, and it doesn't matter because she did get away with it. Now, I blurred her face because I'm not trying to lead a witch hunt here or anything. Of course, I don't care about protecting the identity of a criminal, but I do not want to engage in any kind of witch hunt behavior. I'll explain what she stole in just a moment, but I also want to explain that this is not me that was stolen from this time around. This is Matt. These little goodies that were stolen were Matt's, and I'll go ahead and give you the little post-game analysis report to tell you what her grand total is that she made off with. Incalculable wealth. She basically won the Powerball by stealing from Matt. She got priceless artifacts, treasures that not even Nicolas Cage would be able to steal, like the Declaration of Independence, because they're too important and too valuable to even put a price tag on. One of the items was a custom birthday present that Matt spent like 6 months working on and ordering and getting finished and finalized for his sister. It was a birthday present that Matt had waited half a year for to give to his sister that finally arrived, and now it's in her hands, so I can promise you there's not shit she can do with it unless she happens to share the same name as his sister and the same interests. And then the big package that she stole is actually a package that was meant for all of us, not just Matt. It was our most recent merch line. I shit you not, this isn't just supposed to be some kind of merch plug. She stole our prototype merch. This happened quite a little bit ago. So we were waiting for some prototype merch to come in to see how everything feels and looks to make sure that it's up to our quality standards and make sure that it absolutely slaps. And that was that package. So she made off with some alpha merch here. This is a bigger haul than robbing a bank. She broke into Fort Knox and stole something far more valuable than gold. Moist Global merch for our anime streetwear line, which I'm going to use this as an opportunity to plug the merch here as a little ad section. That line is available now. We had to get another shipment sent to us so we could test it all out and make sure it's all good, and it's fucking amazing. So the anime streetwear line is available on moistglobal.com right now. The items are so good that it possessed this woman to steal packages off people's porches just for the chance at finding these puppies. This shirt's available. These pants, this hoppy coat, which has become a favorite of mine since I've been wearing hoppy coats so often now since we started that. This hoodie, and so much more. So much incredible stuff at moistglobal.com. You can click the link in the description below if you want to just get taken there instantly. Now anyway, back to the topic at hand. So Bozo did get away with the crime, unfortunately, and it just boils my blood because this is happening to everyone everywhere. Like I mentioned, since everyone is basically shopping online these days, there's not a whole lot of, brick and mortar purchases. It's going to people's doorstep. The packages get there, and then some people just swoop in and take it like reverse leprechauns coming to steal our pots of gold that are left out on the porch. It's extremely frustrating.
Oftentimes it's just total strangers that are just going to random houses looking for packages and then taking them. Other times it's your neighbor coming in and swooping in, taking your shit. You can't trust anyone. There's reptilians among us and they're taking all of our things. Just look at this, the arrogance is infuriating. Basically giving a thumbs up to the Ring doorbell camera, smirking at it, knowing that she's being recorded and watched, but it doesn't matter because she also knows that she's going to get away with it. Also, love how she's wearing a Hurley shirt she must have just finished stealing from PacSun, and she is way too old to be in that store. Act your age, lady. It's so frustrating. This Porch pirate found the One Piece with our Moist Global merch and then also stole an extremely important item from Matt to his sister. And it sucks because this isn't like some kind of freak incident that happened. Package thieves are so common now. I don't know how often it's happened to Matt, but for me personally, it's happened a couple of times with my packages being stolen. I've personally been the victim of porch pirates only twice in my life, I believe. That's mainly because I just don't really order many things, and the things I do order are things that nobody is gonna try and steal. Like, for example, the Moby Huge. The Moby Huge is a 60-pound wiener. Like, no one's taking that. So most of those items that I get aren't really things porch pirates are, salivating over. The only 2 times that I've had my packages stolen by a porch pirate was one when I was living in my apartment complex and I was really obsessed with buying goofy instruments. So I had a pretty silly one delivered. I can't remember exactly what it was. I think it was a pocket trumpet, and someone had taken it right in front of my door. And then the second time is I ordered, I think it was Yu-Gi-Oh cards. It was either Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon cards, and they just left a couple packages out front, and someone came by and snagged them. Which is obviously not only a huge headache because you didn't get what you paid for, and it's not the fault of the seller, just some asshole came through and swiped it, but it's also just a big psychological thing as well, just feeling like it's unsafe to order things to your house because someone might steal it. It just sucks. And what's even worse is things like Ring doorbell, like they're there to help in situations like this, to be like a deterrent to thieves and all of that. But because this has become so common, it's very difficult for there to be action taken on each of these cases. And even if they do try and, figure out who it was that stole from you, piece together the puzzle pieces to the mystery and solve it like Scooby-Doo and the crew, it's very unlikely that even if somehow they do pull off the miracle and find the person that stole your packages, you're still not likely to get the stolen items back. The whole thing just fucking sucks. Porch pirates are degenerate scum. Mark Rober is a hero for glitter bombing package thieves. I love that. That's my favorite series ever. The glitter bombs against the package thieves is great. Obviously, this is a huge problem faced by a lot of people, but I don't have the solution either. Like, I don't know how you're supposed to, protect packages dropped off on the porch, unless you have, some kind of safety deposit box or a vault door that delivery personnel are supposed to deposit the stuff in and then lock on the way out. I really have no idea. That doesn't sound super efficient. That seems like it could get pretty messy and weird. So I don't exactly know what can really be done to stop this from being such a common crime. It's just one of those things that fucking sucks though, and I really wanted to talk about it a little bit. So that's it. So yeah. There's a phenomenon I've talked about quite a few times on this channel over the years, and it's a recent development in our species where people will record themselves having an unhinged meltdown, just actually getting video evidence of their worst moment, and openly post it and expect people to be on their side. I understand it's delusion and everyone thinking that they're the main character, so everything they do is justifiable and they're just perpetually morally righteous with every decision they make, so they film it expecting to get a bunch of pats on the back and people just really rimming them out for such a great job at handling confrontation or whatever. But it's just still so weird to me that this is so common. And that's of course what today's video is on. It's a woman who's having a conniption, just blowing a gasket, going ballistic at a man and his dog outside of their business. And she gets out her phone for that little recording buff.
Tie your fucking dog up, you fucking piece of shit. What are you? Are you even white? You're not white, huh? We're back to your fucking country. You fucking dumb shit, like you just called me.
Zoinks, Scoob. This one fell apart real quick. She only got one sentence out before immediately devolving into some racism. Dropping a "go back to your country" line. That's a 10-yard penalty right off the rip. I mean, that's a technical foul. Like, my God. And she's recording herself doing this, supposedly to post on Facebook or somewhere, or maybe she's streaming it on Rumble, like God only knows. She is filming this moment herself for the cringe compilation, proudly, and then still going through with all of the stupid shit she's saying and is about to do. Now, the man is also filming her. This is another very common interaction in this day and age where one person's filming, so then to counterbalance it, the other person starts filming. It's kind of like in Dragon Ball Z when they have like the beam battle, the beam struggle, so like a Kamehameha wave mixing with like a Gallic gun or some shit, and it's like going back and forth. That's what it's like in modern day with confrontation, where two people start filming each other and it's this war of attrition for who's gonna break first or have a cancelable moment. It's just a tug of war. Everything is filmed all of the time. So all of these arguments usually don't even take place face to face anymore, even though it's in the real world. They'll immediately bring out their phone and argue with the phone that's looking at the person. So that's always kind of goofy. Now, in the words of the great Shrek, he said, "Public freakouts are like an onion. They have many layers." And that couldn't be more true for this video, because the lady here, I actually think, has a real reason to be upset. She's just going about the whole situation in the worst possible way. She's mad because the man and his dog are outside and the dog is not on a leash. And I think that's a very real complaint. I really think it's extremely irresponsible and shitty dog ownership to have your dog be unleashed in public. That's not only dangerous for the dog, where it could just run away, get hit by a car or something, but it's dangerous for everyone around you if your dog, you know, maybe goes after another dog, goes after a person, and the dog in this video is a pit bull. So that amplifies the danger of it even more so.
Go tie your fucking dog up now, you piece of shit! Bring your dog inside! Tie him up! You cannot do that! You can't keep him out here!
You're entertaining.
I'm on the phone with the cops right now. They're gonna come get your dog and put him down.
At least I'm pretty sure it's a pit bull, but I'm not a fucking dog whisperer. I'm not a connoisseur of dog breeds. It looks like a pit bull, but regardless, even if it's not, again, I still feel all dogs should be on a leash when they're in public around people, just for the safety of not only the animal, but the people as well, just in case. It's always better to err on the side of caution, I feel. Now, back to making fun of Rowdy Ruth for how she's handling all of this. So instead of just asking him to put the dog on the leash or handling it in a different way, like maybe just going somewhere else away from the unleashed animal, she starts filming everything and escalating the whole problem and situation, now threatening to call the police to have the dog put down, which is fucking unhinged.
Don't fucking touch me! Piece of shit!
Another thing that it seems to be increasingly common is someone saying, "Don't touch me," as they're initiating all of the contact. She's coming at him like a linebacker about to sack the quarterback here. She charges at the guy, and then he like turns and looks at her, and I'm assuming kind of like moves her hand away or something is what it looks like, when she was the one that actually started the physical component of this whole hoopla. I've seen this kind of shit so many times in videos like this, where an argument gets to this point and the person's going wacko mode, like they're going goblin. So they're like, "Don't touch me," as they're like charging at the person, or like, "Stop filming me," as they're doing everything they can to be in the video. Like there was nothing physical happening here until she started it, and then gets mad at him for like defending himself's not even the right word, because he didn't even do that. I think all he did was just like move her hand away, if that. Like I'm only assuming based on the way she responded to everything.
I know, Pup. She was crazy.
Now we've reached the climax here. The lady peels out like she just got her 5th star in Grand Theft Auto and nearly hits the guy filming
and then just floors it. Just absolutely zooms out as quickly as she can and takes off into the sunset. This was probably the most exciting moment of her entire life. And now that video is somewhere in a Facebook book club group, and they're really cheering her on for her bravery and the way she handled everything here. When in reality, everyone's now making fun of her because the video's left her weird little echo chamber bubble. Well, actually, her perspective I don't think has, but the video of the whole situation has. There's nothing particularly special about this video. These are a dime a dozen. There's millions of these uploaded every day. So what made me want to talk about this one in particular? Well, because it showcased 3 different things, all of which I find interesting talking points. The first being this increasing frequency of people filming their own worst moments or filming their own, like, crimes now for social media clout. Just this parasite that seems to be infecting the brain of so many who are more than willing to film the absolute most embarrassing moments of their lives and upload it. I don't know if she did or not, though, to be fair. I suppose it's very possible she had like a moment of self-reflection, a come-to-Jesus moment, some clarity, where she realized, holy shit, this is awful, and then deleted it on the spot. But, you know, the damage was done because he was filming it, so we still saw everything that happened. But anyway, that's just the first thing that I always find interesting about these situations, is the person who's very clearly the most unhinged is the one filming it themselves, thinking that they're right. And then the second thing is dogs being off the leash. I'm seeing this a lot as well, where it's becoming ever more common for dog owners to not leash up their pets in public, and I think that is foul. I think that is just playing with fire. I really do stand by firmly that every dog in public should be on a leash. No matter how well trained or how sweet and cute the dog is, it is better for everyone if you put the dog on the leash. That's just a PSA to everyone out there. And then the third thing is, the lady really did have a reason to be uncomfortable or upset, but then she went way too far and handled it horribly, getting racist out of nowhere, getting physical, and then taken off like she was in the Fast and Furious franchise. Like, being upset about the dog being off the leash is fine. You could have handled it a million other ways besides what she did here. So it's one of those things where when someone does have like a reason for being a little perturbed and go hog wild with it, taking things way too far and then just saying some awful shit or doing something that's now indefensible, even though you were at the beginning having a, like, you know, a reason people would agree with you on. But yeah, anyway, that's really about it. Just saw this video come up today and had a few things I wanted to discuss with it. That's it. See ya. Oh, AFL. This is the Australian Football League, isn't it? It's Americans review bombing it. They stole our culture. Oh. Devs have released 4 patches, and there are parts of the game that have significantly improved in the past 4 days. However, some of these improvements, i.e. tackling ability, have introduced problems of their own, as they are making the remaining issues worse. Tackling is far easier in the AI actually tackle now, which makes the poor player movement control even more of an issue. I would consider the game less playable than yesterday, but the flurry of recent patches... Okay, I'm already sold, honestly. We'll try the Australian football... $60?! Oh my god, and 70 gigabytes. What the fuck? This puppy's got some meat on its bones. Why? Have some dignity. It's not football as you know it. It's neither soccer nor American football. Australian rules football is such an interesting chimera that blends the wackiest parts of sports ideas. It's very odd. The big stage! Let's go! I hope this uses Unreal 5 and ray tracing. I want to see every beat of sweat.
And the Blues. Footy, it's great to have you back.
Footy, I'm loving it. That a boy, McDonald's.
And who has gone backwards. The footy is back, and it's an exciting...
God, this is the most Australian shit ever. They just call it footy. Holy fuck. Like calling breakfast brekkie. Where's the enthusiasm, boys? Let's get a speech going or something. Jesus. Even the announcers fell asleep. They couldn't even just... Even in the AFL game, they couldn't just fill the stands with people. It's fucking empty out there. Oh, this is me.
Oh! Tackle. Ball, cries the crowd, and the umpire agrees. Motlop on a lead.
What has happened? What is
Away he goes. Clever kick.
This is me?
Cripps is hard to beat one-on-one.
Hello?
Sees something he likes. Can he hit a target? Mackay had his name written all over it. Nothing better than to convert a big contested mark into a
This, there's a lot of moving parts to this right now.
He doesn't miss many of these, and he hasn't missed that one.
Oh, he kicked a field goal?
Produced a clinical finish there to cap off a terrific passage of play. Wrapped up.
Okay, tackled. That was me, I think.
Stoppage near the center.
How do I jump?
The two big men do battle.
Oh, this is me. Pass it, pass it.
We will do it all again. Pitnet looking for
It's me.
Prestia absorbs the pressure.
All right, I'm caught in like a Dormammu time loop here. It's just the same thing every time.
Gary Lyon is with us. What do you make of this one, Gaz?
Well, it's a real scrap out there at the moment. Both sides looking.
Oh, good ball movement, but you fucked up. Go, 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 go.
Structurally sound.
He'll feel that one. Not sure there was much
I was breaking the tackle. What? Why'd they stop it?
Run, and that's a great Kurno. Strong grab.
How? Why do they get these little like brief respites here?
Motlop at half forward.
What the fuck? What? Why do they get to stop everything?
What's he got on offer?
They didn't want to be mean, so the lowest they go is 87. We'll do the West Coast Eagles. I mean, just look at the difference already in the 2 stars here. This guy's fucking like 8 feet tall, lumberjack beard. This guy's a Boy Scout.
The first tap, Yo, on the same page.
Holy shit, that ball movement.
He's suddenly a popular man.
There we go. There we go. Now I'm kicking.
And good execution too. Brayshaw.
It's a little. Oh, I put a little too much grease on. Oh, never mind. I'm nuts. Okay, can I put this between the upright? How does this work here?
He's off.
Oh, fuck.
That's great.
Give me the mark. Give me the mark. Can I take it? Can I take it from here? I want to go for the field goal. Okay, fuck it. I guess we don't need it. To you.
Can he hit a target? Manages to find a teammate.
Man, I'm good. This ball movement's fucking crisp.
Poor decision making.
What? What? What?
Opportunity may have gone
what was that?
Waterman couldn't quite. Closed him down. Got to get it out of there. That'll be play on.
Oh God, Jesus Christ. That's me, baby.
Calling after that blow.
What? How is he taking this kick?
Surely he can't from there. Don't tell me. He's kicked a miraculous goal.
That doesn't look hard.
It's always good to get an early one on the board.
What the fuck?
The Eagles are up for this. It's a great start.
How do I do? Okay, hold on. I need to check the controls. How is that a miraculous kick? We can't play any defense on it. It's a wide open fucking kick.
Can he get it out? Real
I'm going from here. I'm going from here.
He looked in trouble.
What the fuck?
But managed to slip the net. Squeezes the
whatever.
kick. Brown. He's set upon. Took too long there and coughs up. What could have been a shot on goal.
Wait, so you're not? Wait, what? You can't break tackles in this sport. If someone puts their hands on you, what? You have to blow the rape whistle and that's it. Ball's dead.
He's generally.
I feel like I could have overpowered that guy. Losing to the West Coast Gold Eagles, my ass. What a bunch of baloney. What a bunch of baloney.
The Eagles have got out of the blocks.
Even my
confidence will be high.
What is that? My goalie? Because what is he even defending if you can't like try and impede on their shots? What does he do? Just sit there looking like a fucking idiot? Like a toilet plunger?
They can combine both elements.
He's besieged. Viney.
Pass it!
Great pressure there. And
oh my God.
Well done. Hunt farms it out. Kelly, Hewitt in some space now. Look at the distance on that hand pass. Waterman.
That's me! Pass it! What are you... Jackson, how does this sport work? So he's over there just fucking caressing my cheeks, right? I have... Like, I can easily, like, run forward if I wanted to, or pass it. Am I not allowed to? How does this sport work? Like, if you get hugged, is it over? I was trying to handball it. I was pressing square like a motherfucker. Okay.
Umpire agrees.
Wait, is this me?
Have some authority on this match.
No, this is not me. Why is he kicking at his own goal?
It's a lovely looking kick.
Oh, we swap sides.
Building on their impressive first quarter, they've got their tails rolling.
I see. See, how many quarters are there? I assumed it was 4 quarters and you swap at halftime. That is not the case. I have now learned. Mine. Handball it. Well, okay. He's alright. He's groping me. I've hit every goddamn button on this controller during these things and nothing has changed. Handball! Handball! Handball!
That's a dreadful hand pass, truth told.
Pass it!
Free kick? Was that a legitimate attempt to get it out? The ump gives him the benefit of the doubt. Natanui with a deft tap. Oliver,
handball.
He's wriggled clear. Petrarca under.
There we go. All right, we've got some space. We got some space. Take it. Take it. Run too far. So you have a certain amount of steps you can take? I ran too far? You have to bounce the ball on the ground every 8 steps. What? I have to bounce the footy ball every 8 steps off the ground? How could you not know this? True, I should have known. It blends every sport ever. Then I have to throw darts at a dartboard or something. Then bowl a strike with the footy.
Kelly, he's everywhere at the moment.
Good D, good D, good D. Oh, fuck.
Get to the dangerous spot. Petrarca tries to force his way through. Hunt, what can he do with it?
Jesus.
Their ball movement has been impressive.
So now this is just a guaranteed goal because there's actually... Like, what do you do here? There's nothing you can do. It's just wide open every time.
Needs it to bend back, but it's not going to.
That passage of play deserved a better finish.
Pass over here. Oh, jeez. Jeepers creepers! What the fuck was that?
And out on the full, kicking at his first.
Drop punt looks good. He's got it.
They're going on their merry way here. This could be over by halftime.
Why not just kick this ball from fucking half field if it's wide open? What stops us from doing that? Is that like against the rules? There's like a certain zone that you can kick from? Because it is wide open every time. You can just fucking blast this bitch.
The Demons need more from their key players without it. The kick was ill-directed.
Oh, God, why?
Gathers. Shuey. Sheed. The Eagles continue to do as they...
Where's my stupid goalkeeper with his goofy helmet? What does he do for me?
40 points.
Can we give him like a jetpack or something to try and block this? Like, what is the point?
The Demons.
There's no goalie in this game. Well, who's the goofball that wears the stupid hat on my squad? What's his role? Oh, shit. Oh my god, can you please just... I'm trying my best to hold down these buttons here, but they immediately just blast it.
Can he impose himself on the match? Margin might get. Oliver has some attention to deal with. Good tackle.
Fucking hand pass it! Why?
A bit of friendly fire.
What do I have to do to make him hand pass when he's getting hugged?
Gath. What a game forward. Now they'll have to defend.
Yes, 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 yes! Go, go, go!
That's an
ugly what?
Kick. It'll be lucky to score.
Seemed like the defender's got a bit lost there.
Hey, we're on the board though.
Give up a goal.
Three-quarters done.
Needs to be some Dreadnought and Slater. Like this guy, that clown. What does he do? Why does he get like a leather helmet thing? Looking like the passenger in one of those sidecars on the motorcycle from Indiana Jones. What does he do for me? That goofball. It means he has a head injury.
Thanks for those observations, Gary.
Well, I believe that with the way we're playing.
Has rucked tirelessly. Good hands.
There we go. Mine, mine. Oh my god.
Nothing wrong with ambition, but you've got to know your limits.
I hate... Is the fetal position just the meta in this game or something? Like anytime anything happens, you go fetal position? Because I swear to God, every time I touch the ball, it's immediate fetal position. It won't even let me pass it.
The Eagles have been magnificent.
There we go. Movement, movement. Pass it, brother. What is happening? There we go. There we go. Pass it.
Shakes him off. That has to hurt. Neil Bull.
Yes. Yes.
On quickly. Takes the responsibility. Just needs to
Woo!
finish. He does.
Let's go! Yeah, attaboy. Fucking Napoleon Bonaparte over here. Beautiful kick. Excellent work.
Showing his skills.
Pass it. Pass it. You dweeb, pass it.
Handball away. Viney. That's not a great tackle.
Oh, oh, go, go, go.
I think he went for extra
What?
liniment
Go.
today.
He's forgotten to bounce it.
They've got winners all over the park. May.
Yes, yes. Upfield, upfield. Good movement, good movement. Good movement, gentlemen. Shit. Yes, yes. Go, go, go.
Golden opportunity here. Here's a big chance.
Woo!
No.
What?
He's missed.
Another couple of steps.
Open your eyes, goofball. That was picture perfect. How do I get the wide open shots? Like, when do I get that?
Got to the full. Footy. Hunt. Working
When you
hard
mark it.
and being rewarded.
How do I mark it? So that's when I catch a kick, not a hand pass?
Very good side here. Lever heads them off at the
What was that? What was that? Fucking pooping the ball out in the middle of the scrum? Please stop.
Wins the contest hands down.
That's not gonna get us anywhere.
They're a delight to watch.
Defense!
Yo.
What the fuck is marking?
Sees an opportunity.
It's when I take my dog on a walk and it pisses in every yard just to let other dogs know that it was
the
there.
ball moving.
There we go! Catch it! Catch it!
Barris is there in defense. Have denied them the corridor. The Eagles have
Close game. At least it came down to the wire.
They'll face sterner tests than that.
I'm sure you're all aware of this, but you only have one chance to make a good first impression. And if you fumble it, a bad first impression can haunt you for life. And, golly, I'm ashamed to say it, sports fans, but I just blew it when it comes to a very important first impression. Yesterday I posted this video announcing that I'm no longer exclusively streaming on Twitch, which is a bigger change than the time IHOP announced they'd be rebranding to IHOB, the International House of Burgers, instead of pancakes. This was a jaw-dropping change that shook the very foundation of our society as we know it. I announced in that video that I'd be trying YouTube streaming. I wanted to give that a whirl, take it for a trip around the block to see how it feels. And I even announced in that video that I'd be streaming that evening, about an hour after the video went live, just to dip my toes in the water and get my land legs about me to figure out how YouTube streaming works, because it's been so long, you know? It's not like riding a bike. You don't always remember. In fact, I totally fucking forgot how complicated running a YouTube livestream is, because it's very suboptimal in its design right now. Complicated, I don't think is the right word to describe it, because it's not like I had to go in here and code this son of a bitch myself or anything. I wasn't furiously banging away on my keyboard like an angry Neanderthal trying to get it to start. It's just the actual streaming dashboard I think is kind of messy, and a lot of the features that I know it has were pretty hard to locate. I had to go on like a goddamn treasure hunt to find it, like I was tracking down the One Piece. And for some reason, I got locked in like an actual war with the platform itself for a moment, where I would make changes to settings and then they'd immediately get flipped back to what they were previously. I had to change my stream title like 5 times because every time I changed it, I would save and then it'd instantly go back to what my last stream was called 6 years ago. It's like, no, the title you had 6 years ago is so much better than this one, so we're keeping it and we don't care what you say. So I was stuck in a game of slap ass with YouTube streaming for a moment, just trying to get everything in working order to go live. And when I finally did, I ended up both forgetting a lot of things and messing a lot of things up, which led to a pretty sour first impression for people that have never tuned into one of my streams. So I just kind of want to do like a full debriefing here on everything that went wrong with my first YouTube live stream in 6 years. And rest assured, I have evolved. I've learned from this experience, so the next YouTube live streams will be fucking perfect. Absolute bangers with no flaws whatsoever. To prove it, tomorrow I'm going live Wednesday at 9 p.m. EST, and it's going to be the best goddamn stream this platform's ever seen. I don't know what I'm going to do yet, but I will promise you there won't be any more silly mistakes like the stream I did last night. Right away, it was made immediately clear to anyone that tuned into my stream that something was awry. because the stream was a little odd looking. Yeah, I know a lot of people came in there and probably questioned themselves like, damn, do I need to visit an optometrist to get my eyes checked? Why does this kind of look like asshole? Well, don't worry, I'll put your mind at ease. The reason that it didn't look amazing and pretty pixelated is because, like an absolute goober, I made the biggest rookie mistake possible. I accidentally locked my stream to a 720p max, meaning you couldn't even access high definition. I didn't even have 1080 turned on as an option. I took viewers on a journey through time to what videos used to look like back in fucking 2010, where everything just looked foggy and yucky. Which is, it's such an amateur mistake. I don't even know how I just forgot to turn on 1080. Like, Jesus Christ, it's 2023, that should just be on by default for dumb idiots like me that just forget it. But it's not fair of me to go around pointing fingers when it was me who drank the dummy juice and just forgot to turn on HD as an option. And it's not a change that I can make during the stream. I'd have to restart everything in order to put it to 1080, so at that point, I'd already made my bed, so it was time to lie in it, and chat was not super happy with the quality of the video, understandably. So that was immediately the first thing that went wrong right off rip. It's something that I immediately dropped the ball on. But what's crazier is that's not even the first thing that went wrong. In fact, the very idea of the live stream did not go according to plan. So, I thought it'd be fun for the first YouTube live stream to do a short speed run that looked really hype and really fun. And I chose Jedi Survivor because it's a 25-minute speedrun. I fucking love speedrunning. I get super pumped about it. And they're always great streams when I do them, and I've done them on Twitch for many years. So I thought this would be a great target for just some light YouTube stream content in the late evening. So, that was the plan. I thought it would be a pretty low-key stream because, I mean, Jesus Christ, I started at 10:15 p.m. EST on a Monday night. And I'm pretty sure notifications didn't get sent out because you're only allowed a certain amount within a 24-hour time period, and I had already exceeded that. So I really thought it'd just be people trickling in just to check it out, and this whole stream for me was just testing everything, making sure I've got it all under control and handled, get my bearings about it before doing a bigger live stream later in the week. But it ended up being one of my bigger streams I've ever done. I was pleasantly surprised by how many people were excited to come tune in. Oh, and also, I forgot YouTube live streams have thumbnails. That's not something Twitch has. Usually it's just an auto-generated preview on a stream. YouTube allows you to do thumbnails, which I totally forgot about, which means that my thumbnail was a black screen. A lot of people came in and said, awesome thumbnail. It's just a black screen. And then it was a eureka moment where the light bulb flipped in my head and I realized, holy shit, I forgot that there's supposed to be a thumbnail. According to what chat was saying, I guess some people were just getting like the void and others were just getting a picture of Professor Sad. This guy, this goofball character I made in Dark Souls like 8-9 years ago. That's kind of hype if people were getting Professor Sad thumbnails out of nowhere like a jump scare, but apparently not everyone was. There was a lot of people that were just actually getting a black screen because I had forgotten to put a thumbnail. And I guess for some people, YouTube auto-generated a Professor Sad one, which is a little weird, or maybe that's something I had set like 6 years ago, or I don't really know. But regardless, things were out of whack right away. And like I said, I was pleasantly surprised to see so many people tune in to the stream. But then I got extremely embarrassed because that means a lot more people than I anticipated came in and started pointing and laughing at the clown that set the stream to 720p. They could immediately see my incompetence and I was ashamed. I had to try and reassure everyone that this doesn't usually happen. You know, I'm sure you've heard that excuse before, but this never happens. It just doesn't happen. Please, just take my word for it. It was an honest mistake, a very rare one. And what's crazy is we're only just getting started on the cacophony of disasters. The very idea of the stream, like I said, was to speedrun Jedi Survivor, which is a 25-minute speedrun. I anticipated it'd be like a 2.5 to 3 hour stream because I'm good at speedrunning, not to toot my own horn, but I consider myself the intergalactic warlord gaming champion of speedruns. And when a game is usually like a 20 to 25-minute speedrun, it usually means that it'll take me like 2.5 to 3 hours to learn it and complete a run. That was not the case with Jedi Survivor. It ended up being one of the most difficult speedruns I've ever learned in my life. So the stream did not go 2.5 to 3 hours. It went 5 hours and 42 minutes, all the way till the ripe early evening hours, or early morning hours, of 4:15 a.m. It took me 5 hours and 42 minutes to complete a single fucking run of Jedi Survivor. It was brutal. I think the content was great. Like, the speedrun itself was super hype, but I dreadfully underestimated how hard the run was and dreadfully overestimated how good I am at speedrunning. Now, I hope you've still got your seatbelts fastened here, because hold on tight, the ride's only just beginning. Another thing I had totally forgotten about were chat mods. There was only like 2 mods from 6 years ago that were there, you know, keeping law and order, keeping the streets safe here in the Charles YouTube chat. Now, by no means do I rule my stream chats with an iron fist or anything. Mods are basically there to get rid of spammers or bots or anything like that. So, unfortunately, I totally forgot that we were on the internet, and there's always going to be edgy weirdo losers that are going to spam some heinous shit, as well as bots doing that. So, needed mods to sweep up the trash there, and didn't have them. Which means the only other solution I could cook up was put the stream chat into slow mode, which would then make it easier to get rid of like bots and shit. And I didn't realize in slow mode you can actually set the time to be under a minute. So slow mode works by making sure users can only send 1 message per however many seconds that you dictate. I thought it was 1 by default without any wiggle room. For some reason, it didn't even register with me that I could just change it from 60 seconds down to something more reasonable like 10 seconds, and that would have absolutely still solved the problem. So I ended up keeping, for the entire 5.5 hours, the chat on slow mode, meaning people could only send 1 message every 60 seconds, which is obviously a horrible chatting experience. But I don't know what was going on. I was actually being blasted by some kind of solar flare stupid beam because I was finding the worst solutions to problems and forgetting the most basic shit. I guess I was just so nervous and so surprised by how many people turned up that I was just wobbling. Like, I don't know. I was treading water on like how I'm supposed to even handle the stream. It was like the first time I've ever streamed in my fucking life, I guess. Another thing that happened is in order to read chat, I tried popping it out, but it wasn't looking that good. So I tried a different way of reading the chat, which is really primitive. I just zoomed in my upper monitor here to the chat and the chat alone. But what I didn't realize is when I did that, I couldn't see the super chats or anyone joining as a channel member above the stream anymore. So I could only catch them if they were in the chat. And if anyone's ever watched my Twitch streams, you know I say thank you to every single person who subs or does bits or anything like that. Because, I mean, Jesus Christ, like the least you can do is say thank you for someone's generosity. So I've always done that. And last night, I didn't really do that at all. Not because I was purposely ignoring people, but because since I zoomed in so much on that chat, I could literally only see it when it popped up scrolling through the stream chat and nowhere else. So I missed like fucking everything. So I want to give a legitimately sincere apology to everyone who was showing generosity that I just didn't even see. That's entirely my fault. Looking at the stream analytics, there was so much fucking generosity. I'm blown away. So a huge thank you for all of that, and a huge I'm sorry for not saying thank you in the moment. I just legitimately didn't see it. Overall, though, I'd say my first YouTube live stream experiment here would be about mid on the tier list. There were just so many easily fixable mistakes that I will absolutely fix going forward. And I just think it was a good learning experience. I think the content was still great. I think it was still a heater of a stream. The speed run went hard, although there were a couple times where I'd end up banging my head against the same wall trying to get the trick to work for like an hour on certain tricks. But when I finally pull it off, I mean, is there any better feeling in the world? Spending an hour just miserably grinding a glitch until you finally get it to work? I mean, that's like winning the Super Bowl. Everyone gets excited for that. I still think the stream, like the content went well. It's just everything on the technical side did not. And also, reading the chat was still just as much fun here as it has been on Twitch. If you've never tuned into my streams, I'm always talking with and engaging with the people in chat. And I had just as much fun doing that on YouTube as I have on Twitch for the last 5 years. So overall, I had fun. There's a lot to improve that I will improve. And I just kind of wanted to go over all of it. That's really about it. So yeah. This is an extremely expensive adventure where you go to this company, they send you down in a submersible to explore and go through the Titanic. I think it's like $250,000 per person per seat or whatever. And they've lost contact with the submersible now. So it's been a scramble to try and like locate it, find them, and get them out. Now, one other thing that I think is important that we go into this with the knowledge of is this CEO sounds like a fucking maniac. Now, I do recognize that he is reportedly on this vessel as it's missing, so there is potential that he's dead, and it sounds like that's almost entirely his fault. I read this about him earlier. So, there were already problems with this submarine, apparently. So, in 2018, there was a lawsuit about it being a potential danger to passengers. So, there were all kinds of red flags here. And the CEO, at some point, I don't know if it's in this article, I haven't read this one. At some point, the CEO said that the safety requirements for the submarine were obscenely strict, complaining that the safety was overbearing. Like, he was complaining that things were too safe. So it sounds like he was a corner cutter in order to save a little bottom dollar. Boss of missing Titanic submersible once called his industry obscenely safe. The daredevil inventor is understood to be on board the submersible that lost contact with the surface last week. That is the last person I would want manning my fucking Titanic deep sea adventure. The daredevil inventor. That's such a wild thing to complain about, too. The industry being obscenely safe. I can't get over that. But it is a very dire and very serious situation. There is a good chance that they're either dead right now or will be shortly. They can't find them. Last I heard, there are only about 30 hours left on oxygen as of like a couple hours ago. Oh, here we go. Rush said that there have been no injuries in the field for decades, adding, "It's obscenely safe because they all have these regulations, but it also hasn't innovated or grown because they all have these regulations." What the fuck do you mean? Before people complain about it being controlled by a Logitech controller, they almost definitely had backups, and controllers are used for a lot of scientific and military systems such as drones, submarine periscopes because of their ergonomic and intuitive design. The design sucked for many reasons, such as the under-engineered window and lack of escape hatch. That's another thing of prerequisite knowledge here. I saw this all over Twitter, so I had to look this up at least a little bit because so many people were arguing. It was controlled by I think it was a $20 Logitech gamepad, which is apparently industry norm in military equipment and other high-value vessels. That's not uncommon. So that's not a... It's a little goofy to read about, but it's apparently industry standard. Yep, this is from 2 months ago. The US military will fight the next big war with an Xbox-style video game controller, and it's just literally using Xbox controllers. They legitimately use these for very high-tech shit. Why not a PS4 controller? I don't know, brother. You're asking the wrong guy. I also wonder if third-party controllers can give you like a boost if you have like the extra little toggles on the back that used to be illegal in professional Call of Duty. Like little paddle shifters or something. The Xbox controllers have better aim assist. Yeah, I suppose so. While it is bigger than competitors, passengers are required to sit on the floor with limited room to move around. Yeah, that's the scariest part of submarines in general. I think there's almost nowhere more miserable to be in the entire universe than in a fucking submarine. You can't go anywhere. It's very cramped. Much of the interior, the company admits, consists of several pieces of off-the-shelf technology, which it says help to streamline the construction and makes it simple to operate and replace parts in the field. I don't know if... To me, that doesn't sound like extremely nice. Like, that wouldn't build confidence for me. I'd like to hear that these parts came directly from, like, the finest forges in Mordor or something. Like, something really strong sounding as opposed to off the shelf. Mr. Rush, speaking to CBS News last year, said piloting the sub shouldn't take a lot of skill. Why? I feel like it absolutely should. There's people's lives at stake there. Like 10,000 leagues under the sea. You should have a very skilled pilot behind the controller of that puppy. Give me a goddamn esports pro or something. Don't just give me anybody. Oh man, God, this is fucking terrifying. OceanGate says it's an experimental vessel and told CBS Travel on board correspondent he had to sign a waiver to accept it has not been approved or certified by any regulatory body and could result in physical injury, disability, emotional trauma, or death. I understand waivers are pretty standard, but the regulatory body thing is actually surprising to me that anyone can build, or any company rather, can build a sub and just take people under the sea without any level of like safety inspection. That's a little surprising. Oh, yikes. Okay. The company explained why the Titan had not been classed by an independent body. Bringing an outside entity up to speed on every innovation before it is put into real-world testing is an anathema to rapid innovation. This guy fucking hates inspectors and safety. Why? Oh my god. Yeah, we don't get it inspected or approved by any kind of, knowledgeable people. I said it's good enough, so that's probably enough. Crew searching for the Titan submersible heard banging sounds every 30 minutes, and for 4 hours later, after additional sonar devices were deployed, banging was still heard according to an internal U.S. government memo. It was unclear what the bang. I mean, it sounds like they're alive. Like, I don't think that banging is Davy Jones or anything. Like, I mean, it sounds like they're probably still alive. Yeah, but if they're freaking out, they're going to be using a lot more oxygen. These are, from what I understand, these are like just rich people, not fucking hardened super soldiers. Of course they're going to be freaking out in the face of death on a submarine at the bottom of the fucking ocean. So I think they're already working under the assumption that they're consuming more oxygen than normal. No, it's just too deep for that. Yeah, like I said, I'm not like a fucking nautical engineer, but I feel like, aren't most of these things like tethered to the ships? Like I know when you do, what's that deep sea tour? Another rich people thing? I can't remember the name of it. But they have like a giant rope that tethers it to that ship. But I guess maybe it doesn't go as deep. It's just not possible at 13,000 feet. Okay, fair enough. How OceanGate built improvised submersible from camping kit and video game controller. Again, the video game controller is kind of industry standard, but what do they mean built from a camping kit?
The minivan.
So this is not your grandfather's submersible. We only have one button, that's it. It should be like an elevator. You know, it shouldn't take a lot of skill.
What the fuck? Those pictures don't do it justice. Oh my god, this looks miserable. Holy shit. And just a single button on board like an elevator. That does not inspire confidence. I want this shit to look like the Starship Enterprise, with 1,000 different ways of controlling it. $250,000 in your crisscross applesauce in like a car trunk. Yeah, there's like a small, like bathroom area. I read it in the article. So there is like a small place to relieve yourself, but he recommends that you change your diet to reduce the chance of you needing to use it. Look at that. What? What? How? I can't believe anyone would go on this. $250,000, I show up and I see this, I'm just leaving. And I'm asking for my money back ASAP. Holy shit. Actual just tape and Sharpie here.
These off-the-shelf components. I got these from Camper World. We run
my
the whole
God.
thing with this game controller.
Come on!
Oh, he's even got nipples on it. What does this even really help with? Why would you even bother putting the nipples on it?
As we'll show you a little later on Sunday morning.
Where things have to be.
I feel like that window at that depth is just an absolute recipe for disaster.
Archaeologist Rob Mather
Again, I'm not an expert. Let me see it here at the bottom.
Look at that, though, how it just kind of emerges out.
That thing is like fucking pathetic to look at. I'll just say it. Like, oh my god. Actually, tape and Sharpie, Camping World supplies. Oh my god. The porthole window is rated for 1,300 meters, and they dove to 4,000 meters. Well, you know. Simple miscalculation. Okay. Sunday night, it lost contact with a support ship. About an hour and 45 after submerging. Jesus, so like almost instantly. Because it's like an 8-hour journey. So that happening at an hour 45 is pretty much right off rip. It went tits up immediately. Jim Bellingham, a Johns Hopkins University expert on deep sea operations, told USA Today there's 3 possible locations for the submersible. One possibility is that it could be floating on the ocean's surface after an electrical failure or some other mishap. Another is that it's drifting in the water column anywhere between the surface and the bottom because it became buoyantly neutral. Or it could be on the sea floor, perhaps tangled with something that won't let it float to the top. The first one is by far the best position, Bellingham said, because even though it would be difficult to spot the 21-foot-long Titan amidst the waves, The Coast Guard is just awesome at this. They have amazing capability to see something pretty small in the ocean. Yeah, I think he's probably right on the money. The best case scenario is that they are floating somewhere out in the surface. Anything else is a little rough. God, that's so fucking terrifying. Because if it is actually on the seabed, like, how are they supposed to save it? Like, how are you supposed to rescue them? Like, let's say, so the update from CNN 9 minutes ago was that they heard banging, which I think sounds like good news. It leads me to believe that they might still be alive. So they were hearing, like, banging on the equipment. How are you supposed to save them if they're on the seafloor? 13, like, are you supposed to send another Titan vessel down there? Like, you're gonna, like, put one together with more Camping World equipment? Like, how are you supposed to save them? So even if you do locate them, you can do nothing to really help. A magnet like Breaking Bad. Oh my god, sign this man up to NASA. What if you get a huge magnet and you just start putting it over the ocean and see if it starts bringing him to the top? This man's thinking with galaxy brain. Project Azorian was a U.S. Central Intelligence Agency project to recover a Soviet submarine, a K-129, from the Pacific Ocean floor, using a purpose-built Hughes Glomar Explorer. This just sounds fucking awesome. What? The ship recovered a portion of the K-129, but a mechanical failure in the grapple caused 2/3 of the recovered section to break off during recovery. So it basically worked up until it didn't. Very interesting. So this was fundamentally like a giant crane that would be precisely lowered and lifting it up. So realistically, if we still had the Hughes Glomar Explorer here with this equipment, they could just call that bitch up right now and actually stand a chance if they could locate them. James Cameron about to come out of retirement to rescue him. I mean, legitimately, do they have that? James Cameron has what, the second deepest manned mission in the sea, I think? Yep. Pretty scary situation. Here's hoping they somehow get saved. That would be a fucking miracle. Woo!
Oh! Chick Lego's hard.
Oh yeah.
Chocolate, no, chocolate.
That's very good. Hey, we're trying a bunch of goofy shit, and today we're joined by the Moist Esports Apex squad. They're from Australia, so we're going to be trying their silly little snacks here and introducing them to some fine, red-blooded, God-fearing American cuisine.
Why don't you introduce yourselves?
Yeah, go down the line
us.
and introduce yourselves.
I'm MT.
I'm Waltzy.
I'm Pricey.
I'm Droga.
So I think we should start with an Australian one. Which is your favorite? I think we just get to the best one immediately.
It's got to be Tim Tams.
Yeah.
Tim Tams? Which one's? It's this, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's show them off real quick.
Rich cream, crunchy biscuit, and luscious Tim Tam chocolate.
All right. What would be our equivalent here? I guess we have to try it first. But.
It's gonna be a quick, like, if you go from that to Vegemite, it's gonna be real bad.
Like
so
a big drop off?
Let's save that, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not expecting to like Vegemite, but these look good.
These look incredible.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Good?
That is good.
You guys want some?
No, I mean, we've had heaps.
I don't think we have anything up here that's like that, but those are really good.
It kind of reminds me of like a Nutter Butter.
The best thing to do with them as well is you like bite each end off and you like drink milk through it. Turns into like chocolate milk.
Oh my god, they got like the life hacks for it.
That's
Jesus
crazy.
Christ. What did you say? A Nutty Buddy's kind of the equivalent?
Yeah, give them a Nutty Buddy.
All right, try a Nutty Buddy. This is from our own Little Debbie, God rest her soul.
I haven't had those in a while, but I remember liking them.
I used to really
Are we cheersing? Are we cheersing?
You got to.
Alright.
Yours.
Oh, we have these. No, we don't have like these, but we have similar. Is it chops that are like this? Sort of like a chop. Yeah, if we had a
This
chop.
one's like peanut butter.
This is more nutty.
Yeah,
though.
you guys love peanut butter.
Everything's peanut
so
butter.
good.
Yeah. Peanut butter infiltrates pretty much everything in the American diet in some way.
Your pretzels, the Reese's.
You guys doing like a 1 to 10? So like, what would the Tim Tams be?
Oh yeah, we can tier list it.
Yeah, well,
I'll give the Tim Tams like an actual comfortable A.
Well, they said we got to use numbers on this.
Oh yeah, they're on like the metric scale.
Right, they don't. They don't use the letters.
They don't use freedom units.
Yeah. All right, so
I'd give it like an 8.
I was gonna say 7 kilometers.
Yeah, I'd say about an 8.
I mean, if I'm not eating any more of this, but I'd give it like a 3.
3?
Yeah.
That's so brutal.
I'd say it's like a 6 or a 7.
Trash can behind you guys, so you can.
I'd give this an 8. I like this.
Oh,
okay, there we go. See, all right.
Oh, you really like it?
Thank you.
Okay, finally someone can appreciate the American culture.
Okay.
So what do you? Let's get into the cheekies. Can you remind me the backstory of the cheekies?
I don't think he wants to.
Yeah, he does not.
I don't think that's channel friendly coming out.
Jelly Babies meets Chocolies. Flavored deliciousness of Allen Cheekies. Delightfully chocolatey, squishable, and yummy.
Wow.
Everything is E.
Yeah,
everything is E.
Ooh, I don't know how I feel about these.
It's like a chocolate gummy.
We just trust the stuff we eat, I guess.
Do you guys like these? He's definitely naked.
Yeah, he's
for
naked.
starters. It smells bad.
It smells bad?
It smells like fake chocolate.
Ooh.
No? I think, if I'm honest, I feel like they taste better when you have like a couple of them.
No,
Just grab a full handful and shovel it.
I would actually puke. That is revolting.
Oh, damn, you don't like it that much?
No, I hate it.
I don't. I think it tastes like a wax candle that's made to smell like chocolate,
No.
What?
but you scooped it and eaten it.
You know what I think it is? They probably use real ingredients. In America, we don't deal with that.
Well, I will say, I think that's why I like Tim Tam so much, because you can tell it's like a real chocolate, as opposed to like Hershey's chocolate down here tastes like puke. Almost anybody I know that comes from overseas, they say it tastes like throw up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give them a 1.
This is absolutely a comfortable 1. Wow, that was.
You said I was harsh.
Yeah, that was dog shit though. That was fucking horrible. Just give him the pork rinds because I love the pork rinds is about as American as it gets.
Oh, damn, I was struggling to get one of there.
It smells like a dog food.
Oh.
It smells
Bro,
like dog
why do
food.
they smell like that?
It's pork.
It's literally pork.
Dude. I'm not gonna lie, your food makes me nervous to eat.
Did you see what we just ate?
We ate a cheeky.
No,
Kind of just tastes like nothing. Ours is better.
It's like solid dog
Ours
food.
is for sure better.
I honestly believe you, because like you said,
Dog food before I ate that again.
Yeah,
I
like,
will say that pork rind was the only one available at the store.
Oh, okay.
Usually they come in a couple different kinds, but that's the only one I found.
okay.
can we try these?
Yeah, these are fine. These are just normal pork rinds.
I'm not even gonna eat it. No, that's our food. I don't eat our food.
1 to 10.
Yeah.
We'll start with you, Carl.
Yeah, solid 1.
No, we're just like a 4.
We're trading back.
4.
Yeah, like, I'll be honest, I'd give it a 1 too.
Yeah, I'll give it 1 as well.
Hey, you do not make these. You can shit all over them.
This is kind of similar, right? These
Ooh,
are
yeah.
these are
Burger
burger
rings.
rings.
So after burger rings, we'll go into Funyun rings.
Yeah. We'll trade rings back and forth.
I was excited
I really
to try
hope you
these.
like these because I love
That smells very good.
Ooh.
That smells delightful.
90 grams net flavored snacks. Okay.
Now we're cooking. Those are good.
Mmm.
Yeah?
Mm.
Okay.
Yes.
It's like if you took a Funyun and you added everything else of a burger.
Well, it tastes nothing like a
I don't know what
burger.
that means, but yes.
Crazy how that works.
It's very Funyun-y.
It is very much
taste.
like a Funyun. It's like a barbecue Funyun. That's it. That's a 10 so far.
Damn.
Yeah, it's
I
easy.
really like these two. I like crunchy things, so I'm
Yeah?
gonna go
Yeah.
9.
Ooh. Okay.
So wait, the Tim Tams were an 8. Those are a 10.
Yeah.
These look like the pork what rinds?
Yeah, everything kind of looks like a pork rind in America.
I mean, that doesn't smell as bad as.
You're goddamn right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah, good.
Very good.
It's like a chicken version. Is that like chicken?
Yeah, it's nice.
It's just an onion.
It's
Yeah.
onion flavored.
Why is it?
They're a nice little treat on a hot afternoon.
I don't think I like the name, but Funyun sounds like fungus.
Yeah, fucking hell.
I'd give it like a 7.
Yeah, I'd give it a 7 as well.
Yeah.
8.5.
Where's your Teddy Grahams at? Here they are.
Tiny Teddy.
Tiny Teddies.
Arnott's new Tiny Teddy biscuits are so full of flavor, they're ready to pop.
What'd you call them? Teddy Grahams?
Teddy
Yeah,
Grahams.
we have them here. They're called Teddy Grahams.
I don't think we brought
We
any.
didn't get any.
We
yet.
didn't.
These look like they're going to be identical.
They are. I can already tell. Their mascot even.
Friends.
Yeah, they're exactly the same.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah, I mean, same.
Cheeky cleverly clutched a paintbrush and painted chalk chip spots all over herself.
Man, what I don't like is you guys don't use nearly enough artificial sweetener. That's like really bland.
Really?
Yeah.
There's like a chocolate one and a honey one as well.
Sorry, I got ahead of myself. I really like those. You don't like them?
They're just kind of bland compared to Teddy Grahams.
They taste more like our animal crackers than Teddy Grahams.
Smell the chocolate.
I would give these a 5
I'd give it
or
like
6.
I'd give it like a 6. Yeah.
They're
Okay,
good.
that's not bad.
Yeah, they're fine.
That's not bad.
Let's do the Twinkies.
Save one for Charlie.
Bro, I've seen, especially how you described them before about the like the
cream-filled stuff.
apocalypse.
Yeah.
That's just made me like not want to touch them.
No, that's good
I
for you.
don't know, I'm going to be honest with you, that I've ever had a Twinkie in my entire life.
I haven't either. That's what I was saying.
I've had the ho-hos, but never a Twinkie.
This is actually concerning how hard it is to get this off.
It's not look good.
Oh,
So,
Lord.
MT, I'm so sorry. This is so embarrassing. Did you try
I think
it?
my stomach
Is it good?
gonna like not be able to process this. That's what I'm worried.
Oh yeah,
about.
you guys are gonna be shitting so
Yeah,
bad
like,
tonight.
I'm
It's gonna be
worried-
Crazy.
That's not good.
Not
go,
good?
go ahead, go ahead.
No, sorry, what was that?
I didn't spoil it.
Oh, it smells like
It's like the worst cake you ever eat in your
It's
life.
like-
it smells like just.
It's like a cupcake out of an easy bake.
Oh, it's like a Lamington.
Yeah, no.
But like way, no, not Lamington.
Oh, it tastes like it too.
Can you open that?
It's so sweet.
Just way sweeter.
It's way too sweet.
It's just way sweeter than what we have at home.
Yeah, I think that's kind of across the board what you'll find.
The world's your oyster. How are we opening this Milo?
Usually just use a spoon.
Oh, you
It has
guys
to
are
go
doing
in milk,
dry
right?
Milo?
Oh yeah, we'll do dry.
You might not like it
I'll be
dry.
honest. No. In Australia, we like put like 6-7 scoops in, and then like milk.
Yeah, you
then
like,
usually we
you like
just
eat it
shovel
whilst
the
you drink
Milo.
it.
Okay.
You can like mix it and like make it into like a
We
chocolate.
gotta wait for a screwdriver. You put your Milo in the same thing we put paint in.
Oh.
This is concerning.
You just gotta keep it safe because it's so, you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, it's like gold.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't protect any of our food like that. They're good, right?
Yeah.
I know. I'm under the table consuming burger rings. So. I'm with you.
Wait, why are you eating it?
wait.
Wait, Matt, no, you're supposed to put the powder in
Ovaltine,
something.
guys. It's Ovaltine.
What's
But
Ovaltine?
Milo, what they have, but it's just like
Crushed up version.
Way better.
Good stuff.
Ovaltine is the powder. too.
What? I don't know what.
I didn't.
Yeah,
I
it's
thought
just-
it was already
We have-
mixed.
Your spit will.
We have it.
We'll do it.
Yeah, but
It's the same Ovaltine as them, but we have those little like.
circles.
They were just kind of turning into chocolate. It's yummy stuff. That's really good.
Oh.
Yeah, if that was in like a chocolate milk and you eat it at the bottom, it's like the best part. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I really like
Don't
that.
really mix it up as much then.
No, you do, but like you also try to leave.
You
some
want
at
like
the
a
bottom.
lumpy on. I like it lumpy on the top.
Yeah,
Just
or you can
like
eat it off
kind
the
of you like
top.
kind of eat it as you drink it.
Well, that was surprisingly good.
Yeah, I'll take a little
What
more.
would you give it?
I'd give that like a comfortable 7.
I'm thinking the same. I think that's better Nesquik, honestly. Once again, it's not overly sweet like Nesquik is.
Oh, Rice Krispies. You guys haven't had that, right?
Uh,
Those are iconic.
I may have tried one the other day.
Sour gummies. Thanks, man.
I love these.
I mean, they look like what we have. But again, I think it's just gonna be so much sweeter.
Yeah, pretty good.
Definitely.
He doesn't look
You look so
upset.
unimpressed.
What would you give it? What would
I'd
you
give it
it?
like a 7 or 8.
I'm starting to think I'm real patriotic for Australia, and I'm starting to think like ours is just better than yours. You know what I mean? Like it's just.
Well, it's all right to be wrong.
Yeah, I'd say an 8. It's not
8.
bad.
I mean, I'll give it like a 6. It's like not bad.
That's fine.
That's all right.
What else here is like really worth trying?
Let's go.
Chicken crimpy shapes.
Mm.
They are like unbelievably good.
Chicken crimpy?
Yeah.
What the fuck does that mean?
It means nothing.
And
It
then
literally
it says
means nothing.
flavor you can see.
On its barbecue shapes. Flavor you can see.
But it's just plain.
It's
They
actually
like
just
they
cracker.
changed the flavoring like on these like a couple of years ago. And there was like a global outcry about it.
Yeah, they had
like a whole like a whole of Australia complained.
We literally.
Thank you.
Australia forced them to change it back.
Looks like a Ritz cracker.
It does look like
It actually just looks
They're
like
so
a little
good.
Ritz. What flavor can you see here, though?
It's the chicken crimpy.
Man, that chicken crimpy is fucking... Okay, that's cooking right there.
That's-
That's pretty good.
That's almost like you took a Ritz cracker and took a ramen chicken flavor packet
Yeah,
and dumped
stirred
the
them
powder on
together.
there.
That's good.
I'm starting to see the flavor. They're really good.
Those are really
What the
good.
hell do we have like that?
Nothing. That's a 10.
Oh,
Yeah.
and those are shapes. So then, like, you got like the pizza ones and stuff as well, and the barbecue. So it's like,
Woo!
They made bagged pizza.
Wait, Shapes is going so hard. Easy 10 on those though.
damn.
Wow.
Try the Cheetos. Those are kind of our crowning jewel.
This would be a 5. I can guarantee.
Wait, where do you see that? Because I'm looking at the Vegemite right now.
Right here.
Oh, that one's definitely like a 10.
Yeah, but where?
I think only Shapes does it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, they're good.
You like those?
Yeah, I'd give those like a 7 or an 8.
I'll give him like a 5.
Yeah,
alright.
5. That's a 7.
I'd say 5 as well.
I actually like those. They're actually pretty good.
We're torn.
Australia's snacks are kind of like actually packing though.
Twisties cheese.
Yeah, this sounds really good.
I feel like
These will be kind of similar.
I was gonna say they seem similar.
Yeah.
Wait, I like reading the slogans.
Those are soft though.
Life's pretty straight without twisties. Okay. you guys might be doing well on the food. Your marketing department needs a huge help.
Yeah, you definitely need some help.
So far, you've had like 4 foods with controversies that had to change something because of it.
Yeah.
Ours are just human rights
This
violations.
this is actually just a copy and paste of Cheetos. They even copied the look though.
Mm-hmm.
That's disgraceful. Have some shame.
Are you sure it's not the same company?
Oh, I actually don't like these. The more you eat, the more they're kicking in. I don't like those. I'm gonna give it a 3.
I'd give it like a 6. It's still fine.
Give them one that's gonna startle them. What do you think? Like either the honey buns or the sweet tarts, maybe.
Wait, do the honey buns, yeah.
Yeah, something that's gonna make them sick.
These ones?
Yeah, do these. I think that's Little Debbie again, so she's back for revenge.
Wait, what?
Anything
Yeah,
that can give you a heart attack is made by Little Debbie.
Yeah.
What little?
That's frightening.
Oh.
Oh yeah, there she is again.
Do we have to?
You do.
Yeah.
You do.
Oh. Like, do I don't want to explain what that looks like, but it's just like,
It
you know
looks
what I
like
mean?
shit. You're absolutely right.
For a couple
Oh,
seconds,
that
one
smells
of
like
It smells like the straight
Glazed
sugar.
Krispy Kreme.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like way sweeter.
way more processed.
Yeah.
Wow, I forgot just how
They're like
aggressive they are.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah.
Nope.
Nah.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Straight to the
I'm good on
trash.
that one. I'm good on that one. I've never bitten into something and being like more disappointed.
I like it.
I don't mind it.
Nah, that is way too
That's
sweet.
definitely like 4 servings, but it's not bad.
That's what's gonna pop out at night. Little Debbie.
Little Debbie's been waging war on the hearts of Americans for like 60 years.
I love Shapes.
She knows what she does.
What was that cooling on your fucking ceiling?
Well, pop that open. We'll go out of order here. You gotta try that.
Those are like every elementary school kid, like grades.
Yep.
You turn 8 and you start eating those for the rest of your life.
Jesus.
Yeah,
this is
Chelsea's
great.
placed them.
I don't even know where they.
hard?
I never even knew where they came
Oh,
from.
they
They
are
just
so
be at
thick.
elementary school
Yep.
cafeterias. They just
I
be
didn't see
there.
that.
You're sending your kids to school with these?
Wait.
Oh, do you know what it smells like? It's like a mud cake from like Woolworths.
Yeah.
Oh, don't tell me that.
It smells exactly like it.
I heard mud
Mud
cake.
cake.
I can't open it.
But you guys have mud cake, right?
No.
You don't have a mud cake?
Well, we have. There's a dessert called a mud cake. But
Mud
yeah,
pie, but it's definitely not what they're talking about.
Definitely not what you're talking about.
That's terrible.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Whoa. It's like the fakest dessert
Yeah.
you can possibly have.
Nah.
It's like a 3D printed idea of a dessert.
Yeah.
Let me,
What are these? Show
these
me.
are the caramello koala.
Oh, you should like these.
Milk chocolate with smooth, flowing
Be
caramel.
very spicy.
Those look like what we get for Easter. Like
They-
the
they-
little like single.
Well,
Like
this
with-
is Cadbury.
Or Santa Claus chocolates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that face.
He's
Yeah.
so happy.
It's adorable.
This is legitimately the thing we have for Easter. Yeah, little Cadbury eggs and shit like that.
Nope.
That's very good.
Good stuff.
Hey, thanks, Caramello Koala. Alright, crush that moon pie. Something we think.
I'm hoping it's like a wagon wheel because I like wagon wheels, but if it's not.
It has actually been probably close to 15 years since I've tried a moon pie. Wow, that's fucking revolting.
Oh,
That's right, I remember.
that is so bad. That's the worst thing yet.
It smells.
I almost passed out. I'm not even gonna lie. That actually caught me off guard so bad.
Yeah, that is so fucking bad. Wow.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, wow. Do we have any shapes left?
Wait, I have to try it now because I don't remember it being that bad.
No, it's very. That was.
No, you have to have a bite.
Right,
No, you have to have a bite.
That's.
You have to. Come on.
This is a punishment.
Did they?
Yeah,
They
what
had.
did we do wrong to deserve this?
Wait, did you take first at the last land?
Okay.
Okay.
Chelsea, have they always tasted like that?
That's a 1.
Yeah, I agree
That's
that's bad.
That's a
0
one.
is
Yeah.
allowed.
Yeah.
Wait, you
That
like
is
it?
zero. That's a firm
Love
zero.
moon pies.
Oh my god.
No shot.
Except you're single-handedly keeping them alive. Just know that.
I love them.
All right, they just did their worst. It's your turn.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
Oh yes.
It tastes better if you have like heaps. In one go.
Like a whole like.
Yeah.
the straw.
Okay. Yeah.
You doing the straw again?
Yeah, we'll do this straw.
Is
I
the
don't
straw-
have any
is the
other
straw-
option.
Is it strong enough to actually get some?
Yeah, you actually might not be able to.
Oh,
You might
God.
just finger it. You might just like.
Yeah, finger it.
Finger it.
Finger it is crazy.
That's not as viscous as
It's
Marmite
not. This is a
was.
lot more solid.
This is like chocolate.
Yeah, it's chocolate. No, it's chocolate. No, it's chocolate. It's chocolate.
Oh my god, that smells so bad.
So,
And what do you like? What's your favorite meal with Vegemite?
I don't
well, no, he doesn't eat it.
Oh, you don't
yeah,
eat
because
it.
I
yeah,
hate it. We have like we have Vegemite shapes.
Oh, no, you
Yeah.
don't.
Ew.
No, I wouldn't
Vegemite,
even go that
Vegemite,
They
don't
were
ruin
mid
them.
though.
Maybe
Yeah,
you
they're
should
not
put
great.
Vegemite on the shape to help the flavor.
Well, I'm gonna
Do it raw.
Yeah, I'll do it
first,
raw
yeah.
first. It's like a lollipop. It's like.
I will say this is not as bad as the Marmite.
Yeah, this is a little bit better than
This
the
is
Marmite.
toned down.
I think it's because it's not as oily. Ooh.
It's so strong.
I bit into that one.
What is the sodium in this?
It's like a salt lick, like that horses use.
I know I've told this story, at least to Danny. I don't know if I've ever told you. At Home Depot, behind the cash registers, they used to have salt licks for cows, big cubes of salt for cows to lick. And whenever my mom would check out at Home Depot till I was like 10, while she was paying, I'd go up and I'd just lick it.
That's so fun.
all the time.
That's
all
so
the fucking time. Alright, I'm done with this.
I would take that to the grave. I wouldn't tell anybody that.
What?
Oh, you having that whole thing? Go crazy.
Oh, wait, is that like a
That's
lot?
a ton.
That's good.
Did you not just taste it?
Well, I don't know what's it.
It's
what
meant to be
How much
consumed-
do you spread on toast? Because there's no way that makes it across the whole toast.
Oh no,
right?
yeah, like it
I
depends.
know it varies.
Yeah,
Like,
some people
I
like
put
a
it on
little
pretty
bit.
thick.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, wow. Ooh, ooh.
What did you? What? Can you bring the camera over here
Yeah.
and look at his little pile?
This is the classic Charlie experience.
We have 2 trash cans, and he's just dropping his nibbly bits on the floor.
Nibbly bits.
That sounds like an Australian snack.
Yeah,
actually.
I'm in their heads.
Oh my god, that's so bad. What the fuck? Okay, I can't finish.
Yeah, wait. I've learned some over the years. I would say these shapes are fair dinkum tasty.
Oh, there you go.
Yep, that's all
not
I
bad.
know.
Have you heard like Bloody Oath?
What's that?
Bloody Oath.
Mm-mm.
So if you said fair dinkum tasty, I'd say Bloody Oath.
Like you agree?
Yeah. Same.
Wow.
It's like a code language.
I'm so cultured. Oh yeah. Damn,
Do
we
the-
could do a lot more.
Yeah, do the sweet tart one.
See, they don't. No, but they don't seem that bad.
Oh, these are like the kind of thing you get like at the deli.
No, I'm so cool.
deli.
It's
That's
like
what you
cool.
call it, like a deli.
No, like they have the same. They have the
But they
same.
have the sweet
sweet
stuff, like
flavor.
thicker mix.
Yeah, like what we call like a milk bar.
Actually, I'm on these.
These are
I don't like it.
You're just weird.
I don't like cherry, so.
I hate cherry as well. I'm
Yeah.
with you there.
Feel better.
9.
Oh, wow.
I'd go 7.
7.
I got 6. It's like not bad.
I feel like a 2.
What's your
It's
hate?
better than some of the other things.
Yeah, that went straight down. Are these,
Cheezels.
are these not the same thing as the twisties?
No, that was
These
Twisties.
ones, these
are
ones you gotta put
Cheezels.
in your fingers whilst you eat them.
Oh, there you go. There's a
Oh
method.
yeah, you can.
Okay.
Yeah, you like put them all on your fingers and you just like eat them all.
Can you please do all 5 fingers? And
Oh,
then-
they're like what are the ones? that-
Bugles.
Bugles. They're like
Bugles.
bugles.
You should
Bugle
have had
fingers.
it. Wait, what if your fingers are too big?
Wait, actually, here.
Yeah, well,
What?
Put them on your finger.
Put on your little finger. Oh, there you go. Please be good. Please be good.
Those are good.
This is much more like Cheeto Puffs.
Yeah, this is very Cheeto Puffs.
They're good. I like those.
I give that like a solid 9. I'd say actually.
They're way less orange though.
Yeah.
I was gonna go 7.
We got the cream pies. We
What are
got
the
chips. We've got airheads.
What are they?
Oh, you guys don't have airheads?
Yeah, do
Oh,
it.
those were also iconic in elementary
Are
school.
they sour?
No, no, no.
Not really.
Like warheads.
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I'd like to go back and change this to an 8. They get better every one you eat.
What's the best flavor?
white
the
one.
white, yeah, the white one's
cherry?
very good.
White is mystery, so everybody loves
I
that.
used to like the
I wanna try the
blue
mystery
ones.
Blue
It's
is great.
mystery.
Watermelon.
Hey, throw me
I want a
one real
mystery
quick.
one as
I'll
well.
show you.
What does that even mean?
I'll
Mystery
show
one?
you the secrets of warheads when you were
You
a
gotta
kid.
slap 'em.
Yeah, you take it like this. And if you do this for long enough, your
It'll
knuckles will
shrink.
really hurt, but it'll squish up into a little ball.
Yeah, it'll like keep shrinking. Yeah,
You
just
guys
keep doing
eat
it.
them and I'll keep going.
No,
I see what you mean by your
Hurt.
knuckles will start hurting.
Yeah.
Oh, you do it, red skis?
Yeah, sort of like a red
Jesus Christ,
They're a different
I like
thing.
through it.
Oh yeah, let me
Yeah,
see
you're
it.
really
Give me an
cooking it.
update. Let me see a length update.
Yep.
Nice. Alright, keep going. You guys can eat. Yeah, eat them
Yeah,
whenever.
you guys, don't you worry about me.
I feel like that's a bad flavor.
Well, we don't know what. Did you eat mystery?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we don't know what you got.
What?
Wait, so
Could've
this
been
is
anything.
Is mystery
Also,
just
any one of
flavors
these.
out of here?
It has its own flavor.
The
but
rumor used to be all the leftovers from the other flavors would get like jammed together, and that was your
I
mystery.
believe it. It kind of tastes like
I was gonna say, I
watermelon.
have no
Yeah,
idea
this
what
just
that
tastes like watermelon.
Just depends on what batch you got, you know.
Yeah.
This is incredibly like fake looking.
Yeah, that's
Hard
about
to
right.
maintain.
That's that red dye 40 for you. Enjoy the carcinogens. Makes sense.
Oh, it tastes like a Starburst,
These kind of taste like Zappos.
but like worse.
Oh,
That's what they taste like.
They do taste like that.
It's like, oh, it tastes like this, but like actual dog shit.
No, the grape one tastes exactly like a Zappo.
No, you're doing
It does. Try
I'm
one.
gonna grab one.
Bro, I'm saving a couple cherries for later. Come on, me.
Alright.
Sour cream and onion lays.
No.
That's next.
They like don't sound bad.
Yeah, pretty good.
Just like a normal chip. Oh,
Yeah.
It's good.
They're like the sour cream and chives.
what?
Smiths.
Yeah, no, those are like
Yeah, those are good.
Yeah, good. Like 8. Give them an 8.
Like a 9.
You guys have you guys tried a cherry rocket?
A cherry rocket?
No, they're
Cherry
right.
ride.
Yeah, I like that flavor.
Show it to me, Charlie.
Cherry ride?
Oh, also by Cadbury.
Oh, interesting.
All right.
It's probably filled with cherry.
Oh, ew, oh, wow. Ew, 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 ew.
Oh, wow. Coconut?
Oh no, that's like just actual.
It's like cherry flavored coconut. I think.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's confusing.
Oh, it's not. It's
I can
just
make it
bad.
like better the more you have them.
Oh, that's actual dog shit.
You have the whole thing.
I don't want the whole thing.
That's up there with Vegemite.
Really?
Yeah.
Those are good.
That's
No,
crazy.
that's a bunch of poop.
Luscious cherries and coconut and old gold rich dark chocolate. I wasn't prepared for what I was biting into. Now that I know, I don't hate it.
What is that?
It looked like a raw, like it was
Now that
very.
I have the knowledge of what this is supposed to be.
It's like if you take a sip of water and it's actually Sprite and your brain didn't know and you're like, what the fuck is this? Doesn't mean you hate Sprite. You were just shocked.
No, I wasn't confused.
It looks like raw meat.
That was just bad. I'd
All
rather
right.
lick the toilet seats clean.
Oh my god. That's insulting.
Strong cherry. Sorry.
It's a 6 from me.
That's a 0. Well, what did I give Vegemite?
Just like gummy one?
Whatever I gave Vegemite, a little less.
The oatmeal cream pies, I think,
what?
is a good one to end on.
Oh.
That's a good
The
one.
what?
Ben.
The what's
Oh my god, Bryce.
That's crazy. And yes.
That's a crazy
Yeah, don't really want that.
That is a crazy name though. I would not
Little Debbie's back.
Oh, is it actually Little Debbie?
It's Little Debbie.
Fuck.
Oh, that doesn't
These look
smell
so
good,
bad.
bro.
It's like
Yeah, love.
It's
hope,
shiny.
diabetes.
Yep,
Oh,
that's
gross.
that's straight adipose right there, baby.
That's filthy.
I don't want to take a bite.
How many fingers
No, it
did
tastes
tell
kind of.
me?
It tastes kind of like a Twinkie. It's bad.
oh.
It's a bit better, but it tastes
I
kind
was
of
gonna
like
say, I
it.
remember them being better than Twinkies. But I
They're
love
just
it.
less. They taste less sugary.
Yeah,
with
just
oatmeal.
less aggressive.
What does it taste like?
You reckon it tastes similar?
He said it's bad. It must be real bad.
That's a good, healthy breakfast in America.
Wait, you have these for breakfast? Oh, I was gonna say.
I would believe it. Dude.
I did believe
But
it.
not that bad.
I've
Well,
seen some of
people.
your cereals are just straight up like you may as well put sugar in a
That's
bowl.
that is all of our cereals actually.
Yeah, the first time I came to America, I had like Lucky Charms, and I was just hooked on them.
Yeah,
They
just
were
actual,
so good.
actual sugar.
You guys should have brought a bunch up.
Yeah, you have Raisin brand over there called Sultana brand. And
Yeah.
I hear it's great. What's happening? What's happening?
That's fair.
They're all trying their best not to like spit it back up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love shapes though, let me tell ya. These are really good.
Yeah, I'm good on that.
Yeah, I feel like that's we got a worse trade-off. I feel like you won.
You guys had the much better food on the whole, I'd actually say. But we also just tried to give you like the most
American?
Well, not only
Just
most
say
of them,
like the common ones.
Yeah, like common ones, and even like comparable ones to what you had. So like there are better snacks out there. These are just like the most known ones, I'd say.
I feel like I'm not a fan of your like.
I'm gonna need this.
Your
like
way of
sweets.
life, yeah.
No, I like your sweets and stuff, but like some of your like I don't know, like your fast food's like kind of crazy.
Good
I don't
crazy
mind,
or bad
yeah, like
crazy?
good. Like
Yeah,
Chick-fil-A
good.
goes hard.
Oh yeah.
Can't beat Chick-fil-A.
No, yeah.
Well, this was fun.
This was fun. Thanks for the snacks. Hope you
thanks,
guys.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm not gonna say thank you for yours, but
Yeah, I know you didn't like Little Debbie that much, but she appreciated you trying it anyway. I'm sure.
Thanks for the shapes, really. That was good.
Little Debbie is actually like gonna be like my nightmare from
It's like
now
my
on.
sleep paralysis.
Yeah,
even
I
now.
love
It's not even a good picture too. Like if I showed like my kid that, I'd expect him to be scared.
Well, most people are when they see Little Debbie. That's like a that is like actually heart attack stuff.
That's like my sleep paralysis demon for the next like.
All right, Charlie, wrap it up for us.
That's about it. Video game marketing is an extremely delicate balancing act. You have to tap dance on the line between cringe and effective. You need something that'll speak to the gamer inside each and every one of us. Tickle that sensitive gamer gene embedded deep in the DNA of every red-blooded gaming barbarian on the planet. And oftentimes video game marketing falls flat. But there are some that succeed and get people interested in the property. Above all else, you need to get people interested in checking out the game and learning more about it. And yesterday, I saw one of the most unintentionally hilarious video game marketing moments ever. This came from a showcase of an upcoming game, wasn't even meant to really advertise the product outside of the community that was already excited for it, but there's one scene that has transcended the community and made it into the mainstream soup. The very wide beef stew of the cyberspace. And it's a scene from Baldur's Gate 3. And I think you know exactly what I'm talking about because I imagine a good chunk of you have already seen it. It is chaotic. I don't even know if video games were meant to evolve to this level here. The technology it's at a frightening stage that we're able to capture an experience like this. It reminds me of a quote from Jurassic Park. Your scientists were too preoccupied with whether they could, they didn't stop to think if they should, or something to that effect.
Look, I mean, at this point, it's not our responsibility anymore.
Yeah, no,
That is
you
clearly-
did this.
We have given every single opportunity.
Now I know I'm throwing you into the pool here without any water wingies and no context behind what's going on, so I'll just fill you in. Basically, this is the section of the showcase where they were going over romance and how deep the romance system is in Baldur's Gate 3. So this is a scene between two characters that are about to fuck. And just like a Darman video title, the ending will shock you. This is going in a direction I don't think the Lord ever foresaw for our species to reach. I can't show the full unedited section here because the game is... It doesn't pull any punches. It lets the whole hog hang out. They've got full wiener here, and it even has nutsack jiggle physics. One of the characters falls over, and you see his nutsack flash the camera and jiggle a little bit. So it's pretty innovative with penis simulations here, and it just lets you see the whole kit and caboodle. So I'm going to cut around those bits and pieces.
I mean, it's still me pressing the buttons.
When I first saw this clip, it was watching a streamer named Carnage cover the event, and I had the same reaction as the squirrel. I was shocked that this is a scene in a video game. You get to fuck a bear, like an actual bear. And brought up a great point. He kept asking, "Is this even legal?" Because I mean, technically, it's bestiality. You know, anime just barely gets away with, you know, saying like, that character, that lolly that looks like a 6-year-old girl is actually a 3,000-year-old vampire from hell. So yeah, that's okay. That kind of shit. And fundamentally, that's kind of the same energy here, where it's not an actual bear, it's a druid shapeshifting into a bear. So it's not like technically bestiality, I guess. I don't know. But this scene had me fucking stunned, and then I couldn't stop giggling. Because the bear like rolls up on the guy with a smile on his face. It looks like Freddy Fazbear gone rogue. Like Freddy Fazbear on Molly. Also, I just recognized that I unintentionally dropped a bear pun. I want everyone to know that that wasn't on purpose, and I'm sorry for it. I don't want anyone to think that I intentionally make fucking puns. That would be embarrassing, and that would be beyond tragic. So, purely a coincidence, and I want to make that clear. Anyway, so you've got the horny Berenstain Bear here, or excuse me, Berenstain Bear, since we're living in some kind of alternate timeline. That's not even a Mandela effect. It was absolutely Berenstain Bears growing up. Something happened to the timelines, but we're not here to get into quantum physics. So you have like the Berenstain Bear coming up. He's got a smile on his face, and then it cuts out, cuts to the squirrel and then cuts out saying not safe for stream. So I'm not entirely sure if it actually shows like a full sex scene between a man and a bear. I'm not positive. I would imagine it probably doesn't. That was probably just a joke from production here. It probably in the game goes to the squirrel and then cuts forward to like after coitus, post coitus scene. But I'm not entirely sure. I'm not exactly a gambling man, but I wouldn't feel safe putting any amount of money on this being like not censored. You know what I mean? Like imagine the full game comes out and you just do all the same dialogue options, get to this same point. But then the scene is just like full throttle, uncensored, adult rated. Smokey the Bear's not out here looking for fires. He's out here looking to fuck. And now this moment kind of became their unintentional marketing tool because the scene was so shocking that it actually gained a lot of steam on Reddit and Twitter, with a lot of people talking about it, either laughing about it or being disgusted by it. I do imagine this is probably the first big budget game that has anything like this in it, outside of like furry porn or something. So obviously this was going to start a big conversation, though it doesn't seem like it was ever designed to be a like marketing moment for the game. This was really supposed to just be a community showcase for everyone excited for Baldur's Gate 3. And now they've got the absolute most outrageous piece of marketing content I think I've ever seen for a game. Like a lot of people that have never heard of Baldur's Gate 3 are now being exposed to Baldur's Gate 3 through this scene. So this just ended up generating a lot of buzz for the game. Now, of course, only time will tell if it's actually like effective or if it'll improve sales. I don't know exactly what the conversion rate's going to be from people seeing Baldur's Bear here into being a player of the game. Like, I don't know how many people are going to see the scene and be like, you know what? I've got a pre-order. I need to get in on this action ASAP. No telling. All I do know is that this did put Baldur's Gate out there in a pretty big way for the last like 24 hours. But I wanted to talk about this obviously because it's silly and goofy, A, but B, I'm always fascinated with video game marketing in general. Companies will spend millions of dollars coming up with optimal marketing materials in order to try and pitch their game to people that are otherwise oblivious to it. And sometimes that leads to fucking horrific, awful garbage. In fact, I would argue that's most of video game marketing. You have like incredible flops such as Dead Space, your mom won't like this game. Mommy don't approve of no violent Dead Space. You don't want to disappoint your mom, do you? Here's a pre-order link just in case. Your mom would not approve of Dead Space. That kind of stupid shit. And companies spend so much money in order to make this material to reach a big audience. And now Baldur's Gate 3 reached probably a bigger audience than any marketing material they would actually plan to create through just 1 minute and a half scene that they put in their showcase in order to entertain their fans. So they got a lot of bang for their buck here, I think, in terms of getting eyes on the project. Now, I'm just wondering if it's actually going to help the game or maybe hurt it. I'm not really sure. All I do know is that a lot more people are familiar with Baldur's Gate 3 now as a result of that moment. So I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya. I know that every single one of you watching this video right now has that one piece of content that you saw at some point in your life that is just burned into your brain and you can never forget it. Now, it might not be something that you obsess over and dwell on, think about every single day of your life, writing it on the walls or something, like you get crazy with it, but it is a video that you've watched that you'll never forget. For a lot of you, that'll be the basic things like 2 Girls, 1 Cup or Goatsy. But for me, these videos are usually like, public freakouts that just really make me mad thinking about. So then sometimes when I'm in, like, a bad mood about something, I'll think of them and make myself even more upset. Which is super stupid, but, you know, it is what it is. And there's one video in particular that pops up every few months that every time it gets floated around again and reposted, I watch in its entirety, and then I go through and get upset about it all over again as if for the first time.
Grab the water too. Thank you. Hey, can I ask you something, by the way? No, it's just that every time I come here, like at the late night hour, I don't know why, you're like very, like, it's not even me, because I know it's not just me. Like, I'm sure you're like this way with everyone. You just like are very impatient. Like, if like you don't want this job, you don't have to be here. Like, I'm just letting you know, like, you literally rush my order every single time, and I hate having you.
This video is just the final raid boss of public freakouts that ticks every single box that just steams my ham. It gets me so heated every time. It is an asshole filming it themselves, filming their actual worst moment, which is always just baffling to me. They're being a piece of shit to someone in the service industry, specifically at fast food, which seems to just be the Thunderdome for degeneracy with these fucking weirdos that go there just to stir up a controversy. This is a premeditated embarrassment. He went there already filming the window, ready to confront this guy, because he said that he rushes his order. Brother, it's a fast food restaurant, you stupid fucking worm. You fucking imbecile homunculus. Why are you whining about your food being rushed? That's the entire point of fast food. It's the entire reason the establishment exists, to deliver the food quickly. And he's complaining about it. It's crazy. Like, the 3 little neurons in his dumb little spongy fart brain couldn't process that the reason the worker is giving him his food quickly is because that's his job. That's the whole point of it. But then, to top it off, the guy filming is also drunk driving. He's a self-admitted drunk driver. He literally reports himself in the video. It actually rolls up everything that makes me mad about public freakouts into like one video. So this is just like the full complete Christmas package of things that just grind my ass.
And I mean, I'm sure my word means nothing to you, but I'm just telling you, you have the choice to have a different profession. This isn't a profession. I'm sure you're just very incompetent and you have to work here.
It's better than your lack of profession, where you still treat mommy and daddy like coin blocks in Mario for you to jump up and hit for your allowance that you use to purchase your truck with. I remember when this video surfaced, I went fucking super sleuth on it because I had to know if there was a follow-up. He filmed it himself, so surely he would see everyone clowning on him. And sure enough, at the time, he did issue an apology on Facebook, and I didn't forgive him then. And I don't forgive him now. Fuck him. He's also a drunk driver, which I will never have any level of forgiveness for. But he's also a fucking turbo dweeb who tries to lecture him on why his job doesn't matter and it's not even a profession, and says that the reason he has it is because he must be incompetent. Oh, you slimy fucking weasel. You goofy little bowl of horseradish. It is unreal that a drunk driver that wasn't employed at the time of the video, maybe he is now, and it would be poetic if he is also working in the fast food industry, and now maybe we'll understand the pain of horrible people like him coming through. But I'm already getting lost in some erotica fanfic about justice existing in the real world. Point is, this absolute unhinged dork then takes time out of his night to try and shit on this guy who's just doing his job and doing it well. That is just downright despicable behavior. It's so fucking embarrassing, and he filmed it himself too, so he's also a delusional, stupid asshole too.
But I'm not being ignorant either. It's just like, I come here to get food. Who cares, like, if I've been drinking or doing whatever? Like, I come here at a late night hour, I get food. Every time I have you, I fucking hate it. It makes me sick.
I'm so sorry about that.
Huge save by clarifying that he's not being ignorant. Wouldn't want anyone to get confused here. I also love that all of this starts by saying, hey, can I ask you something? And then he goes into this monologue shitting on the guy and explaining why he hates him. Because he gets his food out too fast. He's too good at his job. Thus, this absolute fucking stupid moron is like, you're a bad man. You must not want to see me. He has a personal grudge against me and wants to get me out of here, shoo me away like a stray animal. He hates me for some reason, so I hate him. He gives me my food too quick. Damn it. I also imagine that he carries this energy with him everywhere. So, Godspeed to the waiters and waitresses that have been unfortunately subjected to this plague of a person that sweeps through asking and demanding some kind of certain service. Like, excuse me, harlot, you didn't smile at me when you took my order. You fucking hate me. This isn't even a real profession. This isn't even a real profession. You must just be incompetent. Like, I imagine this is just him. Like, this is just him, fully. Like, this isn't just an isolated incident. But anyway, I'm gonna replay this just in case you missed it the first time. He says something very important here.
I come here to get food. Who cares, like, if I've been drinking or doing whatever? Like, I come here at a late night hour, I get food. Every time I have you, I fucking hate it. It makes me sick.
I'm so sorry about that.
Full-blown self-report here. He just says, who cares if I've been drinking or doing whatever? So you've been drinking and doing whatever frequently and then come here to get food. So you're a constant drunk driver. You're a menace. I'll tell you who cares. Every innocent person on the road will care if you've been drinking and getting behind the wheel of a vehicle. It's dangerous to everyone around you, including yourself. I will never ever sympathize with a drunk driver. And it's certainly not one like this. This guy's just a turbo douchebag. This is next level douchebag shit. I feel so bad for the worker here. Like, he just sits here and listens to this whole spiel over nothing. Like, this whole temper tantrum hoopla.
No, I'm sure you're very sorry about it. I'm sure you're very sorry about it. But you are very shitty to me every time I come here.
I'm so sorry.
No, I'm sure you're not actually sorry, and you're just saying that because, like, whatever's happening or you're being recorded. So, yeah.
This warrior is a patient saint because that window should have closed far earlier, but he let this guy continue to vomit out a bunch of fucking nonsense, upset over nothing. The service was too efficient, I guess. I suppose that this guy really thinks he's the main character of life, and everyone should be trying to communicate and talk with him. When he's just at a fast food place, clearly you're just getting your food and leaving. That's the whole point of it. I don't know what he was expecting or what he wanted. All this worker did was get him his food and send him on his way. He did nothing wrong. He did nothing to warrant any kind of hostile response. He just keeps blabbering on about how getting him at the drive-thru makes him sick because he's impatient and rushes his food. Like, it's still 2 years later makes me upset. And it popped up again this week, so I wanted to talk about it. Like I said, it gets reposted like once every few months, and every time it does, I get angry all over again. Like I have like arguments with the driver of this truck in my head from time to time. Like I don't know how someone ends up that much of a monstrous asshole. I don't know how you end up so entitled and shitty. I don't. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. So yeah. I'm playing it one more time. I watched a walkthrough and I was about halfway through. If I can muscle through 3 more hours of this game, I'll beat it. But why even bother? You see, it's that attitude that holds you back from greatness. The most rewarding things in life take struggle. Like beating the Lord of the Rings Gollum. It's not easy. It's hard. But beating it is worth it in the end. The sense of pride and accomplishment will be unmatched. Unless, of course, it takes me more than 3 hours, because I think I'm only going to be able to stay awake for 3 hours for this game. It's brutal. Then at that point, I'll just convince myself that it was never worth finishing to begin with.
If I knew, I would have told you. It's the daughter. Wouldn't I? You search over there.
Yes, mistress.
Man, that's such a triumphant start. That feels good. It feels good to be back in the saddle again. Wow. Awesome. Okay. All right. Now I'm excited.
Exactly.
Just the wind. Don't freak out. Gotcha. Outsmarted yet again, eh? Don't you dare turn around. Don't turn around. I really do think this game might have potential for speedruns. I tried looking it up before stream, but no one's started running it yet, surprisingly. Be the first. I am not going to be the one to theory craft a speedrun route for this game. No shot. But what if I did? Food for thought, I suppose. This is a really cool section here. This is fun. This is gonna be the first thing I try and find a way around. Jesus Christ. How am I supposed to get around this guy? Is he asleep, maybe? Okay. I see. There's a thick shadow here. This is immersive. I really get to go across the entire goddamn castle here.
Not since the early morning.
Hope they don't turn around.
What's duty?
Awesome. This is cool. See, I told you the game just needed some time to develop. Now we're really getting into the meat of it. Jesus, maybe this one trailing mission is the remainder of the 3 hours of the game. Jesus Christ. I don't know if this rumor is true or not, but I heard that this developer is making another Lord of the Rings game soon. Or, like, they're starting work on another Lord of the Rings game. Which would be cool. Big thanks to OperaGX for sponsoring today's video. OperaGX is the best browser in the world. You've heard me talk about it endlessly, screaming it from the mountaintops, so I brought someone in to scream about it as well. That's not me, so you can hear it from someone else's mouth.
Hey, yeah, so thanks to OperaGX, you guys have also heard me scream about it on stream. OperaGX has a lot of cool features like the hot tabs killer so that you can reduce your RAM usage. It's got things like the GX mods, which are a really new cool feature where you can go on and pick a mod that flips your whole browser 180 degrees. You can make it play Charlie's voice when you click everything. There's a lot of really cool mods in there. There's also the GX Corner that if you use our custom link below the video, gives you a custom Charlie wallpaper. And in that GX Corner, you're going to see his 12 latest videos pop up and you can watch them right there, along with some other really cool features.
Yeah, it's highly customizable. It also has all of your messenger apps on the side, so while you're browsing, you can just have access to all of that in one convenient spot. So, just the best browser there is. You can get started with OperaGX just by clicking the link in the description below. It's free. So, big thanks to Opera.
Yeah, go download it.
Fill us in on the plot. We got captured, and now we do chores forever. But we're also working for the Candleman, and he has us doing more chores. And now it's time to sleep because I did enough chores today. Where does this take place in the Lord of the Rings timeline? It doesn't fit nicely chronologically anywhere. This is kind of like one of those spin-offs where if Tolkien started to OD and just started writing gibberish down and published it. So I'd say take this one more as like, what if?
Make him go away, leave the bird. But how?
I could push his daughter over the railing here.
The two of them always fights.
We could just push her over.
You won again. Why don't you find some place to go die? Yes, precious.
I mean, a simple hello would have sufficed.
Say nothing. That should keep him busy for a while.
Why is everyone here so dumb?
Fetch the keys for us.
What? What?
Locked. Master doesn't wish to be disturbed, does he?
Oh,
yes,
shit.
We shall be very quiet.
Nothing more quiet than being dead, I suppose.
That should keep him busy for a...
Is there any combat or just platforming? I don't know how to answer that. In this game, they're one and the same. The platforming is the combat. You're constantly in a struggle, a battle against the controls. So, like, it's a yes and a no. Do you fight anything besides the controller? Drowsiness. Yeah. Damn you! There we go. I really thought that was a fine distance to drop from. Okay.
Must make them suspicious.
Oh! They're right there. I see. Luckily, they're not paying any attention. They must have fallen asleep. Game's so boring the characters fall asleep in-game. Fucking true. Hey, excuse me guys. Where is the entrance?
Hey, who let you in?
I honestly thought they just wouldn't even see me, to be honest. Can this be the next speedrun bounty game? It's $50, and I really don't want people to spend that on this. If the developers are open to it, if they'll do like a free 2 weeks, it'd be a great place for the speedrun challenge. This would be amazing for the speedrun bounties if it was free. Or even like $2. Do like a 96% off sale or something. Why did it just change objectives? It sent me down precisely here, only for the objective to go all the way back up. There's still nothing to climb here.
Almost there.
What's over here? I don't really care. Whoa! That was epic. Why was that a cinematic? What was the? I thought something was gonna happen. He just straight up hit like a little dive across, and that's it. They're like, all right, this one, get Blur Animation Studios on the horn. We need this animated stat. The horrors of war are starting to hit. Either that or the ayahuasca. There's really no telling. There we go. How do you make that? Stay alive, Gollum. Don't look at it and it can't hurt you. Wow, crazy speedrun strat. We take those. I hope this fall doesn't kill me here. This is a very light drop. Oh, that's big. What are you doing, Gollum? Just grab the shit underneath you, please. 3 hours, by the way. Yeah, how much do I have left? I should be close, right? Like 5 hours. No way. I looked at the whole game walkthrough and it was just over 6.
But without this, because this.
Oh no.
Down below.
Precious, don't breathe.
Corner.
This guy just likes crates or something? Okay. There's nothing in there. How did they not see me? What? 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 How did they not see me in here? I am literally the size of this crate.
Give me your milk.
What the fuck? I'm gonna throttle you. You're all so fucking stupid, it's unreal. Did they make this game bad on purpose? I wish they would just come out and say that they did. That would be so hype if they're like, haha! You fools, we wanted the game to be shit. What? Oh, fuck. I'm stuck. Just go for it. Huge play. Holy shit, that was clutch. That's mastery of the game right there, baby. That's how we do it.
Our God, the one it left with.
I feel like I made great time on this section. That was a little further than it looked. I can make it. Nope, won't let me jump. Now it will. I can make it. Nice. That shaved off about 3 seconds. When summoning salt inevitably makes a history of the Lord of the Rings Gollum speedrun, that'll be in there. That will be in there as one of the first time saves. Oh, huge! Didn't that guy have a helmet on? We weren't supposed to be able to kill those orcs. We must have gone like Super Saiyan, or is that not a helmet? No, it's like a little like crown, like a tiara or something. Okay. Can you go investigate? Why don't they like ever investigate? Go oh my god, go investigate. I'm out of rocks. I think I can throttle you. That doesn't look like a helmet. Okay. What was that animation? You just don't understand Middle-earth technology. Your ignorance is showing. That was in the books. Exactly. Should have read the manga. Oh! Oh, he disappeared. I was gonna say his body's gonna hit the ground and alert everyone. They thought of everything. No way they can climb. And no way they can catch me. Oh, he's got a sniper. No! Yow! Why? Why? Just fucking land on the platforms. Looking good. Blast. Alright. I'll jump a little earlier this time. Last time got him with that Fazberry flop. This time we're just going straight over. No, not that way. I'm trying to get to the back. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus.
They will not be nice like us, not nice.
I have not traveled these many miles to listen to your lies. Look into the flame.
Ah! Put it away! Ah!
We didn't kill him, my precious.
There we are.
Back then, you know that, right? I was scared.
Shh. Grashnik must let us focus.
Too late for apologies now, anyway. You gonna run this again and do other choices? No, man, of course not. The choices are nothing. Actual nothing. Do you want to throw a rock at the orc, or do you want to go around the orc? Like, those are the choices. I don't need to see the rock and then also see the going around. Absolutely not.
Stay close to me, yes? Give us that deagle, my love.
Why is there like a little ASMR Gandalf story time here while we're doing all of this? It doesn't even relate to what we're doing. Oh, this actually seems like like an actual decision here. I don't really want to escape with him because I don't want to do any more puzzles with him. Though I imagine my choice isn't going to matter, and whatever happens is going to play out the same regardless. I'm gonna try abandoning him just to not have to do more of his slow-ass puzzles. God damn it. What are you doing? No! Am I good? Nice. That was hype. No music? It's called realism, swine. There's not music in real life when shit like that's popping off. There we are, finally hit the wall. No! 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 Oh. It's gonna make me do that whole thing again. Yep. Oh man. Jinkies. Goodbye, my friend. Oh, that must be. Oh, yucky. Very gross. Oh, ooh. Why, I never. I'm getting out of here.
Will the king see me today?
Why is everyone talking about Game of the Year? Well, because it's not often you get something like this coming out right after Tears of the Kingdom, back-to-back Game of the Year candidates. So it's always something worthy of conversation. So are we just done in Mordor? We never even got any answers or closure or conclusion to the Candleman and his daughter or anything.
She is blind. Keep your distance.
There's no way. In the bits kit. Does this actually follow real lore? Because someone said in the books they actually just let him wander around like semi-guarded to climb trees and shit like that. Oh shit. This guy's having a real time with these lights. He is stuck hard. He's still, man, he is still stuck. He can't even get back to his post. Damn whatever electrician hung those.
Quiet, isn't it?
The work of Sauron. Please. There we go.
Can't risk swimming here.
Oh. Too late. You said that as I was fucking jumping, Gollum. There we are. Oh, Jesus! Huge stutter. Love that, love that. God damn it.
Because hope is a treacherous thing. She believes that Gwendol is still out there.
Enough tales for one day. I am thirsty and your company is tiresome.
Why do you have me?
Watching you.
Why am I here?
So show some mirth.
And why do you let me wander around freely doing whatever I want? What do you want from me? I don't get it. Fear of the unknown is probably the most popular fear on the planet. I feel like most people are afraid of things they don't fully understand. And that's what I'm here to talk about today. And I'm sure a lot of you have already seen this, but I am fascinated and disturbed by a very popular branch of TikTok live streaming content that's blowing up right now. I'm like a dog when you get a vacuum cleaner out. I cower in fear because I really don't understand it. Now, TikTok live streams already have a reputation for being horrible. It's just an absolute wasteland. It's full of trash, more so than a landfill. I don't think there's ever even accidentally been a good TikTok live stream, except for the time a ton of people were illegally rebroadcasting the Super Bowl on there. Just going onto that platform to watch live streams is like going to an active war zone to tiptoe around landmines, but in this case, there's no safe spot to tiptoe. You always hit a landmine of fucking cringe.
Gang gang. Gang gang. Ooh.
Ice cream so good. Yeah, strong woman. Balloon. Yeah, strong woman.
This is what we're here to talk about. This is some kind of NPC live streaming trend where TikTok creators go live and then just act like NPCs here. Someone really summed it up best by saying that this feels like someone canceling combos in a fighting game. She just keeps randomly emoting like if you're spamming taunts in Chivalry 2 or in like Super Smash Bros. Melee. Show me your moves. Show me your moves. Show me your moves. I don't know how long she streams for, but it's gotta be fucking exhausting. It is non-stop jingling keys with no breaks. Because she's smart. She knows that on TikTok, kids leave if there's even a split second of dead air. Silence is the #1 enemy on TikTok. Silence is the devil. It's like the opposite of a quiet place where you have to be quiet to keep monsters away. This is the loud fucking doofusville platform where you have to be making as much noise as possible and stimulation out the wazoo or else people immediately turn it off. Which is why most popular videos have like 5 different tiny videos inside of them, like cutting soap in half with a knife, or the loud sounds of 5 trash cans being slammed together like cymbals while Temple Run's playing on the bottom right and GTA 5's on the top left. And she's come up with a more effective money-making strategy than free armor trimming in RuneScape. She is constantly acting out tips. So, people tip her, and she acts out the associated emoji with it, which incentivizes more people to keep tipping, which keeps supplying the stream with the NPC content.
Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, strong woman. Yeah, strong woman. Slay, huh? Oh, take your gaps. I love you. Slay, huh? Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Yeah, strong woman. Ugh. Fire. Butterfly. Beautiful. Okay. Fire. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Oh, where's my feet? Ooh. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Yes, popcorn. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Fire. Gang, gang, pop, amazing, ooh.
For those that don't know how it works, on TikTok, they're so quirky and raw XD random that instead of just donating to a creator on live, you tip them with like emojis. So you give them like some roses or a dragon or a galaxy or a lemon or some shit like that. And then the creator can take this random assortment of Microsoft clip art and then turn it into money. So that's what's happening here. She's getting these tips and then she's just doing a short little performance with the tips as like an NPC. And on TikTok, it seems like people are constantly tipping. It seems like one of people's favorite pastimes on TikTok lives is giving away all of the money they have to their name. Like these kids are like 12 years old and just give their whole allowance to TikTok creators in order for an actual split second of acknowledgement. So here, she doesn't actually like acknowledge the donators. She just acknowledges the dumbbell, for example, and she'll do like a little performance when you tip a dumbbell. I don't know how much money that is, fucking 5 glue bucks or something. I have no idea what the conversion rate in money to emote is on TikTok. But that's the whole strategy, and it's very effective. She's not the only one doing it, but she is the most popular right now. And she is engaging in a bit of whimsical silliness by having a hair iron out and popping individual popcorn kernels with it. So that's just another like piece of the puzzle here for keeping people hooked on it, because it's so weird and wacky that it makes it mysterious and mystical. Like, oh my god, she's cooking popcorn with a hair iron, kernel by kernel, slowly? Why, I gotta message my friends to turn off the Finger Family videos. We gotta get in here quickly. They gotta see this. She's cooking popcorn with a hair iron. There's nothing like it. You don't want to miss it. So it works out really well because it's a combination, a perfect storm, a geostorm for everything that works on TikTok. Perpetual stimulation while, you know, being able to constantly spam the emotes and talking so there's never any silence, while also having that like XD random with the popcorn and hair iron, which is something that does very well on TikTok. So she's fucking crushing it. Now there's a lot of copycats doing it. So the big trend is a ton of TikTok creators like her doing this exact same performance, and they all do well, but she's by far the biggest. So they like move around, like they have idle animations. It's like you're on the Choose Your Fighter screen in Mortal Kombat, but for them, the only fatality they have is fucking cringe.
Yes, you got me feeling like a cowgirl. Let me ready it, huh? Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Ice cream so good. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Yes, yes, yes. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Ice cream so good. Oh, take it, I am. You got me feeling like a queen, huh? Rah, rah, rah. Slay, huh? Slay, huh? Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Ice cream so good. Balloon. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Oh, what is that? Gang, gang. Balloon. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Ice cream so good.
If this isn't evidence of people's brains devolving thanks to TikTok, I don't know what is. This is the purest example of what's happening with your brain on TikTok, where now all you need is just noise and you're entertained. Again, it's the same performance every time. She has a set list of how she responds to the emotes, and she doesn't deviate from it, and she very rarely breaks character. She only broke character one time over the last, 4 days I've seen this, and it was brief, very brief, actually just 5 seconds, and then right back into it. There's no interaction, there's nothing beyond just seeing the same emotes over and over again. It's like if you watched a 10-hour compilation of the same 5 Fortnite emotes repeated forever. And you keep tuning in every day and you're giving money to it in order to keep fueling the perpetual motion machine. Very smart on her end, but man, I don't get how she is averaging 40,000 viewers all watching this same performance every fucking day. It's mind-blowing to me. It's baffling. Nothing but respect to the creators capitalizing off of this here, but nothing but shame for seeing the state that entertainment for young people is in. I was just talking about Skibidi Toilet yesterday, actually applauding it by saying, finally, a piece of content I think is pretty solid in a sea of dog shit content for kids. There was finally something like a bright light at the end of the tunnel with Skibidi Toilet, finally something that looked like maybe good content still exists for kids. And then immediately I started jumping into this rabbit hole with the NPC live streams, and I'm right back to where I started, where I feel like every single kid is doomed to failure for the rest of their life thanks to their brain being rotted by TikTok. But anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I found it pretty interesting and obviously kind of goofy. So that's about it. See ya. A little over a year ago, Disney overdosed on skooma, and their delusion really went off the rails when they finally launched their Star Wars hotel experience. This was a prime receptacle for spitballs and tomatoes. Boos heard around the world because it was laughably overpriced and extremely confusing on what you were even paying for in the first place. It was initially announced way back in 2017, and it was supposed to carry a price tag of $6,000 for a 2-night stay, but it could go as low as $4,000 as well. It's called the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser, and it's supposed to be a fully immersive Star Wars experience for superfans to spend 2 nights in this underground bunker hotel facility that's supposed to be a murder mystery, song and dance with all kinds of Star Wars characters, as well as a hotel, as well as fine dining. It basically just takes a ton of different things, threw it at a dartboard and said, okay, it's going in the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser, we're going to charge a fucking outrageous price. At $4,000 or $6,000 for 2 nights, I would expect to have a room on a legitimate fucking spaceship. With that amount of money, those rooms better be coming with that titty alien that Mark Hamill milks in the movie. That is a crazy price tag. $1,200 per person per night? My god. You'd need to be fucking Scrooge McDuck to be able to afford that, or the biggest Star Wars fan in the world who's willing to just dump everything into a 2-night experience. But what's crazy is, it looks miserable to stay in. Here's the rooms. Here's one of the 100 cabin rooms. It's basically like a little prison. Your children get these small pods in the wall. The bed looks rather small. This is not what you would expect for this amount of money. You go to the goddamn Star Wars gulag. It's so startling. There's no windows. Keep in mind, there's no windows in these rooms. All you get is these little screens supposed to look like you're out in space, but it looks really dated. It doesn't seem like they put a whole lot of effort into that, but I haven't been, so maybe it's cooler in person. But there's no windows, so you're basically going in there into a goddamn stasis chamber there, 2 days away from the world. And when you're not forsaken to your solitary confinement room on the Star Wars Galactic Looney Bin, you get interactive theater out the wazoo, which to me sounds like one of the circles of hell somewhere, where you can't escape theater and people in character for Star Wars 24/7. that just seems way too much. So the pictures I'm getting are from a video from DFB Guides, who went over the entire Star Wars hotel experience, and overall it's just an expensive, confusing, jumbled mess from everything I've seen. And this opened only a little over a year ago, and it's already closing. This was a complete disaster for Disney, I imagine. Of course, I'm not their fucking accountant. I can't flip through their books here and double check. But I just can't imagine at that price point, as well as how awful their marketing had been for it, that it was financially successful for them. They're writing it off as like a business decision that they've decided to close it so shortly after launch, but that doesn't make any sense. That just sounds like a bad business decision if it was doing well. It's 100 cabins, clearly a very expensive endeavor, and they're already giving up after a year. When this shit launched, it had terrible publicity. Like, they made these marketing pitches that gave people no insight into what they were paying for. So people already started kind of wiping their ass with the whole idea of even staying there or considering it. It turned everyone off immediately, and it's never recovered. Now, it's worth mentioning, among the people that have paid a visit to this facility, the majority of them are saying that they enjoyed it and that it was worth the cost. I don't know if that's genuine or if it's some level of brainwashing where they paid so much money that they convinced themselves that they had to enjoy it, thus they did. But people did seem to like it when they paid all that money for it, and that makes sense because if you're a super fan of Star Wars, there's nothing you're going to dislike about it. You're just perpetually inundated with constant stimulation of Star Wars shit, so I imagine most fans probably would have loved it. I still don't know how you could really like the rooms, though. Even in all the videos I've seen and all the people that visit the rooms, they are super small for how much you're paying. You are not getting, like, a luxury cabin. It's very much like a summer camp, like band camp fucking cabin here. I'm still a bit baffled by the decision to have the guests stay in these tight, windowless quarters. Like, that sounds miserable. Why that? Like, what's the next Star Wars hotel gonna be? Pay $10,000 and we'll freeze you in carbonite like Han Solo? Like, this is not a comfortable, stay. Which I think is just ridiculous for how much you're paying to be there. And where you sleep in a hotel, I would argue, is the most important thing about a hotel. Though, I guess in this case, it's supposed to be more than that. It's supposed to be like a Star Wars experience where you fucking transcend the human race for a brief moment and take a journey into fantasy. But then when you come out from reality, you leave this underground nuclear fallout shelter of the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser, you realize you're $6,000 down and about to miss a house payment or something. I still can't get over just how expensive this fucking place is. Or was. The final voyage is coming up in September, so it's on its way out, but still. One other thing I want to mention is when these announcement videos were first coming out, these pictures were first surfacing of the experience, one thing that I heavily criticized was the food. It hypes itself up as being like fine dining, pinky out establishment kind of thing. And the food they were showcasing looked like slop. Actual prison slop that they would serve on a tray at like a maximum security ward. It didn't look like high quality food for that price. It'd have names like the Yakbi Shrimp Blue Milk Glorb Stuffer, and what you would see on the plate is like 2 tiddlywinks of pork and a small piece of bread or something. But after going through and watching more of the videos over the last like 4 or 5 months, the food does look fine. So I don't know why they chose the most unflattering promotional pieces for their food in the beginning, but it does seem like the food is a big hit with the people that go there, and from what I see, it looks fine. Albeit it has the cardinal sin that every high dining facility has, where you get portion sizes that wouldn't be enough to fill the belly of a bumblebee. So that's always, in my opinion, a bit of a scam to charge so much and receive so little, but that's just the trend in very expensive restaurants, unfortunately. I always think portion sizes are important, so if you're paying a lot of money, you should be able to fill your full belly. You should walk out of there feeling full, satisfied, and your gluttony, satiated. But anyway, the food does look fine, and that was something that I was very vocal about in the beginning, being lackluster. Some of you may remember I toyed around with the idea of getting the gang together and spending the 2 nights at that hotel. But we really sidelined that idea, fucking flushed that down the toilet because that is way too expensive. So I don't think we're ever going to do that. That's not worth the amount of money for the sake of like basically a joke or just to experience something awful. Like, none of us are huge Star Wars fans. Like, I like Star Wars, I couldn't stand the new trilogy, but overall I love the Star Wars universe, especially everything with the Old Republic. This has nothing to do with that, so this wouldn't even be in my favorite era of Star Wars. And none of my friends are big Star Wars fanatics either, so it's not like we'd get anything out of this other than like not having fun and trying to make a joke out of it, which is not worth fucking $6,000. So I don't think that's happening. I want to go ahead and clear that up. We're not going even before it closes. It's not worth it. Now, at the funeral for the Star Wars Hotel, Disney's trying to put on a strong face, saying that this premium boutique experience gave us the opportunity to try new things on a smaller scale of 100 rooms, and as we prepare for its final voyage, we'll take what we've learned to create future experiences that can reach more of our guests and fans. I'm not on the Disney Superstar Board of Directors or anything, but I'll offer you some free consultation here. Lower the price. No one is paying $1,200 per person per night. That's a crazy ask. You could have saved yourself a huge headache if you just made this more accessible financially for most people. I think that's the way that you reach new guests and more fans, right? Like it seems like a pretty simple solution to the mathematical equation here. So I think it was just way too expensive. I have no doubt there's a lot of people that probably would have loved to go there and couldn't afford to. So they completely missed out on that entire market. Now, like I said, they are trying to treat it like a learning experience, and I have no doubt they fucking learned a lot from this. They invested a ton into the project, a lot of time and a lot of money, and they're kind of eating shit on it, it seems. So, yeah, that's really about it. See ya. No need for dilly-dally, you already know what we're here to talk about. Twitter is the gift that just keeps on giving, like a birthday party clown that never runs out of ribbon to pull out of his thumb, and it makes me continue to burp and clap while smiling. It's a beautiful disaster, a blunder that never ends. It reminds me of like that cheese rolling competition that happens every year in the UK, where they throw a cheese wheel down like a really steep hill, and people just throw themselves down the hill, hurting themselves the whole way, tumbling, chasing after that cheese wheel. That's Twitter, constantly hurting itself in pursuit of that cheese. And in this case, it's the big cheese, the biggest cheese, money. Twitter is a platform that just burns money forever, and with Elon Musk at the helm now, it is desperate to start turning some kind of profit, or at least mitigate the losses as best as possible, because obviously you don't want to own a business that just keeps taking spaghetti out of your bank account here forever and burning it. So they've been coming up with all kinds of different plans in order to try and make Twitter generate some level of money. And I've followed it pretty closely. I've made quite a few videos going over a lot of the silly stuff that's happened recently, but I haven't talked about it very much, even though they have made some decisions that I still think are comically bad. For example, you can now no longer even access any Twitter content unless you log in. So if you try and read a tweet, watch a Twitter video or anything like that, and you're not logged in on desktop, you just get taken right to the sign-in page, which I think is a luxury afforded only to Twitter. That is the only platform that can get away with that. Imagine if you went on YouTube and it wouldn't allow you to watch any videos until you signed in. It'd kill the platform. But Twitter is more addicting than heroin, and the people that are hooked on the product perpetually need their fix. It reminds me of Bane from Batman, how he constantly has those tubes that are filtering that juice, that venom into his body in order for him to live. That's a lot of people's relationship with Twitter. They fucking need that poison in their life. So if they're forced to log in to even view anything on the platform, they'll do it without a second thought, really, with a smile on their face. But it's really the only platform that can get away with it. They're the only platform afforded that luxury. Other platforms like YouTube, again, for example, would absolutely see a drastic decrease in the amount of traffic that they get. Platforms like Reddit, too, I imagine if you have to log in to read anything on the platform, would also see a significant drop-off. But we're not here to talk about that change. Instead, I want to focus on the big change from today. And that is Elon Musk finally targeting data scrapers, which is a legitimate problem. I want to make this very clear up front. Data scraping is actually a problem. I didn't realize how big of a problem it was for so many companies until I watched Mudahar's video on it today. And data scraping is extremely expensive, and there is so many people exploiting a lot of like API and just in general a lot of shady shit going on with data scraping, that it is something that does require a solution. But this is Elon Musk's solution, and it's basically just kill the host as well as the parasite. So he's imposing a limitation on all accounts. So he says, to address extreme levels of data scraping and system manipulation, we've applied the following temporary limits. Verified accounts are limited to reading 6,000 posts a day, unverified accounts up to 600 posts per day, and new unverified accounts to 300 posts per day. Now to be clear, this just means if you see this many posts. It's not about how many times you post. If you post something, it counts as 1 on your daily Twitter allowance. But if you scroll past a post, that still counts. So anything you scroll by, anything at all on Twitter counts as posts. So if you scroll through like 10 comments, that's 10 of your 300 posts for the day if you're a new unverified account. So people have been speedrunning to see how long it takes to reach this limit. And right now I believe this is the world record, 2 minutes and 33 seconds. But keep in mind, this any percent route here is about 2 minutes worth of time lost to setting up the account itself. So the speedrun goes from actual nothing, you don't have an account, to then going through the captchas, going through the codes, the emails, and all of that. And it's about 2 minutes to set up your account, and then the other 33 seconds is spent scrolling. And then this is what you get at the very end of your journey here. Rate limit exceeded. And most people get this within the first couple of minutes if it's a new unverified account. Now for older unverified accounts, it goes up to 600 per day, so double that. You basically get like about 10 minutes. At being very generous, you'd get about 10 minutes worth of scrolling for your unverified account before you get the rate limit exceeded. Now if you have like the Twitter Blue Boy Scout badge, 6,000 posts per day is probably what a normal person will be fine with. I don't think many people, aside from like actual hard addicts and power users of Twitter, are going to scroll past 6,000 posts per day. So that one probably isn't going to give any Twitter Blue enthusiasts a big problem. But the other two basically restrict everyone's access to the site to only a handful of minutes. He does say that this is just like a temporary thing, so a band-aid for the data scraping problem. Not sure exactly how long they're going to engage in this social experiment of self-destruction, but he is saying up front that it is temporary. So I guess this is just going to be a matter of waiting to see how long it continues for. Now this is good and bad because I've been very vocal about how awful I think Twitter is as a platform for the mental health of everyone that uses it. So anything that gets people off the platform for an extended period of time I think is a good thing. It gets them doing other things that aren't just brain rot on Twitter. But of course, as a platform, it does provide real value to a lot of people as well. So for a lot of like businesses or artists or anything like that that rely on Twitter in order for marketing or in order to get their content out, it's very rough because so many people are going to hit their rate and not see what you're posting, or you won't see what they're posting if it's something that you actively check in on. And of course, Twitter is invaluable when it comes to like real world important events. Like a lot of times that news breaks on Twitter and people follow it there, but with the new Twitter allowance here for what you're allowed to see a day, you'd have a very hard time keeping up with a developing story, especially like, let's say it's in your area, so it'd be like really important to you. If you hit your Twitter allowance, you exceed your rate, you now get cut off from that information. So there is like an actual problem here with this system. It's a bit deeper than just go touch grass now, loser. This is a good thing. You're free. You can go touch grass. There is like an actual underlying issue with this whole format. So it is a big issue overall, and you can see why this would kill the platform. If you can only use it for, 10 minutes per day, it's not exactly going to be something that stands the test of time. It becomes less of a social media platform and more of like a mobile game daily quest that you do in a couple of minutes and then you're done for the day, which is exactly what Mudahar said in his video, and he's right on the nose with it. That's 100% correct. The number one thing that online companies are salivating over is how to keep you on their platform. It's the reason YouTube has such a robust recommended algorithm. It's constantly feeding you videos it thinks you want to watch, because if it's things you want to watch, you stay on the platform for a longer period of time. All of these companies are fighting for your time. They want to keep you there as long as possible. With this new Twitter policy, they're now driving you away from the platform as quickly as possible. So they're trying to target data scraping to solve that problem, but they're giving themselves a new problem, which is nobody's going to be able to use the service anymore. You are driving users off of the platform in a matter of minutes for the vast majority of your user base. They can't spend time on your platform even if they wanted to, because you are limiting the amount of time they can spend there drastically. Again, unverified accounts can't spend very long on the platform at all, a handful of minutes per day. So they're going to go to competing services. So it should be pretty obvious why Twitter would likely be buried if this becomes their permanent solution to the data scraping problem. It won't be a site that's able to exist anymore because it won't have a user base left, because they literally would not be able to use the platform because they'll hit their rates so quickly. It's what's been happening all day to so many accounts. And Elon Musk recognized that as well. He must have seen that so many people were instantly exceeding their rate and being cut off from the service, so he increased it to 8K, 800, and 400. That 400 makes pretty much no difference. That is negligible. That'll give you an extra 5 seconds worth of scrolling, so that's who gives a shit. The 800 gives you maybe another couple of minutes of scrolling, and then the 8,000 doesn't really matter because that wasn't the biggest issue with the change. Or maybe I'm dreadfully underestimating just how addicted people are to Twitter. Like, maybe people are scrolling past more than 6,000 or 8,000 posts per day. But regardless, he increased the limit because so many people were hitting it so quickly. As I was recording this video, he increased it again to 10,000, 1,000, and then 500. The 500 is still, once again, not a big difference. You're still going to have to be rationing your time on the platform to make sure you don't see unnecessary tweets that take away from your allowance. So that is, again, still not going to be a big deal. It adds maybe an extra 3 seconds to the speedrun route. The 1,000 for unverified accounts that have existed for a while, that might be, you know, like let's just be super generous and say that it gives you like a full hour worth of scrolling on Twitter if you do it at like a very leisurely pace and you painstakingly read everything you scroll by. Like, maybe that'll give you like an hour. But then, once again, increasing the Twitter Blue to 10,000, this is just starting to highlight that I might just be really out of touch with how addicted people really are. Because, again, I thought 6 or 8K was probably not really the big issue with this, because I didn't think most Twitter Blue subscribers would be that deep into fucking doom scrolling forever. But I mean, he's increasing the Twitter Blue one again to 10K, so I mean, there must be an issue on that front as well. But regardless, you can see that the rate limiting of everyone on the platform is starting to cause some kind of internal panic. Clearly the goal is to combat the bad actors with data scraping, but it's coming at the cost of killing the entire platform for everybody else. It's like hunting a mosquito with a bazooka. You'll kill the mosquito, but everything else around it too. And in this case, it's your users that aren't paying for Twitter Blue, which is the vast, vast majority of your user base. It's obviously trying to push all of the unverified accounts to paying Twitter Blue subscribers. It's trying to convert them into handing over some money out of their wallet so that way they continue to spend all day on Twitter like they're used to. So all the goals are pretty obvious here. Obviously trying to stop losing as much money as they are to data scraping, and also trying to convert the people that aren't willing to drop some doubloons on Twitter into people that will pay money for a Twitter Blue subscription, so that way they can unlock the, you know, bigger allowance for the site. They can spend more time on there. They get to unlock more time with Twitter. I don't know how successful that's going to be. Hopefully it won't be at all. I really don't see a world where people hit their rate and then just immediately like grab their fucking credit card because they are scratching at their neck for more Twitter immediately. I hope that isn't the case. But regardless, should this system carry over for a long period of time, I really do see it being the legitimate end of the site. Again, most people aren't going to be paying for a service that has been free for as long as it's existed. So I just don't see a world where all of a sudden they're going to be okay with it now. But like Mudahar, I recognize that data scraping is a problem that requires a solution. And somehow Elon Musk found the worst solution to the problem. I don't have the answers though. So don't look at me to, you know, cough up something genius here to stop data scraping without ruining the entire platform for all of the users that aren't paying for it. Because I don't know how to even begin combating it. But surely there's got to be something else that doesn't immediately nuke the whole platform. So I guess we'll just have to wait to see how everything continues developing here, but I did think this was actually pretty fascinating. Twitter is one of the few platforms that repeatedly makes decisions that I think are counterintuitive to long-term health of it. But it's still around, it hasn't died yet, and maybe it'll endure this change as well. There's no telling, but just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya.